Welcome to the Business of Design Week, BODW 2025. Organized by the Hong Kong Design Center, this is Asia's premier annual event focused on brands, innovations, and innovations. Now today, we're incredibly proud to have Italy as our partnering country again, a nation that is synonymous with rich culture and design excellence.
BODW 2025 invites over 50 creative leaders and business entrepreneurs from around the world. Joining us together, we will explore critical themes shaped by the Italian excellence and global perspectives.
As Asia's premier event on design, innovation, and brands, we are excited to feature many Italian and global visionaries. They will collectively delve into the core of our summit today, how curiosity provokes design innovation.
Over the next 3 days, we will explore 6 key themes: urban visions, mobility revolution, crafted living, luxury reimagined, innovating AI with technology, and last but not least, cultural innovation and creativity.
And without further ado, please join us in welcoming our guest of honor, Ms. Rosanna Law, JP, Secretary for Culture, Sports and Tourism, Culture, Sports and Tourism Bureau of the Government of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region for the opening remarks. Ms. Law, please.
His Excellency Massimo Ambrosetti, Ambassador of Italy to China, Mr. Joseph Low, Chairman of the Hong Kong Design Center, Ms. Sophia Zhang, Executive Director of the Hong Kong Trade Development Council, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I would like to extend a warm welcome to all of you, especially those of you who have traveled near and far to join us at the grand opening of this year's Business of Design Week. While I come here with a heavy heart following the recent fire in Tai Po, it gives me much comfort to see that Hong Kong does not face this challenge alone. Thank you for being here today. While our city continues to grieve and bravely confronts the aftermath of the fire, your presence is a meaningful gesture of the support indeed. Debuting in 2002, BODW is Hong Kong's flagship annual design event. It has been sponsored for many years by the Cultural and Creative Industries Development Agency and its predecessor, Create Hong Kong. In the last 2 decades, it has grown into a globally acclaimed platform that fosters international exchange and business collaboration. True to its legacy, this year's edition offers a series of thought-provoking programs centered around the theme Curiosity Ignites Design Innovation, reflecting how curiosity fuels creativity across arts, architecture, and manufacturing. Over the next 3 days, more than 50 world-renowned creative and business leaders will share insights on how curiosity drives creativity and paves the way toward a more sustainable and inclusive future. Masters from various design disciplines will guide us on a journey to rediscover how good design enhances our quality of life and reimagine how it can help shape a better tomorrow. This year, we have the privilege to welcome Italy once again as our partner country, building on our successful collaborations in 2007 and 2017. As 2025 also marks the 55th anniversary of diplomatic relations between the People's Republic of China and Italy, this reunion at BODW is both timely and meaningful. It also reaffirms Hong Kong's role as an East-West center for international cultural exchange. I would like to thank the Hong Kong Design Center for delivering yet another outstanding BODW program, one that strengthens Hong Kong's standing as a global design hub. Italy, a country globally celebrated for its design, aesthetics, and creativity, will continue to inspire us as we reinforce our role as the creative capital of Asia. Before I close, I would once again like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you for your friendship and for the care you have shown Hong Kong. May you enjoy an inspiring and rewarding creative journey throughout this year's BODW. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Law, for your warm words and encouragement. Please be seated.
Next, we are honored to welcome our partner country representative, His Excellency Massimo Ambrosetti, Ambassador of Italy to the People's Republic of China. Mr. Ambrosetti, please.
Your Excellency, Secretary for Culture, Sports and Tourism, Rosanna Low, Mr. President of the Hong Kong Design Center, Joseph Low, Commissioner for Culture and Creative Industries Development Authority, Drew Lay, distinguished guests and speakers, dear friends, good morning, and also let me express once more our heartfelt condolences for the victims of the terrible Taupo fire. We really feel close in these days to Hong Kong citizens and authorities. For me, of course, it's a great honor and pleasure to be here at the opening of the Business of Design Week, which has been just underlined, is a very important point of reference for the world of design, innovation in Asia. And in this respect, I would like to express our really gratitude for the partnership between ourselves and the Hong Kong Design Center, which has made possible to have for the first time this year Italy as the guest of honor. And I think that this is a recognition of the profound cultural and creative synergies between Hong Kong and Italy. And this is something perfectly underlined also by the theme of the week. Curiosity provokes designs, innovation, and in all this, let me also thank the cultural and creative industries development agencies. As we know, we have a panel of really outstanding speakers who in the coming days will share their experience and their vision in many sectors. And this is something which has an impact on our countries, on our creative industries in many ways. So thank you for being here and for contributing to this important event. And this year, 2025, has been special for the Italian design in Hong Kong. And I think that this is also the occasion to thank my colleagues here in Hong Kong, the Consul General Carmelo Ficarra, the Consul Antonietta Cornacchia, the Trade Commissioner Director Bellucci for their contribution, and they have promoted Italian creativity in many sectors, from urban planning to mobility to craftsmanship to the luxury sector, up to, and this is really very important, to the field of technologies, artificial intelligence, and all the many aspects which link innovation to creativity. I would like also to mention two very good initiatives organized by the Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Fabrica, which is an exhibition focused on evolution of the textile sector in Italy, and the Challenge, which is dedicated to the world of winter sports. And I think this is really very opportune because we are very close to the opening of the Winter Olympic Games of Milano Cortina after Beijing. I think that today's event underlines how Italy is not only an innovative country, but a country with a vision, and this vision is shared with an incredibly dynamic counterpart, which is Hong Kong. I think that this is also reinforced by a framework which is key, and this is the cultural cooperation between Italy and China and Hong Kong. I don't want to refer to the many outstanding events, from great exhibitions to concerts that we have been organizing in these years, but let me mention that in this cultural framework there are initiatives which have, of course, very concrete ramification. For instance, Fashion to Reconnect, a tale of two style capitals, which is a project which encompasses fashion, contemporary art and sustainability. And this was a cooperation between the City University and the Fondazione Pistoletto Città dell'Arte and the Italian Chamber of Fashion. In this perspective, of course, this 2025 has been also the year when we celebrated the 55th anniversary of the diplomatic relations between Italy and China. It has been a meaningful checkpoint which has been reached by this incredible and outstanding cultural cooperation, and Hong Kong has been a protagonist of this. And I'm very glad to say that it's not just a state-to-state, an official sort of cooperation, a people-to-people cooperation, but it is really deeply rooted because there is what I am glad to call a cultural friendship between the Chinese world and the Italian world, and this is not recent, of course. This goes back to the great figures. Last year we celebrated the 700th anniversary of Marco Polo, and there are giants of this cultural dialogue. Matteo Ricci, of course, is another point of reference, but we want to continue to celebrate, to develop, to strengthen this, also with a very strong focus on our contemporary challenges in terms and potential, of course, in terms of creativity, innovation, dynamism, and Hong Kong is really a very special place for doing this and to achieve great results. So thank you very much for your contributions, because without you as protagonists of this season of strengthen and I would say augmented cooperation between Hong Kong and Italy and China and Italy, nothing would be possible. So we are very grateful for your contribution and for the spirit of friendship, openness and collaboration which characterizes this incredible interaction. Thank you very much.
Grazie mille, Your Excellency. Please be seated.
Now please welcome Mr. Joseph Low, MH, Chairman of the Hong Kong Design Center, on stage for his welcome remarks. Mr. Low, please.
Ms. Rosanna Law, Ambassador Ambrosetti, Consul General Camelo, Ms. July, Ms. Sophia Chong, distinguished guests, media friends, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to this opening ceremony of the Business of Design Week 2025. We are here to embark on the 3 days of exchange, inspiration, and collaboration, embracing the transformative power of design and creativity. This year is especially meaningful as Italy returns to as our partner country, marking the 55th anniversary of China-Italy diplomatic relations. We honor the excellence of Made in Italy for its aesthetic, cultural heritage, and the creative synergy, while looking ahead to foster deeper East and West integration and cross-disciplinary innovation. Our theme, Curiosity Provokes Design Innovation, reminds us that curiosity fuels creativity, progress, and discovery. Over the next few days, we will explore how curiosity shapes architecture, mobility, craftsmanship, luxury, culture, and technology. Hong Kong as a superconnector plays a pivotal role in this East meets West dialogue. We are deeply grateful to our speakers, moderators, and partners for their unwavering support. My heartfelt thanks to our lead sponsor, the Cultural and Creative Industry Development Agency of the Hong Kong SAR government, our co-organizer, the Hong Kong Trade Development Council, our strategic business partners, Brand Hong Kong and Invest Hong Kong, and our strategic program partners, Hong Kong Design Institute, PMQ, and PolyU School of Design. Your support is vital to the success of BODW. As we open BODW 2025, let us embrace curiosity, cultivate creativity, and provoke innovation together. May these 3 days inspire new ideas, partnerships, and possibilities for the future of design. Thank you, and welcome to the Business of Design Week 2025.
Thank you, Mr. Low. Please be seated.
Now we would like to invite our officiating guests onto the stage to officiate BODW 2025. First off, we would like to invite Ms. Rosanna Law, JP, Secretary for Culture, Sports and Tourism, Culture, Sports and Tourism Bureau of the Government of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region. His Excellency Massimo Ambrosetti, Ambassador of Italy to the People's Republic of China. Mr. Joseph Low, MH, Chairman of Hong Kong Design Center. Ms. Sophia Chong, Executive Director of the Hong Kong Trade Development Council. Mr. Steve Leung, BBS, Chairman of the BODW Steering Committee. Mr. Camelo Ficara, Consul General of Italy in Hong Kong and Macau. Ms. Drew Lai, Commissioner for Cultural and Creative Industries of the Cultural and Creative Industries Development Agency of the HKSAR. Ms. Antonietta Cornacchia, Deputy Consul General of Italy in Hong Kong. And Professor Viveka Chan, Vice Chairman of Hong Kong Design Center. A big warm welcome to all of our officiating guests. We would like everyone to look at our official photographer right in the middle, please, to commemorate this special occasion. Thank you very much. Please remain on stage as we invite other officiating guests to join you for the second group photo.
Please join me in welcoming Dr. Elita Lam, Principal of the Hong Kong Design Institute. Professor Sylvia Liu, Assistant Dean of the School of Design, the Hong Kong Polytechnic University. Ms. Paola Bellusci, Trade Commissioner of the Italian Trade Commission, Hong Kong. Ms. Doris Fong, Head of Creative Industries, Sports and Entertainment of Invest Hong Kong. Ms. Jessica Wong, Chief Information Officer of Brand Hong Kong. Ms. Alice Fatacangiali, Director of the Italian Cultural Institute in Hong Kong. Mr. William To, Executive Director of PMQ. Professor Rama Jirawo, Founder of Instill. Mr. Clement Chung, General Manager of View TV. And last but not least, Ms. Rainey Chan, Executive Director of Hong Kong Design Center.
Welcome all of our officiating guests onto the stage. Let's look nicely at the official photographer right in the middle, please.
Thank you to our officiating guests, guests of honor, valuable partners, and design leaders. Please be seated. Thank you very much. Without the people on stage and, of course, the audience right below, our event would not have been possible. Thank you so much for your support.
For today, Vincent, on top of the upcoming thought-provoking sessions we also have networking events to connect you with the people around you.
Now, this year's summit is notable for featuring an all-new dual-track model where international and local voices will be shared simultaneously on the main stage and also BODW Future Lab.
So be prepared to be inspired and get ready for the extraordinary sneak peek of the transformative experience of our BODW 2025.
Please enjoy the upcoming video. Business of Design Week 2025, Asia's premier annual event on design, innovation, and brands, joins hands with our partner country, Italy, to celebrate its rich heritage in design excellence under the theme Curiosity Provokes Design Innovation. Over the next 3 days, more than 50 creative and business leaders from around the globe will gather to discuss how curiosity drives creativity, collaboration, and breakthrough innovation. Our esteemed speakers will take you on a creative journey through 6 key themes: urban visions, mobility revolution, crafted living, luxury reimagined, innovating with AI and technology, and cultural innovation and creativity. Through inspiring presentations and dynamic discussions, they'll share visionary ideas, breakthroughs, and real-world lessons to provoke new thinking and collaboration. At the Business of Design Week 2025 Summit, we anticipate a dynamic exchange among Italy, Hong Kong, and the global creative community. Get ready to be inspired and explore the transformative power of curiosity and design innovation. We hope you're all as excited as we are about this year's exciting program, Let Curiosity Provoke Design Innovation at BODW 2025. Now, for the guests that have just arrived, please be reminded to continue with registration at the front desk. We do have a QR code for you to register for your sessions. Thank you.
Before we proceed to our first keynote speaker, we have exciting news to share. Our forum is proud to have the support of Kudo AI Speech Translator. By following the simple instruction steps, you can now experience our talks with an AI translated audio. Be sure to check this out.
Welcome to Business of Design Week, the morning program of day one, right here, 2025. We will be having Urban Visions, where we will explore the dynamic interplay of curiosity and design in shaping the futures of our city. We will begin the session by introducing our first keynote speaker, Mr. Professor Carlo Ratti. He is an architect, an engineer, and a visionary who is actively designing the future of our cities. He is a professor at MIT, where he directs a Sensible City Lab, and he is a founding partner of the International Design and Innovative Office of the CRA.
Professor Carlo's career beautifully blends academic research, entrepreneur spirit, and groundbreaking architectural practice. Notably, he designed the essential torch for the 2026 Winter Olympics, exemplifying the powerful intersection of data, technology, and human-centric design.
These approaches showcase Professor Ratti's bold vision for innovative, responsive urban solutions. Please join me in giving a very warm welcome to Professor Carlo Ratti.
Buongiorno. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. It's an honor for me to be back at BODW and to be here close to a city I love, especially in this difficult time. I want to share with you some thoughts about curiosity with a kind of a question, starting with a question: could curiosity be really about how all of us, as designers, architects, planners, can really reach out to other disciplines and work together in order to transform the built environment? And I want to share with a few slides from the Venice Biennale that I had privilege to curate this year, and then with some of the work, some of the experiments we are doing both at MIT, at Politecnico di Milano, and in our office. So just with the Venice Biennale, it just closed last week, titled Intelligence. We spelled it intelligence like in Latin, the common root between Italian and English, to have one single name, Natural Artificial Collective. And what we tried to look at was to go back, if you want, to the very beginning of architecture. Most of us know this, that's the Abbé Laugier in France in the 18th century. The idea that architecture starts when we need to adjust, we need to adapt, we need to start from nature. Abbé Laugier says, we are in the forest, it's rainy, it's humid, and then we use nature in order to create shelter. So architecture from the very beginning is adaptation. And if you look at beautiful Venice, that's what we presented together with the Film Festival in Venice, a collaboration between the Architecture Biennale and the Film Festival. It's part of a movie by Yann Arthus-Bertrand. If you look at this, which is the Venice Lagoon, just a few miles away from San Marco Square, well, if you look at the space, it's something that wasn't meant for humans, but through human intelligence, different type of intelligence became the marvel we all know of Venice. So it's a lagoon just next to Venice. So the theme this year was intelligence. I mentioned natural artificial collective, how we can bring together different disciplines, different types of intelligence to tackle adaptation. And what is adaptation? Well, we saw it this week. These are images from this week. We saw it a few months ago. This is Valencia. We saw it in recent years, sometimes too much water or too little water. And politics can change the rules of how we behave and so on, but cannot change the law of physics. And the law of physics are what they tell us that this is what's happening on the planet. They're just temperatures. Incidentally, if you look at the end, last year people thought, well, it might be an anomaly because of El Niño. But if you look at this year, La Niña, and temperatures are still going up. So anyway, that, I think, is the biggest challenge we face. Populations is not growing anymore in most of the world, but actually adapting became the key challenge. And that's what we tried to do at the Biennale. Of course, architecture and design have been looking at adaptation for a long time. It's a beautiful little book by Richard Rogers, cities for a small planet. And at the time, I think that was 30 years ago, the point was mitigating, reducing the impact on the environment. But today, at the moment when climate has already changed, then we need to go, still focus on mitigation, but also look at adaptation. How do we adapt to a changing climate and to a changing planet? And so this we try to do at the Biennale, again, thinking about it as a lab, as a place for different disciplines to come together and to collide. Just a few things. So we, as I said, bringing together, as you see here, intelligence is a dynamic lab with different people, mathematicians, climate scientists, philosophers, all working together. We also, for the first time, try to have a more bottom-up process. The Biennale usually is the director picking people, inviting people. We want also to have, for the first time, an open call. Many of you participated, were part of it. And for me, it was both daunting and incredible. Daunting because we are flooded with proposals. I had to send thousands of emails. But also incredible because of being able to find more choral voices from all over the world. That brought teams that actually were a little bit, like I said at the beginning, were curious by nature. We're bringing together voices of different generations, of different disciplines, all together and tackling similar challenges. There's another thing I think we should all address as a profession, and that's about authorship. Architecture and design are still one of the few places where there's still the idea of the Promethean architect or designer, and everybody else is a consultant. Well, we tried. We tried this year to make sure everybody who was invited in the same way, in a way that's similar to what happens in academic papers. Everybody is credited if you contribute to the project. And then also trying to do the Biennale as part of a network. So I'm very happy to be here today, the BODW, and some of the things we've been doing together over the years, but also with other institutions. Again, we cannot solve these challenges in isolation, but we can do it if we work together. So those were the key things, and you see here some of the mapping that was done, similar to what I did at the time at the Shenzhen Biennale, UABB in 2020, but basically looking and mapping the process and making it open source. And that led to 750 participants. So I got one slide for each of them, so bear with me. I'm joking. So I'll just give you a little summary of this. So a lot of participants, 750, 280 projects, over 500 were interdisciplinary teams. So as I say, kind of curious by design. 350 in multi-generational teams, over 250 in women-led teams. In a discipline like ours, it's sometimes very biased. I was very proud of that. And 375 in transnational teams. Again, it's not about solutions from one country to another one. It's about working together. And that's also what we heard just a moment ago about Hong Kong being one of the places where the magic of bringing different countries, different cultures together happens. Now, I'll show you just a very quick overview. This was the Arsenale. We didn't have the central pavilion. It was under refurbishment this year. But the Arsenale became, with a beautiful design by Sab from Berlin, became like a fractal system where projects would blur, like in a superorganism, mixing one with the other. And here's a little video going through it, starting from climate, the entrance, population, so the two key variables, and then going through natural intelligence, how to use natural materials, nature that gets more and more tamed. The artificial is not just AI, it's about sensors, networks, humanoids, actuators. And then you see in a moment also the collective, how architecture, design, is what happened for thousands of years, generation upon generation, working together and learning from each other. And so that was the Arsenale until last week. So also different experiments with material. Material were run, again, beautiful transdisciplinary teams. Material, the Nobel Prize winner from graphene working with the set designer from La Scala and with Politecnico di Milano. And so from the Arsenale, then moving outside and also turning a little bit of what is outside into a living lab. I think cities such as Venice or Hong Kong or many others can become like living labs for adaptation, how we can use the city itself as a place to design and to develop new solutions. So this was just a little thing about the Biennale. I want to show this as well. You know, we try to think about something that, like in this beautiful movie by Jean-Luc Godard, Bande à part. In this movie, actually, people go through the Louvre Museum, seeing everything in the fastest time possible. And so we wanted the Biennale, again, to be something one could look at different speeds, as in this case. But moving out of this, so this closed just last week, I want to share how we are still trying to explore natural and artificial in what we do at MIT, at Sensible City Lab, at Polytechnic Milano, and what we do also in our design work. So that's lab at MIT, and that's our office. And I want to start with artificial. The interesting thing about artificial, the artificial world, is not only about AI, but actually it allows us to take a building, to take a city, and make it much more responsive, like living and responding like a living organism. And I want to start with a very old project at the Venice Biennale. This was 2006. At the time, Ricky Burdett had a position I had this year, so was curating the Biennale. And then he invited us to do a project we called Real-Time Rome. For the first time, we look at data in real time from the city of Rome. You see it there to the left. We created kind of a proto-cloud, what you see there in the middle, where the data would be sent on the MIT campus. It would be analyzed, visualized, and then sent back to Italy, almost in real time. And it was the first time ever. This thing now happens in real time in our pockets, but it was the first time ever this was done. And the city then becomes like a living organism. Look at what happened one special day, that summer, 2006, when actually Italy was playing the final of the World Cup against France. And here you see all the cell phone moving in the city. It's before the match, in the afternoon, the Colosseum, the river, the day of the World Cup final. The match begins, silence, nobody talks anymore. France scores, Italy scores. Halftime, people make a quick call. Second half, end of normal time, first overtime, second overtime. Zidane, famous red card, and finally Italy wins. And then the day, everybody moves around, you see people going to celebrate, and so the city that becomes really like a living organism, like this. By the way, this is a beautiful project at the lab done by Pedro Cruz and Paolo Antonelli, who will speak later, actually included in her beautiful exhibition back at the time in 2008 at MoMA. So the city becomes, through data, like a living organism. Or architecture can become something alive as well. That's the project we're doing in an old 18th century complex in Modena. It's the largest museum center in Italy. And what we did here was to try to use the space in a different, more dynamic way. The initial idea by the client was to cover this, like the British Museum in London, but we didn't like the idea to transform fully that experience. That place was open in the 18th century to the sky, to the stars, to the elements. At the same time, we wanted to make sure it could be used still with different conditions, when it rains and, enclose it. And so together with Chuck Oberman, we did this origami-based roof that opens and closes. So it becomes a way to go back to the building, how it was in the 18th century, or also how it could be used today in a totally covered condition. Yeah, there's a bit of sound, but I'll keep on speaking on it. So here you see the whole 18th century building. It gets back its monumental dimension. And here is, it was used as a hospital, so the whole thing has been divided, subdivided. We got back to the 18th century condition, but also with this origami roof there. Again, the building becomes like a living, responsive thing. But this is also what we do in the research we do at MIT. And so I want to share with you another project, in this case in Amsterdam. Now, we all know Amsterdam. It's a beautiful city with a lot of water in the center, a lot of canals. And the mayor came to us a few years ago with the idea of how could they become a testbed for autonomous cars, for self-driving cars. And our response was, that's very interesting. A lot of cities, such as Singapore and many cities in the US, are working on this. But what about using the water? Not thinking about autonomous cars, but autonomous boats. So we call them rowboats. What could you do with the robots? You could use it to move people around, to move things around, to sense air quality and water quality, but also then imagine like a responsive again, dynamic architecture. Imagine you could self-assemble a bridge when you need it. You can have a floating stage. And so we started testing this. Again, it's this kind of lab idea with people from design, from architecture, from computer science, engineers of different sorts. Different type of propulsion. You see the small model. Today, the beautiful thing today is that we can prototype something very quickly. A few years ago, this would take you a long time to do a prototype. Today, you 3D print it, you use open electronics. So in an afternoon, you can do this, you can test it. This was the first model, 1 to 4. Very small, but to test just the system. We told the mayor, no worries, even if we fail, we'll open a toy company, because everybody enjoys so much playing with these on the canals. And then, with this, you teach the system how to learn. You need to get the data, real-time data from Amsterdam that solve the boats in real time. Data you usually have with Google in a city, but you don't have it if you look at the canals. And then this is how, actually, a lot of the robots in our lives look at the world. Those are the robotic eyes that are more and more common in everywhere. So this actually is called a LiDAR. Every second, you got 300,000 data points. And that's how, it does, in a much clumsier way, what our brain does, which is look at the world and create a three-dimensional model. So here you see all the data collected in the canals. And little by little, by the way, you also get as a byproduct, like a three-dimensional representation of the city that becomes a way to understand not only how to move, but also the city itself. And when you got all the data, then you teach the system how to move. So that's actually the MIT swimming pool. That's what swimming pools are used for at MIT. You get the little thing with the LiDAR at the top, avoiding different type of obstacles, even very complex obstacles. This is why he was promoted professor after this successful experiment. But basically, the system then learns to move, and this is actually how it works now in Amsterdam. And next time you're in town, send me an email and we'll go and have a tour.
Is a rowboat.
Can we increase the volume a little bit?
Zero-emission boat that operates on urban waterways, and she can change the way cities work. As congestion and emissions continue to rise, while cities continue to grow, the existing infrastructure of many cities struggles to keep up. Rowboats offer a solution by moving road traffic to the water. By bringing passengers from A to B, or as an on-demand boat, taking you anywhere you want. And they can also help the city as a multi-purpose workboat. Take Crystal. She is equipped to collect household waste to free the streets from heavy garbage trucks. Rowboats are fully autonomous, so they navigate without a skipper and can operate 24/7. In order to sail by themselves, rowboats need to perceive their environment and recognize objects such as bridge pillars, floating objects, and of course, other vessels. The primary source of information comes from a LiDAR sensor, but rowboats are also equipped with cameras, GPS, and a digital compass. Rowboat's onboard computer combines and processes all of the data and runs the rowboat software so it can successfully complete its mission plan. After 5 years of development, testing and experimentation, we have now successfully enabled autonomy on the full-scale prototypes. Rowboat is ready for the next step. Join us and let's unlock the potential of urban waterways together.
So, as I was saying, on the one hand, technology, the artificial, is becoming almost like more alive. Intelligence, sensor actuators, intelligence are turning buildings, objects into something that responds like living things. But there's the other side of the equation. The other side of the equation is how do we start from nature and work more with nature in the places we design? And that's the other side. And I'll show you at the end how the two kind of converge. But the other side is also an old dream of architecture. Think about Broadacre City by Frank Lloyd Wright, this idea that cities would blend better with nature. But then we all know what happened in the 20th century. We started with this, and we ended up with this. With suburbia, and we destroyed, actually, nature around. And today, the point we made at the Biennale, that we don't need to build more. In most of the world, we got enough stuff built. But what we need to do is actually adapt what we have. And for instance, by bringing more nature inside. This is Piazza della Scala in Milan. It's a few years ago. It was the first project with Patrick Blank in Italy, bringing this kind of nature where it wasn't before, to create a communal, kind of a shared living room in the middle of Milan. This is a project we just finished in Singapore with Big. It's called Capital Spring. And here again, the building kind of opens up to let a few tens of thousands of trees get inside. But in the middle, again, it becomes like a plaza. An Italian plaza there, vertical, suspended over Singapore. But also the top has become actually one of the main attractions in the city because of, again, letting nature in at the center, at the top, and also at the ground level. This is one of the main extensions of Brasilia, the capital of Brazil. Again, here, trying to start from the historic master plan of the 60s, but turn around the relationship between what is built and where nature is. Exactly inside out, looking at the Barcelona model, which I will not get into the detail, but has exactly the same proportions. 3 blocks, the super blocks in Barcelona, is the same as the super block, the super quadra in Brasilia, but again, turning the relationship built and unbuilt inside out. Or also in smaller projects. This was an old building in Italy, done by Mutti. Mutti is probably the leader, the highest-end tomato producer in the world. And this old building, again, lets nature in. As you see here, the whole space you could think about as a round plan, but not a round plan where space is empty in the middle, but where actually then the round plan where everything rotates around this kind of 12-meter high ficus tree. And the whole architecture responds to nature and not vice versa. Or this is also for Mutti like their latest canteen, run by a canteen, a company canteen, but run by a 3 Michelin star chef, which is just a piece of land that goes up, and basically you have something you could call not a déjeuner sur l'herbe, but sous l'herbe. You're actually, again, eating under nature and with nature in the space. And this is the old part of the same building. Or something we just did in Venice. As you know, Venice has a long history of using the city at the Biennale to prototype different ideas, and that's a beautiful one. It's Aldo Rossi, 45 years ago, with what was called the Teatro del Mondo. And the idea there was very simple. If you look at it, was actually architecture can still build a piece of Venice. Architecture can still, engage with the past. But today we said we don't need to build much more. And so in this case, what we did this year was, can we actually do something else, playing with nature, not against it, and do the minimum architecture to create a plaza on water. And that was Aqua Plaza we did with Howler Yoon. Here it was in Venice this summer. You see it here as a way to the minimum kind of surface to allow it to create a place for discussion on the water. And that became the central place, here you see it in Venice, the central place at COP30 last week in Brazil for the discussions on climate. Here you see it in Venice without the roof. You see it moving to Brazil. It went on a standard ship, so not much energy consumption. There it arrived in Belém, in the middle of the Amazon. And here you see actually Aqua Plaza last week. They will stay as a piece of cultural infrastructure in Belém, in the Amazon for the future. Or a couple of other examples. Here is a project we've been doing for the Olympics this year, for the Olympics and for Milan Design Week, for Salone. And here we try to look at how we can use digital fabrication to work in the mountains with something that kind of fits better, that actually blends with the 3-dimensional of the mountains in a better way. The old idea by Gio Ponti said, architecture is a crystal. How can we do it today? By 3D scanning and having something that basically blends into the space in a new way. So that will be, is now, based on a 3D scan, it will be presented next year, and then we'll move to the mountains after the Olympics next summer. You see it here, it becomes like a piece of crystal inside the mountains. Or a final thing, so for the Olympics, we also had the privilege to design here you see the inside of the bivouac, to design the torch. The torch will be unveiled. Actually, it was unveiled last week and will start running until the Olympics 2026, the Milano Cortina Olympics. And here as well, the exercise was the opposite of what is usually done with a torch. Using torches like a car design exercise, how you can add a lot of things around the flame, and we try to do the opposite. Sustainability starts when we use less, so how we can do the shape that actually removes everything? It's just a minimal shape around the burner. And how do we let the burner and the flame? The magic is not the object, the magic is the flame, the magic is nature, since 2000 years, since the fire, the sacred fire of Olympia. And so how can we show how this is generated? You see there in the slot on the side, and design kind of celebrates the flame and not vice versa. This was a couple of days ago, the turning of the flame in Greece. So that was about looking at things from the other side. At the beginning, technology, helping to make the world be artificial, of buildings, of objects, more alive, but also nature itself, becoming a key ingredient in what we design. But the reality is that things are much more complex. Things are many more blends, and how the two things, the two sides come together is really more like coevolutions between the two. And so here I want to share with you just one example, but there could be others. This is a project in Helsinki called the Helsinki Energy Challenge. The Helsinki Energy Challenge is something the former mayor of Helsinki launched in order to find a sustainable way to heat the city. Today in Helsinki, there's good news and bad news. The good news is that most of the city heating, as you might imagine, the weather is very cold, so a lot of energy goes into heating the city. A lot of that happens with district heating, which is very good. At the same time, a lot of the power generation is with coal, so that's the bad news. And so he decided something that's quite unusual for cities. Cities usually look at best practices. But if you think about that, best practice is the opposite of what we are discussing here. Is the opposite of innovation. Best practice means you look at another city that probably 20 years before had a great idea, implemented it, and what do? You lock the future into the past. You keep replicating that. So what Helsinki did was try to run something similar to an X Prize, where you put a prize and let big teams compete from all over the world. That was the competition, 250 teams, 10 finalists, and 3 winners, including our project. When I say our, it was done by our office in New York, but with many different disciplines. The same thing I was saying before, with different type of engineers, with different disciplines, again, is a big collaboration. Here is a little video of the idea. So just in a few slides, you saw the things. So again, when you look at energy today, there's good news and bad news. The good news is what you see to the left. That's the price of renewable energy as it went down super fast over the past few years. And all over the world today, you can produce 1 megawatt hour of renewable energy, usually with the smallest amount of money. So in the cheapest form of energy is usually renewable. So you might say, why don't we run the whole planet on renewables? Well, we all know that there's a problem, and that's the bad news to the right, is that renewables are intermittent. Too much sun, too little sun. Too much wind, too little wind. And that's what you see to the right. Then you might say, well, why don't we use batteries? And yes, batteries are for that. But think about the following. You see there the price of the megawatt hour, which around the world can be anything between 10 to 30 euros or dollars per megawatt hour to produce. To store the same thing in a battery will cost you something like 100,000 to 300,000. I put there 200,000. And so the bottom line is that batteries are still very expensive. They have a big toll on the environment. We need to mine lithium and many other things. And prices still are so much more expensive. Think about $20, 20 euros to produce, 200,000 to store the same amount of energy. And so what we did here in this project was just, what about if we store it like hot water? Because in the end, we need to run it through the district heating system of the city. And that's how the hot car came, the idea of this kind of big battery, thermal battery that you see there. To the left, all the production as it is today with future compatible, with future forms of production in Helsinki. This kind of big thermal storage in the middle. And then to the right, the existing part, how the district heating system is, keeps on working as today, and you can just plug into it. With additional benefits you see in the movie, the fact that basically this also helps to equalize the whole network and also creates some great public spaces for people. We didn't want those places to be privatized, but actually how they can become, again, a public space for people in Helsinki, for tourists. The only way we can actually do and run the transition, the energy transition, I think, is if we are all involved, infrastructure become part of design in a very open, transparent process. I will not bore you on all the studies to see where to put this in Helsinki. You saw some of this in the video. And this idea, again, this becomes like a public space where infrastructure becomes legible and become part of the city and what people can live in Helsinki. Incidentally, we're working now on the same concept in another city, which is about not heating, but cooling, because the same thing can be done for district cooling. You store cold water, and then you run it in a much more efficient way through the system. So that's what I want to share with you today about, how curiosity, what we will be discussing over the next 3 days, is really about bringing different disciplines together and collaborating together. But I want to finish with a very small thing. When I was thinking about curiosity, a little clip from a movie I love came to mind. And the movie is Jules Jim by Truffaut. And so I just want to leave you with this kind of 30 seconds from Truffaut's Jules Jim, probably is inspiration for all of us as we move through the next 3 days.
Jim? Oh, moi je suis un raté. Le peu que je sais, je le tiens de mon professeur Albert Sorel. Que voulez-vous devenir, me demanda-t-il. Diplomate. Avez-vous une grosse fortune? Non. Pouvez-vous, avec quelque apparence de légitimité, ajouter à votre patronyme un nom célèbre ou illustre? Non. Eh bien, renoncez à la diplomatie. Mais alors, que dois-je devenir? Un curieux. Ce n'est pas un métier, ce n'est pas encore un métier. Voyagez, écrivez, traduisez, apprenez à vivre partout. Commencez tout de suite. L'avenir est aux curieux de profession. Les Français sont restés trop longtemps enfermés derrière leurs frontières.
And so, for all of us, so let's all be curious for a living, like Truffaut. Thank you all, and to be continued.
Thank you, Professor Ratti, for your sharing. It was truly inspiring. I'm sure that was a wonderful first keynote speaker. And with the applause, I'm sure we all agree.
Next, we are honored to welcome Patricia Viel, an architect and co-founder of ACPV Architects, Antonio Chitterio. Patricia Viel, an international practice renowned for its distinctive, culturally sensitive work across the globe. Rooted in the Milanese school, her firm's approach is defined by a powerful integration of architecture, interiors, and urban design.
Patricia's work champions a vision of adaptable hybrid buildings informed by in-house research and digital tools. Her keynote today on integrated design, vision, and approach for future cities promises to show us how to move beyond human-centric approach, leveraging technology to create more intelligent and meaningful buildings and cities for the future. Please join me in welcoming Patricia Viel.
Buongiorno. Siamo un gruppo di lavoro. We are a group of architects working together since 2000. I'm starting with this because I really believe that our discipline is collaborative. So we cannot do it alone. We founded our company with Antonio. I'm working with him since ever. But 20 years ago, we decided to found our office. We are today 14 partners from different generations, different countries, different cultures, different characters, but with the same attitude. We really believe that the central topic of our work is the relationship between humans and the urban ecosystem that we believe is actually our new nature. We work from Milano. Our office is in Milano, together with 230 architects coming from all over the world. We have a nice, small group of 10 Chinese talent also. So we do it from Milano, but somehow we are very much, I would say, attracted to apply our method and our approach to different cultures, different contexts, different topics. In the world, we are very curious. Curiosity is actually our method. We really start from a kind of humble position. We don't know. So we study. We listen to our clients, to their dreams, to their wishes, to their goals, their targets. We start with data collection. We study. We try to listen to the stakeholders. As much as we can, we somehow question people, places, habits, behaviors. Through this collection of knowledge, we try to build up models of prediction, models of impact, models of change. Actually, we could even end, after our studies, not to do a project, not to impact, just wait. Maybe it's not the right moment. Maybe we should approach a thing in a different way. So curiosity for us is the starting point. We need to start thinking that we don't know what we're doing, we don't know the topic, we don't know the place, we don't know the site, we don't know what is going on. And why this? Because actually cities and human environment are living organisms. They are changing minute by minute. There is nothing static. So at least you can start understanding something through history, but you really need to go through the investigation at the moment when the problem is somehow posed. We have 30 people in our office that are dedicated to build proprietary tools for an integrated digital approach, meaning that in our disciplines there is no big data. We don't have curated information. Actually, data in architectural urban planning are poor, very approximate, old. There is no real strategy in order to obtain a good data set. So what we decided to do is, since we have been working in more than 300 projects through our history as an office, to build up our data lake on our work, to try to create codes, to try to create algorithms, to try to create small neural networks in order to understand in which way we take decisions, in which way we go from an idea to another, or we build up a kind of, let's say, rational environment, to our creativity. This is because creativity is very much related to technology today. You need to invest in technology to be creative. Unfortunately, the idea of the genius that is somehow spending his time looking at the stars and waiting for the idea is not anymore the alchemy that makes you capable to find a solution. You need to collect people together with you, consultants, other disciplines, other knowledge. Because, of course, curiosity means questioning reality. And for us, since we are, of course, engaged in understanding the urban environment, the built environment for humans, we need to decode the urban form. So what is today the city? And discover that actually the urban form is already containing what needs to be actually made evident and create the future of what we see. That's why in every architectural project we question the city. We know that we live in the urban century. Means that in this first century of the third millennium, we all know that humanity will move to cities, to urban environment. Meaning that all the civilization will move into an anthropized environment that will be connected, digital, and somehow contemporary in space and time. That's why, in order to create something that is close to innovation, but is not looking like innovation, is not shaping something that is futuristic, if you like, we need to question places, people, needs, as they are today. What we do is actually then to find harmony in a certain idea of future. That's why our projects are very, very different to each other. We are not very much capable at icons. We do pieces of architecture that somehow blends into the context. They are site-specific. They absorb the context, and they are absorbed by the context. One of the elements that really tells a lot about the urban context and the urban environment, the built environment around us, is density. City means density. Here you see two images. They are not at the same scale. Of course, China is bigger. But not that much bigger. At the end, Europe and China is not so different in extension, more or less 10 millions of kilometer squares. But what you see is that our European area is almost completely urbanized. Today, an urban region is not only something that is looking like a city. Today, an urban region is also including rural environment. It, of course, means that you have an infrastructure that connects people. You have a digital network. you have connections, you have people moving. And Europe is evenly covered by an urban region that is extending from Urals to the Atlantic Ocean. Very, very homogeneous, more or less horizontal, some exceptions. We don't have megalopolis. There is a lot of cities that are around 200,000, 300,000 inhabitants, with the exception of Paris, of course, which is our champion in terms of density and quantity of population. The urban fabric is so dense, soft, because, and very well connected, because actually this is the paradise on Earth. Climate is very sweet. We don't have deserts. There is water, rivers. We collect, I think, something like 60,000 kilometers of coastlines, and humans need water. On the other side, you see China. Very well known that China, even if the extension of the country is a little bit above 10 million kilometers squares, the population is living in less than half of the country, which is, of course, the East Coast, where density is becoming a completely different topic compared to Europe. China is vertical, very powerful country made of contrasts, with a very strong climate issues, of course, very, very strong concentrations, megalopolis, difference in culture, different in food, different in languages, where Europe is almost one country today, one language, very seamless kind of behaviors, and so on and so forth. Today, Europe is covered, as you see from those numbers in the slide, 72% is living in an urban environment, and actually 60% of the overall territory is covered by anthropization. This is somehow critical, because we cannot develop the city anymore consuming land. But the character of our cities is more or less what it is, around 6,000, 7,000 people per kilometer square, which is actually Hong Kong. Different kind of geometry, but is more or less Hong Kong. So what we can do? Paris is a good example, because it's a very strange, very specific kind of environment. We cannot really imagine that the city, the European city, will be different than what it is today. What will change is not only the landscape, the urban landscape, is the behavior of the city, and in which way we use the city environment. To do so is not a matter of architecture, design, or urban planning. Is much more about policies. Just to give you an idea, Paris is an urban region, like Pianura Padana in the north of Italy, where 12 million people are living, meaning that is talking about the 20% of the population, the French population, and more or less 50% of the GOP. But the city that we call Paris, everybody knows the boundaries of the central Paris inside the peripheric, is very small. It's comparable to Milano, a little bit larger than Milano, with a huge density. 3 times Hong Kong in terms of density. But the policies in order to change the quality of life has been somehow to move the density of the city in the outskirts, creating nodes that are somehow bridging a larger region without changing that much the image of the city. City stays recognizable. This is very different from what happened to London, right? And this, I think, is a good example of what we should do for the design of the new city. Maintaining the quality of the city as it is in terms of image, in terms of city landscape, changing behaviors. You have seen that pedestrian pathways has been enlarged, introduction of different mobility, somehow discouraging private mobility in the city, and creating a different structure of relationship, different networks of relationship with a larger region, connecting nodes, creating new, very strong urban functions outside what we could imagine, we could call the heart of the city that needs to be preserved. So the sense of this idea is actually that the city of the future will be the city that we have today, but with a different kind of behavior, different kind of sensitivity, different kind of respect, different kind of targets. It's not a matter of living in a futuristic environment. It's a matter of being inclusive. It's a matter of being in a safe environment for kids, for elder people, to be accessible, to be understandable for everybody. So again, it's more about policies than design. Somehow, for us, having understood that new construction is really the last option that we have to select, really the last, what we try to do in our design is actually somehow to make everything we do an urban exercise on both senses, enlarging and expanding the scale of our curiosity, studies, analysis, or even bringing the urban scale within the buildings. So the typology will change. When you take, we start working on an existing building and we somehow re-articulate the volumes, we introduce green spaces, we break down the organism in order to create gathering areas, gathering spaces. We are changing dramatically the idea of architecture, making the architecture a kind of new form of city. This is what we do typically in our project. Some example, this is the Sky Taipei, very, very small plot. That plot in Taipei, there was a theater. The project somehow augmented the capability of the plot because of the location in front of the City Hall, close by 101, and creating with a mixed-use program a kind of city within a city. In that building we have a theater, convention center, very vibrant, what we call the community, which is a very vibrant food court, 2 hotels, a private road, pedestrian road that is crossing the building and creating a new connection between the 3 squares that are around. So it's a beautiful building, very elegant, very concentrated in itself as an image, I would say, but rooted in a very strong idea of a city. In Hong Kong, we have been working for this project since 2013. 2 twin towers in mid-levels overlooking the bay. Our design has been concentrated, of course, in the refinement of the facade and the envelope, but more in the relation with the ground. So we have 2 roads. We created a way to connect 2 levels of the city. We somehow descaled the building touching the ground in order to give the sense of a street. We reordered the landscape of the road, and connecting, of course, the purity of the architecture with the unbelievable location and the views. We did a Bulgari in Tokyo. You know that we design all the Bulgari hotels, and always it's very interesting urban exercise, because it's very important for an hospitality venue to be very much rooted and connected with the local qualities. Here we are in Tokyo, close by the presidential gardens and the Imperial Palace and the Central Station. The hotel is actually the 4 floors on the very top. So what we decided to do is actually to connect the arrival at that level from the parking, because you enter in a parking, which is very typical in Tokyo. You cross a very busy town, very dense, a little bit congested, chaotic, and we created this sense of arrival moving up to the 40th floor, and actually not using the space in order to give you the sense of the views from the bay to the palace. Not using space for any function in Tokyo, I tell you, it's a challenge. Bulgari Roma, the building was existing, built in the 30s in order to create the background for the beautiful tomb of the emperor. What we did is actually to somehow finish the story. We designed an interior that was, could be supposed existing at that time, but more important, we connected the square with the small street behind, giving the sense of the fragility and the quality of this slender membrane in between 2 different densities of the cities. And of course, the rooftop has an unbelievable views in Rome. This project is very important for us. This building is the headquarters for the very important utility company in Milano. It's becoming like an acropolis, because Milano is quite low, and now growing like something very unusual in the middle of nothing, because it's south side Milano. You see it from everywhere, really pointing out the fact that the city will develop also south side, which is not exactly what had been happening in the past year. It was very important when we won this competition for us, not to make the tower, of course, it's always good and nice for an architect to build a landmark, but to open the boundaries and to make the site very porous in order to connect what is in this side of the rail yard, in development as well, and the other side of the rail yard, where the Fondazione Prada is, which is a very, very cultural and important node in Milano. Doing so, we started actually promoting the redesign of the whole area from the tower to the center. So the fact that we were opening the boundary between two parts of the city was so relevant that at the end the project has been somehow involved and engaged in creating a completely new relationship between the very center of Milano. Piazza Medaglie d'Oro is 500 meters from the cathedral, through Piazza Trento, which is the place where the tower will be, is the rail yard that is under development, a very, very important project in Milano, and the south side where actually the Olympic village will be, and the south side of Milano, where we have our, I would say, more changing and more developing area of the city, changing again, transforming itself. So the new city, the city of the future, will be the city of today, but transforming, embracing new responsibility, creating new targets, actually being less urban, more human, and probably more attached to memories and sense of identity. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia, for sharing those thoughts. It's really important that we make societies and cities more human and less urban. Thank you so much. For the guests that have joined us recently, a kind reminder to register by the front desk. We do have cards, name tags for you as well. And Kudo AI is shared for us this day, for the next 3 days. If you'd like, please do scan the QR code on either left and right side of the screen. You'll have access to live translations, and we offer it in various languages. Upcoming, our next speaker brings a unique perspective on shaping the world. We invite Mr. Ole Scheren, the acclaimed architect behind iconic structures like the Interlace in Singapore and the CCTV headquarters in Beijing.
As the founder and chief designer, Bruno Ole Scheren, he is known for challenging conventions and exploring the narrative potential of architecture. When curiosity drives us to rethink how we work, think, and connect, his work stands out as a testament to the new possibilities that we can discover. His keynote, Between Memory and Possibility, will delve into how we can use fiction as a design tool to build integrated urban ecosystems for the future, creating cities that are both sustainable and deeply human. Let's give a warm welcome to Ole Scheren.
Good morning, Hong Kong. Good morning, BODW. It was curiosity that brought me to this part of the world a long time ago. It was 1992, the beginning. I had traveled many parts of the world as a young man. I'd seen a lot of Europe. I'd been to America, Latin America. And I was wondering, what is China? And I realized that nobody could tell me anything about China at the time. It wasn't in the media. People had not been. China had not been open to real tourism yet. And I thought the only way to find out is to go and see. I arrived in Hong Kong in '92, a big adventure, even landing between the buildings at the old airport. And I took some pictures of a city that was incredibly intense, and that probably had already one of its heydays, one of the really intense and powerful moments of Hong Kong. I crossed the river, I took a picture of the skyline, and thought, what a city. But from here, I set out to explore China. I took a boat up the river to Guangzhou. We were on the boat. And it was an incredible experience because it was a country that had no infrastructure yet. I came to places, there were no hotels. We had to sleep with construction workers on the floor. And I traveled through a country that showed me a lot of new things, things that in a way rewrote the script of what we thought as Europeans the world looked like. And I felt an incredible potential and power in that. I went through the country all the way to the west to Kunming and saw many, many places. Of course, I also came through Shenzhen, and Shenzhen at the time, there was no Shenzhen yet. It was just beginning, so I actually didn't notice what it was. And we saw, all of you saw, Shenzhen grow over the past 3 decades to now one of the incredible metropolises of the world and one of the most fascinating stories of urbanization altogether. And watching those 3 decades and watching the change, and in parts becoming part of the change, I think it inspired us to really speculate on the future of the city, on what architecture could be for the city. And it inspired us to think about what possibilities the world may have to address the future. And it created a context that was so explicitly about the question of the future. And that was a very powerful moment for me, and one that started a journey that then came to many other chapters. 10 years later, 2002, I came back to China, to Beijing this time. It was a very different moment. Beijing had just won the Olympic Games for 2008. There was an incredible energy in the city, and the city planners presented a vision of China's and Beijing's future, and it was clear it was all about the skyscraper. At OMA, at the time, we conceived a building that was an anti-skyscraper, that was no longer about just being tall and vertical, but that wanted to do something else. I think this project was also really a milestone in international collaboration in architecture. I was heading a team from the beginning of the competition to the completion of 300 architects and engineers in Europe, in China, across Asia and the United States. We worked on a 24-hour cycle of collaboration and exchange. And I think it became really a testament to what could be possible if we all come together and work together. But it wasn't really just the architecture and the engineering that made the project, I think, meaningful. It was realizing that a piece of architecture could become something completely different. It could become part of culture. It could become part of everyday life. And it could start to resonate, and this was a cover of That's Beijing. It's like a Time Out magazine that announces what's happening in the city. And all of a sudden, there was the building together with Karl Lagerfeld, Donatella Versace, Wong Kar-wai. So many figures of culture as if it had become a persona itself. And I think that was meaningful because suddenly architecture transcended the boundaries of architecture and meant something else. It was the background for the broadcast of the Olympic Games in 2008, and it became a popular background for many things, also for weddings at the time. It was, of course, a time when the weather in Beijing was still not always very nice. So nonetheless, nobody was deterred to find a vantage point with the building behind. It was re-engineered in sugar as a wedding cake as well. And of course, there was a critical discussion, front page of the New York Times, would this be the future of architecture or not? But then I got a call very early in the morning, 6 a.m. Somebody said, have you seen it? Have you seen it? I said, what are you talking about? She said, it's in The Simpsons. So at this point, we realized we had made it. The vision of the building was to create a huge loop of interconnected activities, to connect all the program of TV making, bring all the people together. I think the vision was really to create a great collective, and it was an idea to resonate with China because that scale and that many people could only be possible here. And it was the idea of this being together. But it was a building that, at the same time, still wrapped all these people in a fairly abstract shell and facade. So it became a very strong figure, but at the same time, it did not communicate everything that was happening inside to the outside. So in my further work and projects, I started to be interested in how we could dissolve architecture, how we could make it more communicative, how we could create connections to both nature and city in a different way so that buildings could speak. When I designed Mahanakhon, the tallest tower in Thailand, in Bangkok, I dissolved the mute shaft of the tower with this pixelated structure to introduce the scale of human inhabitation in otherwise scaleless mega buildings. When we did interlace, the idea was to no longer build towers. The brief had asked me for 12 towers. I toppled the towers, stacked them up horizontally to create an interconnected space for community, for people coming together, but also very importantly for nature to flow through the building. And actually with this building, we could realize 112% of the nature that was on site. Because we had stacked things horizontally, we could green in all the terraces. So suddenly a building would not take away from nature, but multiply nature. And I thought 20 years ago that there are maybe 3 fundamental things that we should pursue in architecture. And simple things, because back then it was very fashionable to talk about lifestyle. Everything was about lifestyle. It was cool, and nobody knew what lifestyle really meant. But it was on every developer's advertising, on every communication. And I said, maybe we have to go back to much more fundamental principles. Nature, community, and space. And what does it mean? What does it stand for? I think it captures sustainability, green, biophilia, carbon neutral. Of course, nature is an appeal to ecology and the planet, but it is also an appeal to a quality of life that reconnects the urban environment to the natural environment. Community, well-being, social inclusivity, all terms that today I think have taken the place of that, but it's also about diversity, history. What does it mean that we all live together? And space ultimately is the tool through which we work and express ourselves. We create connectivity, flexibility, excitement, but also excitement and discovery. And I think this is so important that things don't become like living in a rendering. There are so many renderings these days, and there are more and more spaces when you actually go there. You feel like you have just entered the rendering you saw on a computer. And I don't think this is really how we may want to live. If we want to update these 3 terms further, I think nature also really stands for a concept of resilience. How can we prepare for a challenging future? How can we prepare architecture and the spaces we live in for the changing conditions of the planet and environment? Community, of course, encompasses humanity. How do we actually live together? And what is the space of togetherness? And space, ultimately, I think has a fundamental value in a world in which everything becomes increasingly digital. It's non-digital, and it brings us physically together, and I think that importance will not wane over time. We are now incredibly busy with a lot of projects. We have 20. Of course, the other thing you learn in China is scale. Scale that you could never imagine or have imagined 20 years ago. We're now building 20 million square feet currently through 12 construction sites. And of course, now it's also about these new possibilities that we're working on, in which we keep exploring those principles and those ideas. The first one is the headquarters for Tencent. We call it Tencent Helix. It's a project that sort of, through a very expressive movement, not only creates connectivity inside the building, but actually of the building to a large park and urban landscape around it. And it is about how to integrate a building in this wider context. The building is the same size of CCTV. It's 500,000 square meters, 5 million square feet, double the size of Apple campus in California. And scale is a particular challenge. How do you work with that? So we created a starting point of 4 towers, but split them further up to create the right size of a work and office environment. And then we took those towers and twisted them at the bottom in that helix movement to create connectivity between everyone and a space that could be shared. This space further becomes a huge garden that sits between the towers and generates an internal oasis, basically, again, between nature, outdoor and indoor, a space of communality and sharing. And further, the movement then reaches out into the city, into the master plan, to create coherence and connectivity of a piece of urban planning that was missing the idea of how things could come together. The building, of course, also, as a headquarters, always carries a representative function and really a kind of focal point for the company to bring their staff together. So the idea was really to have this helix at the center, a vortex movement that creates a social domain with lobby entrances towards the bottom, collaborative zones at the space of the helix itself, and work and innovation focused in the towers above. The idea was to have this gradient of different possibilities, of space, of usage, of how people come together from the convergent to the individual. And you see this enormous ecosystem. 25,000 people will work in this building, and you have a sense of not only the enormous scale, but then how we both structure the building in very focused, efficient parts, extremely flexible for a future, and at the same time, highly interconnected to create community, to create green and collaboration at the core of this movement. The base itself forms an urban forum that, in a way, extends out to create a very strongly connected and in itself urban platform in connection to the city. Space is open and closed, and this is the vortex garden between the towers. So this whole ecosystem of working, thinking, collaborating, and nature is really what makes the building the core idea of the building. And that translates into a whole series of sustainability principles with microclimate cooling, extensive studies of wind and airflow, certain greenery strategies in those terraces, natural ventilation where we can open the skylight of the big lobby and at certain times of the year also naturally ventilate huge parts and volumes of the building. There's a sponge city concept with complete water retention. We designed a huge lake that doubles up not only as a visual feature, but actually as a sustainability element for water retention, renewable energies, etc., that make this building a future piece. This is the location. It's on the very west of Shenzhen, but it's actually the geographic center of the Bay Area, and construction is starting this month, and we've already completed mock-ups of the facades optimized for solar performance. A second headquarters we're also working on in Shenzhen that we call the Shenzhen Wave. The starting point really was, what is work now? Work is no longer just work. Work is about collaboration. But we also want, as we said, we want nature, we want green, we want spaces to break out to, and we want the idea of a diverse environment in which we can come together, in which we can not only work, but also in a way open things up to chance encounter and to togetherness. So this building creates a huge volume of workspaces traversed by a diagonal atrium. Each floor plate is the size of 2 football fields. So it's no longer architecture, actually. The building is so large that inside we have to conceive an idea of urbanism. So you have streets, avenues, districts, plazas, like in a city. People come together, people go to their home or desk or work. And I think this notion of an interior urbanism, I think, is highly exciting not only to create a dynamic space for productivity, but also for future resilience and flexibility, because on a floor plate like that, you can do almost anything over time. We lifted this huge volume off of the ground to not create an urban blockage, create a big public plaza underneath and porosity through the building. Then we shifted the plates of this big work stack, as I call it, in order to create complete terraces on the perimeter so that there's, again, a full connectivity of inside space and outside space. And then this waving movement traverses the volume, creates a bulge at the top and the bottom, the lobby, and a communal node of activity connected by this diagonal atrium. Normally, atriums are vertical, and actually they don't connect much. You have to look down, and it's very hard to use them. So I thought, what if we make an atrium that is like a grand staircase? You can actually walk up, and you also have a much better and different sense of visual connectivity. And we decentralized the circulation in this project and allowed through patios, air shafts, and this diagonal atrium a completely different sense of connectivity throughout the project. And as it traverses the floor plates, this atrium oscillates and creates, again, an infusion of nature and collective space in the space of work, until you finally arrive at the very top in this node. Also here, extensive strategies for environmental sustainability, but I think equally important is really always the question of how do we feel in a building? Is a building giving people a space that they want to be in? Because I think only that can be a meaningful building, not only measured by a CO2 footprint. And you see this sense of this incredible community inside the building, the diagonal atrium traversing it. And I was just in Shenzhen the day before yesterday, and we took some pictures of the progress of the project. And it's quite intense to see a 140-meter-long piece of architecture float in the air. And this is the space at the very top. And you realize that when you're up there, you stand under the sky of a skylight, but you see down there who's coming into the lobby 200 meters away from you. So that sense of social connectivity, in a way, really translates through the space. The third project, also, we're very busy with tech headquarters these days. Somehow it started, and it's the third one for JD.com. So we're doing the headquarters for some of China's biggest tech companies. Here, the starting point, it's in the middle of the Super HQ base in Shenzhen, so a highly dense area. So the question was, again, how could we bring the cityscape and the naturescape together? How could we fuse almost with an idea of a Chinese calligraphy and painting? How could we thread a path of nature and discovery through the towers, break down the enormous scale of the two towers, and in a way make them porous and open? And there's this scenic pathway, we call it Scenic City, that delivers diverse experiences, narratives, stories as you move through the building, and that really give, again, every single floor plate and every instance of every office space connectivity to the outside and connectivity to the others in the building. And it becomes this really lyrical passageway that you could climb and meander through the entirety of the project, but that also, of course, comes to speak to the outside with that idea. And it's another iteration of my question, how can we make buildings speak? How can they not only swallow up people? When buildings get very big, there are many people inside, but you never have a notion of that. They simply disappear. And I wanted to find ways to communicate the activity of people back to the city, and in that sense, give the energy of a building back to the city. Also, this project is topping out and nearing completion in Shenzhen. We then went to Hangzhou and continued our exercise on the city block, a massive, huge block of the urban grid that we simply started to hollow out. We created a three-dimensional space between two sides that would communicate. One side, main office usage, the other, a hotel. But these terraces suddenly congregate meeting rooms, collaborative spaces, ballrooms, all the different facilities of the hotel to celebrate a sense of togetherness and yet again bring nature back into the equation. You see an outer envelope that kind of creates an urban shield to the context and this inner sense of oasis and intensity that embeds the project in part of the green belt that connects the historic city center to the river. The idea of these terraces, in a way, become a space of public activity and of urban excitement. You can be on one and watch people on the others. And I think this whole voyeuristic spectacle of the city is one of the important things of the excitement of the city. We're together and we experience ourselves together. It will also be part of a possibility for the company developing the project to show their art collection on the terraces. So it's really a vision of culture, art, nature, and urban space to come together. Also, this project soon about to complete. Now I want to completely switch scale to something very, very small and intimate, a little boutique hotel, 100 rooms in the Philippines, in the jungle. I wanted to make a piece of project that would even further dissolve, that you would not even see as you come there. You arrive and you simply have a path through nature, through the jungle. And as you arrive, you hardly notice the hotel. It's a journey that brings you on some plateaus. You descend into caves. Moments become very dark. You emerge. You find waterfalls, almost as if you found a lost ancient city in the jungle. And finally, you reach the ocean and look back and realize where you are. It's a small project. We created a single slab so that every room would have full view of the ocean. We lifted the slab to allow for this continuous journey through the jungle underneath. And then we slightly curved the slab to create an embrace of the view and the water in front. The idea for the facade was to use the vernacular of the colonial architecture, arches and depth. The facades were never flat. So I started to create a membrane, a kind of environmental membrane of a series of arches as a filter between the outside and the inside. Depth, natural ventilation, pools and water that create a microclimate filter and buffer between the hot outside and the naturally cooled inside. The inside tells a story that doesn't look like a hotel, that really looks like being in homes and being in a very intimate place and environment. Also, this project has topped out and will finish next year. And finally, a project that goes even a step further. It's a project for one of China's important wine or liquor makers, Wulangye. And so it is a project about the story of wine. And wine was always a story of culture, of people coming together, of enjoyment, of time, and in a way, part of an idea of storytelling. The location is near a river, and the site is marked by a big canyon that cuts into it. So I thought maybe we should almost not change anything on that situation, and we should conceive a building that would simply extend the canyon, that would embed itself completely into the nature, and that would in ways tell a story of flow, from a spring, a piece of water that joins the river, a space that would tell a story of the making of wine, of the relationship of nature and cultivation, but that would become an experience of complete nature, movement, and time. So it's a series of sort of chapters that if you move along through the buildings and through the space in between, an idea really of scripting and writing a narrative, almost like a film script, that if you move through the building and what you experience. The key spaces between the various exhibits are based on the shape of Chinese vessels and drinking pieces that sort of create sculptural moments in which exhibits and people sort of realize that sometimes there are consequences. The wine created the glass and the cup itself is an interesting spatial element. And we basically observe and explore all of these in a big sensory environment. The project is close to one of the largest bamboo forests in the world. So we also used bamboo as a membrane, if you like, as a filter, again, between the natural environment around the buildings and the buildings themselves. And the bamboo forms a kind of climate buffer where natural ventilation comes through into the shaded parts, enters these vessels, can exit at the top, and through this we achieve natural cooling, again, without any effort of energy throughout the structure. And here it is, this flow, and the flow of storytelling, and the way that architecture can maybe embed us into intense emotional and sensory experiences. And the idea that architecture maybe sometimes completely can disappear and take a step back and put in the foreground the people and their lives and their stories as they unfold. 10 years ago, it was really not the time for manifestos. I thought I should still try a little manifesto. And I thought, for so long, architecture had followed a mantra of form following function. This was written early on, and it stood for such a long time. And of course, architecture has to function. But I thought it should really do more than that. It should do something else. It should maybe focus on fiction as the idea of the imagination of the lives of people in the buildings and structures we create. The idea of narratives, the idea of memories, the idea of what people may do, part of what we imagine and part what people themselves live and experience, and thereby entering a system of a reciprocal creativity, if you like. The vision of the architecture, but an openness for others to take on the story and make it their own story, rewrite the story, overlay it with new stories. And in that sense, a system of perpetual reinvention and perpetual curiosity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sharon, for sharing the importance of storyline when you design an environment and how we need to keep our imaginations alive to create those stunning, beautiful designs. Thank you very much. And for our guests that are currently with us, we have a new Kudo AI QR code right above that will be shared on the left and right side of the screen. By scanning the QR code, you have access to instant translations by our AI service, and also using your smart device, you'll be able to access the captions. Please do use the QR codes on the left and right for the latest updates.
And next, we will welcome a pivotal figure in the world of design, Michele De Lucchi. As the founder of AMDL Circle and a key voice in transformative movements like the Memphis, his work has consistently challenged and expanded our understanding of form and function.
With a career spanning decades, Michele has created iconic works across both industrial and cultural institutions. At the heart of his practice is curiosity, an engine of human evolution. In his upcoming keynote, Curiosity Is, he explores how curiosity fuels his research and experimentation, driving him to always create something new. Please join me in welcoming architect. Coming up is Mr. Michele De Lucchi.
Buongiorno, good morning. Curiosity is ... That means everybody is free to decide what curiosity is. Because for sure, it's not a law, it's not something, it's not a rule. Everybody should feel curiosity for what he decides, for what deserved to be for him. I have to tell you something. I love animals. And I spent the summer, many hours during the summer, to look to a ant hill that came up in the garden of my house in Lago Maggiore, that is north of Milan, down of the Alps. And it was really fantastic to see how ants behave. I hope not to offend anybody, but we are animals. Me, I'm an animal, and humans are animals, very special kind of animals, but we are animals. And I think we can get a lot of inspirations from animals. Yeah, I'm not a vegetarian. I'm not fully vegetarian, but I live, my family, my 4 children and my wife, they are vegetarian. I'm not. And I've decided to become vegetarian now. Because I really, I love animals, and I think that we can get a lot of information for the future. Especially from insects, because insects are bringing a lot of fantastic way to live in communities, especially ants, for example. And I tell you, it was really wonderful to watch how ants behave. Ants, in any case, are wonderful architects and designers. They built unbelievable constructions, unbelievable ant hills, without any machine, nothing, as they're not their arms. I don't know if they are arms, but just because they are organized and they know how to do, and they built up something that is, I tell you, is 670 times the eye of an ant. And as human, we did our tallest building is only 587 times our height. So they are fantastic, and they are fantastic not only because they built these unbelievable structures, but also because they know how to do. You know, inside an ant hill, there are cuniculus, there are tunnels, there are piazza, there are streets, and everything is working in a natural way without any forced ventilations. Everything is natural. Everything is perfectly working. Everything is perfectly repairable, and they have zero emission. And when the building is too old, they move and they build another one, without any worry. Yeah, and during this summer, looking to this ants hill, I thought, but which is the difference between ant hills and humans? And I realized that there is a big difference. And the big difference is that they know what to do. They don't question themselves what to do, how to do. They don't argue. They don't argue at all. They know perfectly what to do and how to treat the other individuals. And yeah, because they have this fantastic way of organizing themselves. They are workers, they are nuns, every kind of professions are perfectly decided, and everybody knows what they are. But we are very different because we have something else that they don't have. We have the awareness, and we know what we do. At least we try to know, and we are in some way feeling responsible for what we do, and they don't. We have this specific part of our brain that is always looking for something different, and is a part of the brain where we become curious. And curiosity is the big difference between ants and humans. This happened since the beginning. You know, we are very, very young animals because the recent studies and the recent explorations, they understood that we are 300,000 years old only. Some animals are much, much more older than what we are. And we have this a strange relation with the nature, with the world, with everything that happens in this planet. And since a few decades, because it's not so much, we became also aware that we are responsible for what we do, because the planetary resources are limited, and we cannot go on using continuously something that at the end will be no longer available. And we love trees. You know that in the recent discoveries, we understood, somebody understood that we learn to walk not on the floor, not on the ground, but we learn to walk on the trees. And this young lady, 13 years old, that has been discovered in Ethiopia, the name is Lucy. She died because she fell down from a tree, because she was walking on some branches on the trees. And this kind of curiosity that we feel inside ourselves, this kind of excitement, time by time, we feel that we want to know. What is strange is that curiosity is working only for what we know that can be achieved. Something that cannot be achieved is not interesting for curiosity. Our curiosity mind is very much capable to understand what can be feasible and what not. And this is what is very much driving me to throughout my researches and throughout my analyzing my way of thinking and my way of designing. And just analyzing my way of analyzing, I understood that my curiosity is very limited, because what is fantastic is when happens something that I was not looking for. Is this a fantastic phenomenon of serendipity? I don't know if you know, I think you know what serendipity is. Is when you are looking for something and you find something else. When you are walking on this way and suddenly you look on the other side and you see that what you are looking is not there, but there. Yes, serendipity is fantastic. And this is really the big advantage of human being. Compared to ants, we are able to change our mind. We are able to change our curiosity, our ambitions, our desires. serendipity is really the big secret for not only for architects and designers, but for everybody that is looking for something. To be always ready to discover something that was not in your plan, but that for some reason suddenly wonderfully happened and came out. You know, the scientists, physicians, they know and they try to explain that the world is very chaotic. The reality, especially the subatomic reality, is very chaotic. Everything is chaotic. The universe itself is chaotic. And we are, as humans, we are fantastic because we believe in chaos. We believe that everything is in some way working differently from any consistent step. And that everything that is very, very logic has always some more different motivations. And what curiosity is than not motivation? Our brain is divided in two parts. Well, you know, the rational side and the emotional side. And doesn't exist anybody that has only one part of the brain. Everybody has the two parts of the brain. And everybody is rich enough to have part of both. And nobody can say, I'm only rational. Nobody, because if somebody say, I'm rational, I'm fully rational, and I am only rational, for sure, just in the moment in which he is saying, I am only rational, he will discover that he has an emotional side that is driving such a sentence, such a declaration. Design, but everything, every kind of decision we make is always a combination about emotions and rationality. And you know what is fantastic? Is that we are much more aware about emotions than not about rationality. And in our memory are much more memorizable our emotions than not our thoughts and our consistent decisions. Now, just because we are this mix of emotions and rationality, now we became very much responsible for what is happening and what we do to change the world, because we are continuously changing the world. And this is the lucky situation, because we know that we are changing, and we know that everything is changing, and we know that this process of changement is very, very active today, very, very extraordinary, and in some way, we know that everything will change rapidly and rapidly. Something that itself, a lot of this changement is the possibility to interfere between the different disciplines. And this combination of disciplines is what makes curiosity much more alive than not in other time. This is wonderful because technology, digital data, everything we have today is very much simplifying the way we have to bring together knowledge coming from different sides. And this, I believe, is the spirit of the time of today. I believe very much in the spirit of the time, because I passed by through many different times, from many different epochs. And I remember very well when, with some friends, we founded this strange movement called Memphis in the 80s. And I remember very much the atmosphere. The atmosphere and this kind of, this ghost that was passing by our minds in the time that allowed us to create Memphis and to believe that it was the right time to do something special, something very exciting, something very extravagant. And at the time, we thought that extravagancy was the best way to face the world. What I understood also is that every time, as in some ways, is the contrary than the time before. And as much as exuberance and extravagancy was the topic in the 80s, in the 90s, we created minimalism, we created very, very clean shapes, and we were looking for a totally different visual message and iconic message. I always teach to my students the first day of academic year to learn to understand in which epoch we are, because it's very important for an architect, for a designer, to understand which are the ambitions of the world. And every time has specific feelings, as a specific behavior, and as specific ambitions. Generally, we are looking for wonder. Wonder is really what is bringing excitement, and yes, we can also say that everything that innovative, everything that is unexpected is a kind of wonder that we need to feed our curiosity, but I will say more our motivation to go on. Everything should be in some way driven by wonder today, because there's so much in the world to see, too much to experiment, that we have to put a grain, a seed of wonder in everything we do. Since 2 decades, I came closer and closer to the world of art. And I started to design also installations, art installations, and to work in a small scale. A small scale is very helpful because you can experiment a lot. You can experiment very much without fears. Because fear is the most dangerous feelings that we have within ourselves, and that is paralyzing very often the innovation and the search of something new. And when we do small installation, when I work with my hands like an artisan, like a craftsman, I feel that I can make any mistake I want, because I know that I can repair. And this feeling that I can change immediately every mistake is a wonderful state of mind. And you know, very often you have to compare something that is very hard with something that is very soft, something that is very lightful with something that is very very dark. The world is done by opposite. Something that is very ugly with something that is very beautiful. And working through opposite is very helpful. We continuously do, because, you know, when we are deciding the images to present our project, we are always going from one opposite to the other. When I was younger, I used to print the photography in the dark room, and was always going first to go to dark, after to go to light, and to find out the right balance in the center. And what I feel today, that is something that we feel in every part of the world, we feel very, very deeply inside ourselves, is that there's a balance between density and openness. And this kind of this kind of feeling between what is dense and what is very open is something that we want for ourselves continuously. Yes, we are happy to live in the cities, but we want to live in the countryside. We love to live in the countryside, but we want to go to the cities. This kind of balance between what is empty and what is full is a continuous feeling that is driving and feeding our emotions. And that's the reason why one of my recent projects is just a brick. It is a brick, but it's not a brick to build up buildings. It's a brick to save space. And I did this brick that is a very simple brick with written "Leave it be," in a way that we can build some. We can close some areas where we do not go, where humans are not allowed to touch nothing, and to see nature working as nature wants to work. So I did this in the garden of my atelier, and you see, they're just brick not to use space, but to save space. And it is a very simple message that I do, to be always aware that we are using even this wonderful material that is space. That is a wonderful material that if we use too much, we are not able to renovate. And I tell you, I'm very much in love with wood. Wood is suitable only for small buildings. To do big buildings in wood is not convenient, is not intelligent, and is ugly, because big buildings in wood are really a nonsense. But small buildings in wood are really wonderful. And wood is a wonderful material, a material that we have to discover in the most natural way. Since 2 years, I'm designing the house for myself. I take a long time, because it's a house for me when I will be older, with me and my wife. So I take time, because I don't want to step in this phase of my life. And I change continuously mind. But mainly, the idea is to build up a small house for my wife and me, only in wood, stones, and nothing else. I mean, without glue, without concrete, without cement, with as less plastic as possible. And to check each material, how it combines with other materials, how much durable it is. Wood is very durable, you know that. The wooden building that are 1,000 years old. And especially wood that is coming directly from the forest is wonderful because you feel, I tell you, you feel that is an undiscovered material. We don't know nothing about wood. You know what is moon wood, for example? Moon wood is not wood coming from the moon. It's wood that has been cut in the last moon of the year, where the lymph is totally out, and the wood coming from the last moon of the year is much more resistant to worms, much more resistant and for longevity. And we can build with a solid wood, because as much wood as we use, as much we can plant trees, and we can make the world much nicer. So since few years I'm designing and building small houses just with wood, without glue, in a way that we can breathe the wonderful smell of wood. It's wood that is not coming from the industry, it's coming directly from the forest. And this is what makes this wood special. It will make some more years to finish my house, but not because I don't want. The reason is that I don't want to become old. And in the meanwhile, I do small poetic wooden houses around Italy and around Europe. And as I told you, I don't like to glue the wood, because glue is a synthetic material that in some way it doesn't fit with wood. And instead, I sew the wood, and I understood that it's possible to build wonderful houses just using different techniques. Wood is wonderful because it's long-lasting, but especially it's lasting in a way that we perceive that it's lasting, that is getting old. And when you have a material that is such close to human perception, you understand that this is the right way. Well, the last things. You know that in the hand sale, there are always very clear rules. There are hands for this, hands for that, hands for that. There are policemen, there are workers, there are nurseries, but there are also ants disturbing. There are ants that their role is to disturb all the others. To disturb in a very nice way, very, very delicate way, not killing anybody for sure, but just disturbing. Because we need it. We need, as I told you, the opposite. We need always somebody that is disturbing, because if somebody is disturbing, is a wonderful help to discover something new, and is a beautiful help to have some curiosity for something that has to come. I imagine that you want to know what I'm thinking today. Yes, today my curiosity is to see how we can develop in the future without growing. Our economy is based on growing of population, on growing of techniques, on growing of science. And we need to grow in science, in technology, in everything. But this is what we have to be curious for. Thank you.
Thank you, architect Michele De Lucchi. Discourse and serendipity are awesome topics for creating design. Thank you for sharing your wisdom.
As we explore the future of urban living, it's a privilege to welcome a voice that has shaped the conversation around social housing and equity. The next speaker is Walter Mariotti, the Executive Editorial Director of the esteemed Dominus magazine. Under his leadership, Domus has been a vital role as a platform for discussing housing as a fundamental right and the role architecture plays in our lives.
Walter's work highlights how Italian architecture beautifully blends curiosity, freedom, and civil rights. From the Renaissance piazzas that encourage public engagement to the innovative social housing projects, architects have sought to create spaces to create democratic participation.
It's inspiring to see how architects advocate for social equity through thoughtful design, building communities that support inclusion and fairness.
Now let's give a big warm welcome to Walter Mariotti.
Good morning. Thank you for this invitation, and I'm very proud to be here also on the behalf of my president, Maria Giovanna Mazzocchi, who says buongiorno and thank you. This morning, I try to bring you on a path developing between curiosity, desire, beauty, and humanity, civil rights of humanity. These days, we try to talk about curiosity. We start from curiosity. So I'd like to talk to you about one of the most debated and difficult curiosity, the curiosity about the balance between nature and culture, which is the great box containing all the authors. Among these, the curiosity between the balance of architecture and landscape, and city and territory. In our life, curiosity reigns sovereign. Is the balance between nature and culture possible? And if it's possible, how do we achieve it? I'll say right away, I don't have an answer, and I'm afraid one doesn't exist. Certainly is not the objective of my speech this morning, which is rather in the spirit of what Roland Barthes thought about architecture. Not give answer, but to try to reformulate the questions. To do this, we need to start by debunking some common misconception, the first of which is surely the myth of nature and its balance. As Michele has just taught, to say that nature is balanced, unlike man, and that man breaks this natural balance, means asserting that there exists a monolithic state toward which every ecosystem would tend. Without man, nature, that is the territory, animals, plants, and in a higher sense, the cosmos, would automatically tend towards a point of balance. But this is not true. It's imaginary. It's even worse, it's false. The balance of nature, or balanced nature, is a misleading idea, a scientific delusion, or a rhetorical mystification, which has dramatic consequences, especially in the relationship between us and the nature itself. The idea of a natural balance, of a cosmos against a chaos, start at the origin of the Western thoughts with Anaximander and culminates with Aristotle's Organon, continuing with Thomas of Aquinas, whose ideas will last until our times, even though the Renaissance rediscovered Lucretius, who laughed at the order and balance universe, claiming to announce unheard all things. Lucretius burst into conservative Rome of the 5th century before Christ. For Lucretian, the revolution Locke kept silent was that nature is chaotic, is atomic, is governed by randomness, and therefore is unbalanced. It's not a cynical, it's indifferent. And this indifference is what brings us from the darkness of ignorance to the light of reason and reveals truth. Among this truth, that the universe, or rather the innumerable universes, are in balance thanks to the balance and opposite forces. And to understand this, we need to use one of human quality, which is detachment, which is epoche, which is ataraxia. From Lucretius to Giordano Bruno, that you see on the picture, the step is short. For Bruno, nature is not configured as a scientific procedure made of regularity and logic, but is animated by magic. Bruno's universe, it's open, is uncertain, it's mobile, it's populated by infinite worlds and infinite creatures, without a center, a cosmos which is very chaotic, that the same of the current science, which explain how very small variation in initial condition are enough to have completely unpredictable trajectories. In life of an ecosystem, as Stephen Jay Gould explains, the path of evolution is never entirely identical. The balance of ecosystem is an invention. On the contrary, precisely because of the chaotic progression of population, plants, and territory, it's possible that sooner or later, an entire group of animals or plants inhabiting a forest or savanna will disappear completely. In short, if man is an agent of chaos, is the last element of chaos. There are too many external and internal factors that modify the states and parameters of an ecosystem to think that the oscillation of reality are balanced by natural forces in a delicate energy, population, and ultimately ecological balance. So the first common misconception allows us to delve into another, the difference between territory, natural and uncontaminated, pure, and landscaping, meaning anthropized and sick territory. Well, if landscape is the greatest value of a country and community, particularly the Italian one, then we must ourselves that has happened especially in Italy. The feeling, and not just the feeling, is that for too many years, not only rhetoric and ego, but municipal regulations seem to have been the real architect working in Italy, with a host of other professionals who had achieved maximum skill in transferring their ideological mania to reality and regulation to find the maximum possible advantage within the norm, perhaps precisely in the name of an idea, or worse, an ideology. The feeling, to use Salvatore Setti's word, is that behind the aesthetic of the territory, those who build houses, neighborhoods, cities, have often forgotten to embody not only ideological or economical or individual values, but collective, essential ones, principles and indices of meaning that for individual and indeed collective horizon or right, aspiration, vision and curiosity, to which not only politics but society, individual clients respond, and first and foremost, the architect and the designers. This is perhaps the point central here. The development of society, of digital globalization, of megacities, has brought to the forefront the role and the value of architecture and design. stripping it from the mystical aura of a discipline for initiate, for an elite, of privileged thinkers, of distance from the real world, and finds an unavoidable point here. Today, architecture and design are not just matter for architects and designers, in the sense that they are too serious matter to be left only to architects and designers. Architecture and design today are our personal inner matter for individuals who don't want to delegate their will only to professionals. Today, architecture and design are matter of desire, are matter of curiosity, are matter of returning back to desire and curiosity. Today, if people don't return desiring architecture and design, we risk to lose everything. Design, therefore. The question of desire comes from afar, especially in Italy. In the last 40, 50 years, there has been a tendency toward caring for one's own well-being and security with a narrow vision of ourselves as community of individuals, especially in Italy, but not only in Italy. Everything seems to be dominated by other priorities, the first of which is securing ourselves within our fence against external supposed dangers, seeking maximum private comfort inside, and therefore, as far as the relationship with the rest of the world is concerned, possibly ignoring and letting public space essentially become no man's space. We have, in this sense, arrived at the opposite of architecture and design, which are not private disciplines, private industries, private profession, but public common goods. The cultural role of institutions such as Domus, the Venice Biennale, we heard Carlo Ratti, and also BODW, is therefore to bring back the desire of architecture, the desire of design, to show that things can be done differently, that more research are lost doing things badly, and not caring for the space in which we live and object we select in our home, in our offices, in our hospital, in our schools. It's an effort, design and architecture, before of being a profession. It's an effort of education, of common knowledge. It's an enrichment of ourselves. It's a matter, like Michele said, of awareness. Without architecture and design, we are all poorer and less free. Speaking of curiosity and balance, we have come to speak of desire. And that precisely what needs to be promoted. In Italy, one always feels a bit lost talking about desire. The tens of thousands of architecture and design students are lost. Thousands of professionals feel lost. This is why it's fundamental to reappropriate architecture and design, setting out on a journey again. Because a civilization needs architecture and design, but today it seems not to want to be disturbed and often seems to want to give up considering things could be done differently. While architecture and design are regenerative forces, they say how the space in which we live operate, in which we recognize ourselves as individuals, as citizens, as part of a community which can be organized. Architecture and design are the matrix of any balance, and perhaps the most important balance of all, the balance of space and the access to this space. This is the Campidoglio the symbol of the political and civil space in Italy. But the exercise of desire is the beginning of any development of human being. It's also becoming an individual paradigm. Economics teaches that given an efficient system, it can be made even more efficient. But that if it doesn't produce desire and beauty, we are all poorer. If a space or an object is not created to be desirable, it ends up being residual, and therefore it belongs to no one. Desire and beauty are the base of any civil and human rights, the inner sources of prosperity, community, and human evolution. Not only. This is the central square of my city, Siena, a masterpiece of a way where space was well distributed. This distribution, it's called awareness. Its awareness is the base of any civil right. The distribution was made by an elite, 9 prominent men, as you can see from the 9 divisions of the square, who at the beginning of the 12th century, after Christ, were leading the city and wants that the city should be distributed and beautiful by law. Not just in public buildings, but also in private buildings. Caring for the beauty, caring for the equal redistribution, caring for the quality of space in which we all live is the first act of acknowledgement of a civil building of humanity. Siena and any old Italian city demonstrate that architecture and design exist when the idea of one utility, my utility, keeps in mind the idea of the other utilities. And beauty is the balance between one's good and community good, the common good and the private good. The city is born from the recognition of private and public space. And all cities are a model in this, and even in Italy, even more. So, I'm going faster to finish. To bring this back into balance, we need to start again from culture. Whatever definition one can give to culture, culture was, is, and will be the possibility to choose the quality of the action one performs, the quality of active life. In this dimension, architecture and design are the goods of active life, for the complexion of existence that develops in a tough-out space. Culture, as you can see in this slide, is the opposite of voyeurism, is the opposite of big brothers, is the qualification of private initiative by caring for public initiative. Architecture and design, in this sense, are magical, because they are the bridge that make us constantly live in the crossing between individual and community, between society and private, between function and beauty. At the Domus, since 1928, architecture and design have been understood in this way, as a research for the present time that help building the space in which we organize our civilization, the space in which we recognize ourselves, the space through which we become part of human society. This is landscape that we traverse and make ours without being its owner, by which define us. The great progress made in design and construction technologies has often been used. The Article 9 of the Italian Constitution states that this is the Quirinale, where the President of Italy lives. The Article 9 states that the cure of the development and culture and scientific technical research protects the landscape and the historical and artistic heritage of the nation. The Italian Constitution recalls the centrality of culture in the horizon of citizen rights, but right to culture entails taking possession by citizens themselves of a patrimony of beauty and memory accumulated over the centuries. And this is the key to build a new reality, a new Italy, a new cities. Having arrived at beauty, however, we must return to Blade Runner, to a dystopic or utopic future. And Roy, the negative hero of Blade Runner, the android who has seen things normal people won't believe. He said, I've seen things human you believe, a tack ship on fire of the shoulder of Orion. I've seen sea beams glittering on the dark near the Tannhauser Gate. All these things will be lost in time, like tears in rain. Roy says this before dying, suggesting a way which was explored many centuries before the Greek philosopher Plotinus. Contrary to Roy, Plotinus solves the enigma of beauty. There are no beautiful ordinary things, only things we don't know how to look at. The artist reveals the extraordinary of the ordinary, not by distinguishing the ordinary from the extraordinary, but teaching how to look the ordinary with the eye of intensification. This is the secret of design and architecture, to give to our eyes the power of intensification that makes everything extraordinary. So only in this, the cosmos, it's unordinated chaos. Returning to the origin of our balance between curiosity and human beings, just a word about Göbekli Tepe. This is an incredible discovery for archaeologists 10,000 years before Christ. This is the demonstration that people get together not for practical things, but for the inspiration of beauty, the inspiration of something which gives us a meaning. So agriculture and needs was not at the foreign throne of humanity, transition to a stable life, but on the contrary, these hunter-gatherer societies built their structure in line with their spiritual belief. For needs that were anything but bread, it was the search of curiosity and the search of beauty about themselves. To reach beauty and keep the world, territory, and built environment, private and public good in balance, we start by not forget curiosity. And not forgetting curiosity and not forgetting beauty enters the world through details only when our true intention is behind the word. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Walter, for your words. The importance of balance of space, the desire for design, and of course, the care for culture.
That's right. Beauty is in the common good and in the private good. Now, we have a new QR code for Kudo AI. Would you all mind scanning that one? And you can get to know our script and also to do with the presentation. Walter's emphasis on the role of curiosity in fostering innovative spaces really set the tone for what we're striving for today. As we transition into this next session, Walter will take on the role of a moderator, guiding us through further explorations of design and technology.
We're about to witness a remarkable moment. It is our first panel discussion of the day, looking to the architectural titans whose work have reshaped our world. Joining us are Professor Carlo Ratti, once again, Patricia Viel, Ole Sharon, and Michele De Lucchi. All of them will be joining us on stage for their urban visions today. We're also thrilled to welcome Mr. Ma Yan-song. His keynote last year, Nature with Emotion, was truly inspiring, and he was also the winner of last night's DFA World's Outstanding Chinese Designer Award winner. Guiding our conversation once again, Walter will be our moderator.
Now, bringing these 5 distinct philosophies together on one stage is unprecedented. This isn't just a panel, it's a living laboratory of ideas. And we'll see the friction and synergy as these brilliant minds debate the soul of the city and offer glimpses of multiple possible urban features. The conversation will be as expansive and dynamic as the cities that they imagine. Let's welcome our panel.
Time's running.
So here we are, and at the institution and the top player of BODW understand the secret of the best moderation to invite top speakers. So this is the so. Thank you for being here, and let's start with Ma Yan-song, and hi Ma, and the theme this year here in Hong Kong is curiosity.
Curiosity.
What do you think about curiosity and how curiosity drives your work?
I think as architect, I'm also a normal person, other than professional role. I think we all, when we were young, we were a kid, we were curious about many things. A lot of architects, they are interested in drawings, and maybe science, maybe storytelling, and then now we become architects, making drawings to build the buildings, but we also doing curator, writer, and many other things. I think designers are curious about many things. Because I'm from China, so when I think about these buildings, that remind me the designers of the Chinese garden in the maybe 100 years ago. You know, they started from painting.
Yes.
It's not a drawing for construction. It's an imaginary painting. So they were a painter, and then they find the site and they do the planning, and then they master for material, they master for the spatial design, and then they also master the rocks, the trees, the water. You know, they make this Taihu rock sculpture, and they know. They look at the shape of this rock, and they find it in the nature, and then they sculpture a little bit, they put back in the water so that they know exactly which region they want to put this rock back to the water, and wait maybe another 5-10 years, and then they put it out, and they start to shape it as a part of this architecture. So it's not just now, like, what we understand about the profession, like only making drawings and then doing the building, but they're building the whole experience. And that's why the architecture back then was very emotional and spiritual, connected to people. I think that's also, you know, when you talk about nature, I think the people from past, they understand, they're more sensitive to nature than now, and they're more emotional connected to it. That's why they create some architecture that so coexist with nature. So I think that's because they treat the multi-profession or the cross-boundary as a very normal situation.
Carlo,
Yeah.
I have you have many things to say. Well, I suppose what Ma was saying, but I was impressed by your presentation and also by your Biennale because you made a great revolution in the Biennale, and. Do you want to say something about this change, this shifting between what was before the dimension of architect, like I was saying, and what is now? It's supposed to be now.
No, thank you. Thank you, Walter. First of all, I think it was great to collaborate with Ma at the Biennale, at the Chinese Pavilion, and then also in the Arsenale. Many things to say. Maybe going back to curiosity, what we were saying about how we can really redefine the boundaries of our profession. And again, the curiosity, it also, Michele was saying, it goes into other disciplines. It goes, for me, today the most beautiful thing is more and more biology, and how it's not just biomimicry, but really learning from the logic of nature and bringing that into design. And so anyway, that's, if you think, if it's about curiosity, that's what I'm particularly curious about. And the Biennale was more like a collective exercise to shape this curiosity together.
Patricia, when you were talking about the dimension of your work, your approach, you say that one important part is listening and seeing other culture. How difficult is this in a globalized world where the standards are becoming global aside from the differences?
It is easy, because actually what is very, very global is the fact that humans will be living in urban contexts. Despite the fact that actually urban context is covering only 0.03% of the whole planet, it means that there is a kind of, I would not say normalization of our conditions as humans, organized in a built environment. So you open doors, you close windows, you step upstairs, you deal with materials that are built and transformed. You see your context aging with you. So this is something that is very shared and very, very common to humans now. Of course, culture is very different from how you behave in your environment. It's something that is emotional, is internal, is deeply embedded in memories. But working through very different countries, you find, for example, in textile patterns, just to give you an example, very common symbols. Because symbolism for humans is extremely human. So the way to abstract element of communications is human. So there is no difference in cultures, different cultures.
So, Michele, Patricia said that we are animals, but we are a specific kind of animals, symbolic animals. The only one, what do you think?
Yes, listening to Patricia, I thought that, yes, it is very interesting how much different is a human being seen as a part of a community, of a population, of a group of people, and compared to human being as an individual. And I mean, this makes a big difference, especially looking at ants, because looking at ants, I understood that the ants, they do not believe in individuals. And instead, we are working a lot to feed the mentality, the behavior, the intelligence of singular individuals. And And I think that also in the future, this will happen more and more, where we should not be just one undifferentiated part of a community, but more and more a part that has a singular personality, that is developing its own identity. This part of life in which you built up your personality is something that is very fundamental also for education. We need to invest in education, especially today, where education is really the step to forward a better society. Maybe education is really the key for the future, where education is not just to share knowledge, but is how to use knowledge. And how to use knowledge is something that we partially know today. We use imagination, we use curiosity, that's true, but to be conscious about our choices is something that has to grow more in the human mentality.
Ole, I was very impressed by your presentation, especially how to, at some point, demonstrate how shapes of classical forms were deconstructed and, made into another dimension. Why this is important in our time?
I think, in a way, a methodology of disruption, I think, is important to look anew. When you talk about knowledge, I think it's a very important topic, actually, in education or generally, because what is happening to knowledge is it's suddenly easily available. Through your device, you have access to all the knowledge on the planet, but that doesn't mean you know it. There's a huge difference, I think, between what you absorb, what you really learn and know, or if you just have access to knowledge. Because I think only what you really know you can subsume in your consciousness. That it's the only thing that, in a way, fuels your true curiosity, your true creativity, all the things that we are as a human. Access to knowledge is something completely different. Access to knowledge is like a data set, but it doesn't translate necessarily into the form of human instinct or intuition. And I think that that very instinctive moment of sometimes going into something and breaking it or distorting it or opening it and reconfiguring it is somehow a process that for me is also connected to a question of liberation. Because that's the other thing. In education, I believe education is important, but I also think freedom from it is also important. To not just follow a prescribed trajectory and sort of acquire things the way you're told to, but to find ways to break out from that and reconfigure everything. So for me, that is both in the architecture, but also in the processes, I think, incredibly meaningful.
And then, Patricia, there is another point that your career and your approach is very important, the idea of luxury. How is changing the idea of luxury in our days?
Today, luxury is quality. You have to somehow to express the excellence in quality. I do not believe anymore that luxury is somehow an idea that is sharing opulence. Is really more about unique moments, views, quality of the air, silence, good accessibility, time, the power to luxury is the power to live your time how you need it, which is something that is happening more and more after COVID, of course, because life has been changing a lot, and time and space are not the same as before. And somehow this is also impacting very much the sense of luxury and the sense of power attached to it.
Carlo, all your research and all your career in Italy at the Politecnico, at the MIT, and even if your studio, is the interrogation about cities, about the future of cities, about the future of associated life. At the moment, according to the example that you show, what you think is the very important challenge that cities, global cities, have?
Yeah. Well, the first challenge, I think, is a challenge we all have. It is about changing mentality and thinking we don't need to build more. In most of the planet, I think we got enough cities, enough built fabric, and so on. And so changing that. I still talk to mayors in Italy, in Europe. Italy is one of many countries like Europe, but North America and South America, where fertility rates are under replacement rates. I mean, think about China. China, I think, lost 2 million people 2 years ago in terms of global population, total population. Japan, 800,000. So under those conditions, I still talk to mayors and say, we need to build for expansion. And I say, for whom? That's not what we need to do. So I think that's a change that has to happen with politics, with us. And then start thinking about how do we improve what we have. Yes, there are still parts of the world, the small pockets, some cities can still grow. Some parts of the world, yes, parts of Africa is still growing in population. But I think that change of mentality for me is the most difficult thing. The other thing is that, there's a beautiful Italian version of Bauhaus, quote of Bauhaus. It's actually Bauhaus never said it, but Ernesto Nathan Rogers in Italy was saying, from the spoon to the city. And it is quite poetic, and I think that is going even further today. So maybe it is from the microchip to the region or to the planet. And so that is the other thing. The other challenge, I would say, is that, again, cities are never in isolation. They go from us all the way to the broader scale. The third thing I would say is that, cities didn't exist once upon a time. Cities started around 10,000 years ago, when our ancestors found this beautiful way to bring us together so that together we can be more than each of us individually. And that's, by the way, the same reason we're all here today, about the fact together we find serendipity. As was mentioned before, together we discover new ideas. Together there's curiosities about what we're discussing here, what we will discover over the next 3 days. And so that's really the beginning of cities. And I think my final point is I think cities today are the best antidote we have against the polarization. There's something really bad about digital, is that on digital, then I don't like you, I block you. So I only stay with in the comfort space, in my bubble, in my whatever, in my polarized community. And then actually the beauty of cities is that what they do, they challenge that. So I think cities today are the best antidote we have against this kind of polarization we're seeing everywhere, which is really brought to us from digital. So that would be my third point about cities is the most important and precious thing we have, especially public space and so on, to counter what we are seeing and what we don't like in this kind of digital derive.
So building less or also building differently, changing the shapes or changing the material? This is your experience.
I think it's okay building less. But I think we shouldn't forget who we are building for. I think, as I mentioned, I think in the future, architects should become more normal person. They should maybe, everyone can ask questions. What's the future? What's a better space? And then the future tools will have an ability to answer that, to give an instant response. So everyone could become a designer in the future. So I think who is be able to ask the right question, that's important. Like I'm designing a music hall, and I don't know the acoustic. So I ask this consultant, and then I don't know the numbers or this data. I said I want this beautiful music, and then I found out different acoustic designer. They're also artists. Some of them, they're musicians. They're not only working on data, they work on the effect. They have a different style. So the portion of the job can be done by tools in the future. but the feeling, the artist part, will give a quality to space, either new space or existing space. So I think that's the quality is more important.
Ole, quality, building less, and building for whom? That's different between the observation you are working in different parts of the world, or is the same standard?
No, of course, it's incredibly important where you build, for whom you build, in many ways also why you build. And it's very clear that there will be a dramatic shift to not only building new or so much new, but how to reimagine the things that are there. And I think even China has now reached a point of saturation of built mass where there is already a dramatic slowdown of new volume production. And maybe while China was leading so much new, it may now pivot to lead so much to reimagine. Also because so many things happened so quickly that there was not always time to even think what it may be. And I think that becomes an incredibly interesting challenge because the question will not be how do you re-facade something? How do you make something a little bit prettier and updated and apply a new face? The question will really be like, what's at the core of these buildings? How can you restructure how they function? What people can do in there? And I think in that sense, a concept of transformability, I think will really dominate the future discourse.
And Michele, just to close the second ring, that how animals can help us in this rethinking? Aside from hands that you already said, what other animals? Because you have experience also with horses, that according to what I know.
No, I mean, personally, I'm not a rider, but I live in a beautiful house with many horses, with dogs, cats, fishes, birds, every kind of animals. And yes, the relation with animals is very, very helpful to create a relation between humans. Horses, for example, are very helpful to understand how you approach other people. And because horses are very sensible, and they know perfectly when you approach them if you are going in a peaceful way or in an aggressive way. If you want to climb up of him or you want just to make a caress. And this idea that there are a lot of very simple relations where we can we can learn a lot about ourselves, how we behave, and what to expect for the future. Is very important. When I speak about education, when I told a few minutes ago about that I believe very much in education, I didn't want to mean about to go to school or to university and to listen and to or to teach. But when education is something that you do to yourself, and education is a way to understand yourself, and through understanding yourself, you understand also others, and you participate to a larger view of what's happening around you. We are always very frightened about thinking what can happen. We are scared. We are scared about the future. And maybe today we are much more scared than not in the past because we don't know. But looking inside ourselves and how we behave, we can find wonderful and very helpful answers.
Thank you. Time up, but Carlo wants to say something.
No, I just want to say, I usually, all the times, I always love what Michele says. I agree 99% of the time, but not on the future. I think on the future, and that's maybe a better note to end, I think the great Karl Popper said, optimism is a duty. And why is it a duty? It is a duty because it deals with the future. Yeah. And the future is about design. It's up to us to design.
Yes, but
so I think my point was about, design is optimism. and it's about designing a better future.
Yes.
So that's the only...
I'm very optimistic, me too, but I'm optimistic because I'm scared about something, and I know that I have to be careful about which choice to do.
Thank you very much for this, and let's go to the next panel.
Thank you all.
Thank you all of our panelists for the thought-provoking discussion and incredibly insightful optimism for our future of our cities.
Next, we shift to a different format for an equally compelling conversation. Joining us for a fireside chat are Brett Whiteman, Senior Principal and Director of APAC at the internationally acclaimed architecture firm Populous, alongside Richard Frost, Senior Editor of Bloomberg News in Hong Kong.
Now, Brett has extensive experience designing large-scale sports, entertainment, and aviation facilities that bring people together. Some notable projects include the Londoner Arena in Macau, the Las Vegas Sands Arena in Singapore, and the Kai Tak Sports Park in our very Hong Kong. By engaging with, living in, and adapting to the local cultures and traditions, he designs spaces that are regionally authentic, special, and while meeting the commercial aspirations of international stakeholders.
Together, they'll explore how international design weaves stadiums into their urban fabric to catalyze civil life beyond the event days. And what strategies do they ensure these spaces evolve alongside their cities, transforming into a lasting symbol of collective meaning?
All right, now let's give a big warm welcome to Brett Whiteman and Richard Frost.
Hi, Brett, I just wanted to start out at the very beginning, which is what first inspired you to become an architect and why?
Well, thanks, Richard, and thanks for having us here today. Architecture is a long journey, and I remember when I was younger, all my mentors used to say, you're really not respected as an architect until you're 45, 50 plus. And I've always kept that in the back of my mind, that it is a journey, architecture, and the longer you go, the better you get. My passion for architecture started when I was probably maybe 5 or 6, 7 years old. I'm from Australia, as you can probably tell by my accent. I grew up outside of Melbourne, down on the beach, and a passion of mine was to walk through the bush, as we say in Australia, our forest, and look at trees and build tree houses. And I used to climb up trees and analyse how I could build houses in them, and I used to do that all of my childhood. That sort of then led me on to drawing and trying to visualise what I wanted to build. I didn't really know what architecture was. I thought I wanted to be a builder, but my parents encouraged me that, well, you're pretty creative, you're a good drawer, and you like building things, and you like exploring, and you're curious, and that's, I think, what attracted me to architecture.
And how much did the influence of growing up in a sports-mad country like Australia have on you? Yeah, so as I said, I'm from Melbourne. We like to say the sporting capital of the world. I grew up playing sport, watching sport. That was pretty much all we did. We have our own unique sports in Australia and the UK, and we have what we like to call the home of sport being the MCG, so a 100,000-seat stadium in the centre of our city, and it was a really strong driver for me. That whole Olympic precinct that was built in the 1950s actually really defined the city of Melbourne. It's evolved over time with the MCG, the main stadium, but also the arenas and tennis facilities as well in that precinct. And that's been a really defining part of my career, growing up when the centre of the city really is a sport and entertainment precinct. It really shaped a lot of what I wanted to do in my career, and taking those ideas and bring them into faraway places for me, such as Asia. So did you start out in sports architecture? How did you sort of transition from tree houses through to Kai Tak?
So I got the opportunity to move to China just leading up to the Olympics, so in 2005, an opportunity to work on the Bird's Nest Stadium, a couple of airports in Beijing, and that was amazing for me as a young architect working on these amazing projects and seeing a city evolve right before my eyes over the period of 2 or 3 years was really influential on what I wanted to do. And I think ever since I've really concentrated my career on designing what I like to call places of mass congregation, whether they're stadiums, airports, train stations, understanding movements of lots of people and creating enjoyable experiences and also revenue-generating experiences for these building types is a passion for me. And I think that's a great, being in Hong Kong and throughout Asia, there's an amazing opportunity to redefine that kind of building type, both the airport and the stadiums. And that's something that I've concentrated on ever since.
And I mean, obviously that has a unique aspect when you're trying to channel that amount of people through whatever project. What aspects of that have you found kind of the most compelling?
Well, maybe just a step back. Some of the things I took out of like those experiences. So being in Beijing in 2005, the city was transforming before my eyes, and I spent a lot of time in the courtyard houses or the hutons, and really understanding how these communal spaces work. And it really fascinated me how there were these kind of third living spaces that we didn't have in my country, Australia, where people would come together. I was also attracted by the vibrant colours and that are used in places like Hong Kong and Singapore. And I think what I've tried to do in my career is bring ideas from maybe English Premier League or an Australian stadium, but bring them into an Asian context. And I think the way we consume sport and entertainment in Asia is very different to other countries. Although the sport, football or basketball, may be the same, the way it's consumed is very different.
And how else did those early Asian experiences shape your philosophy when it came to design?
Yeah, I think, so this is an image of the sport that we play in Melbourne, Australia, and they'll get 100,000 people to this sport. This is called Australian rules football. And the key to it is attractive to not just middle-aged men. It's attracted to families, it's attracted to women. They really get the whole community around this sport, and that's how they get so many people at these games. Melbourne is not an enormous city, but these stadiums fill up all the time, and I see that is the key to getting these kinds of facilities to work, is getting maximum participation and connection with community, and developing pathways for people to stay involved in the sport from when they're very young all the way up until they're middle-aged. They don't have to go to the professional level, but the ability to play and engage in the sport, I think, is really important.
And how do you do that in Asia, where sport may not be such a huge part? Yeah. You don't necessarily have big national football teams or something like that.
I think the key to Asia is understanding what brings people into these facilities. And I think the family connection is really important. And generally people in Hong Kong and surrounding countries go to these facilities as larger groups. So understanding that is important, but also that entertainment is far more popular than sport. And you can see how that is influencing sport. For example, I spent a lot of time in Japan doing some work with the B League in Japan, and you go to their basketball games and it really is merging entertainment and sport. And I think that's fascinating for me because growing up where I grew up, it was just all about the sport. Everyone's die-hard sport. But to get new participation, to get more people interested, you can merge these two things together. So merging concerts, merging entertainment, and merging even retail and food and beverage and things like that. And that's where the opportunity is. And this image here is of Kai Tak Sports Park, recently opened earlier this year. And I think this is a perfect example of where we do merge that entertainment, the sport, the community, the retail into one precinct.
You talked earlier about when in Beijing at Hutongs and this sort of idea of the third space. How much does the cultural impact of different parts of Asia have when it comes to the design of some of these venues, say in Japan?
Yeah, so I mean, for me, every country and every location is different, and it's about taking or making the most of the opportunity. I mean, the opportunity in Kai Tak Sports Park, this is a view in the main stadium that you can see here. And maybe this photo isn't the best day, but at night, this is a window out to the city. It's creating view sheds, so you know when you're in this stadium that you are in Hong Kong. So it's about taking advantage of the culture. It's about taking advantage of view sheds and things like this, but also the way that people consume sport and entertainment together. What we like to do, or what I concentrate on, is not just the game day or the singular event. It's the whole journey leading up, starting with booking the tickets, getting to the event, having dinner before the event, going to the event, and then what happens after the event. We really like to curate these whole experiences. The buildings are essentially just a result of this experience that we design for multiple user types.
How does that differ, say, with Europe or the US, that integrated approach that you're talking about?
Yeah, I think, if we look at places like Italy and maybe the UK, where sport is, particularly football or soccer, is extremely is loved, and it's all about the football. Die-hard fans, generally similar kinds of age groups and genders go to these events, and it's passed down generations to generations. In Asia, we don't necessarily have that kind of die-hard fans. I mean, there's really no major professional sports in this area that has gone over multiple generations. So we need to look at other ways to bring people to these facilities. And that's where the food and beverage ideas, the communal spaces, the community connection really comes in.
So what's driving this demand for those kind of venues? If, as you're saying, in the West, it's driven by these teams that are well established and the sheer amount of fans that want to go see them. Yeah. How does that differ in Asia?
Yeah, I think we are actually blessed in Asia with the government support that we get for these kinds of projects. So the Kai Tak Sports Park, there really is nothing like this in the world that's been built at one time. It merges the best of community, the best professional, both sport and entertainment, into one facility. And very rarely do pieces of land like this come up where we can do such an integrated development at once. And the key to its success, and hats off to the Hong Kong government, is it's hitting all the different levels of participation. So as I mentioned before, you can start your athletic or entertainment career at Kai Tak Sports Park, and you can go in so many different directions. There's community facilities, you can have practice areas, you can do small comedy shows, you can do entertainment, you can build up to domestic sporting events. There's just so many different things that connect it. And the beauty of that location of Kai Tak is the residential around it, or the towers around it. There's 100,000, maybe even 150,000 new residents around that area, and the design has been allowed for. So it's almost like their central park for these communities. It's so permeable, the design, that people are naturally drawn and attracted to this precinct. And that's the key to participation, getting people to turn up, to see that there's these activities going, that maybe someone's playing volleyball, that they can easily get they can access that volleyball opportunity and develop that skill. That is the key to this. And I think we are in an amazing part of the world where our governments, or our countries actually don't have the professional sports that generally pay for a lot of these things. So it comes to our governments to create these public-private partnerships, and places like Singapore, Hong Kong, and even Japan in some of our most recent projects can see this vision. And it's not just about having the best events and getting the Taylor Swifts over. It's actually about community, and it's about health and wellness. It's about public-private partnerships. It's something, as you can see, it's something that really excites me. It brings so many different things together.
Yeah, it sounds like it's moved beyond just a venue for a sporting event. Yeah. You were involved in the Keynote sports project from the very bidding process all the way through to completion. Maybe you could just tell us a little bit about how you viewed the project at the outset, before the bid had been won, before when it was still just this big empty space left over from Keynote Airport.
So I think, as a lot of people know, this project has been spoken about for over 20 years. The site really lay empty for quite a while, and the Hong Kong government did their research. They saw what was done in Singapore. They saw the difficulties, but also some of the merits of what they did there. They took that kind of model and then they developed it and adjusted it and brought it to Hong Kong. And I think some of the differences between what was done in Singapore and Hong Kong are small, but very important. The finance model was different. So the finance of Keynote was essentially financed by the government. In Singapore, they looked to take a loan for that. Also the main stadium. So you can see inside the main stadium here, this is as good as any European football or English Premier League stadium that we've designed. Not only that, but you have that window looking out to Hong Kong. So they were able to get that European football or rugby feel into this kind of environment. But the amazing thing about this stadium is the roof closes and it turns into one of the best concert, well, the best concert venue in Asia as well. So it's multi-purpose. It's really an amazing facility. And that's where I get back to that studying and that visioning. These things take years and years to get right. And they did understand early on here that, you can see this is a great sporting facility, but the majority of the events that are going to be held here are probably going to be concerts until the sporting landscape evolves a little bit more. So we've got to create the best sporting experience, but also the best concert experience as well. And being able to move between those events is really important. So that pitch that you see there, that is a natural pitch, which gets moved in and out depending on the event. So in a week's time, they can move that pitch out and they can have a concrete floor and they can have Coldplay playing there. Close the roof, controlled environment, one of the best concert venues in the world.
I mean, another interesting aspect of that particular stadium is Hong Kong's biggest sporting event would be the Hong Kong Sevens. Yeah. It takes place every year. But that's a very specific sport and a very specific event. Just 3 days a year. How did you sort of combine that broader 365-day use with that one particular event?
Yeah, so when we design these kinds of facilities, that one event is a one-off. So we're actually designing for what we call legacy, so the everyday. So how does this precinct work every day? That's more important to us than the big event. Yes, we can scale up for the big event. We've got all the changing rooms and those kinds of things for the Sevens. But day to day, and you can see the image here. This is the kind of the amount of people that are coming to this precinct. There's more people coming to this sporting precinct than any other sporting precinct in the world over the last 8 to 9 months. And that's through getting the connections with the community, the retail, the MTR stations, and all of the public and landscape spaces, right? The connection to the waterfront. This building, in the matter of 10 months, it really has become such an important part of a lot of Hong Kong people's lives already, and this is only going to get more and more as people start to discover it.
I mean, but when you were first involved, like how big did you think that challenge was? Because Hong Kong wasn't known as a city when it comes to sporting venues or as a place for big entertainment acts.
Yeah, there was a worry that this would turn into a white elephant, and clearly it hasn't. But that is where the connection with the community is so important, and it needs to be accessible. So I mentioned about the residential around it. Like, we need people to move into this space all the time, to use this space to go for, to take their mates for a beer or to take their mum for a coffee. Like, they need to feel that it's like that, and that's where the success of it does lay.
And given how successful it's been in that aspect, have you seen other countries coming, other clients who are keen to replicate that kind of experience, or maybe not the same price tag?
Yeah, maybe not the same price tag, but we are taking a lot of people through this facility at the moment. And just to show you some of the other projects that we have on the drawing board. This is Japan's national rugby stadium that we are building in the center of Tokyo at the moment. This has just started construction. And once again, these guys were greatly influenced by what was done at Kai Tak Sports Park, the community engagement, and also the ability to hold so many different kinds of events. So in this particular stadium, you can see on the corner there, we have a unique thing, what we call the rugby towers. And that is a result of an extremely tight site. Stadiums are big things, and often in our Asian cities, we are really limited in the size of the sites that we have. In this particular instance, we took that as an opportunity and we developed this tower right on the try line. And people will look down and watch the try. This is the first in the world, and this is a result of something uniquely Japanese. We've also brought across the first field club as well. That's on the left-hand side there. But as it relates to public-private partnerships, I think this is the new one, or the most interesting one at the moment. This is the new Tsukiji fish market site. So this is about a 500-year-old site that's been used for many, many different things over the years. It was demolished before the Olympics, and now with the government's support and a public-private partnership, they are developing this whole precinct. And once again, at the centre, the jewel is the stadium, the multi-use stadium. In this instance, it is a entertainment and also baseball stadium, unique to Japan. It has an amazing view shed out to the water, very similar to Kai Tak, and then is surrounded by the mixed-use development, which essentially pays for the stadium. Obviously, amazing connections, and Ginza is just in the background there. So we are seeing this model develop more and more, but to be perfectly honest, it's this part of the world where it is happening the quickest and it's the most exciting.
And what are the technical challenges, just very briefly, involved when you have such a mixed-use venue like that compared to, say, stadiums elsewhere?
Yeah, so a stadium has enough people coming to it on an event day anyway. We might have 50, 60,000 people coming to this precinct. But then what happens when you have hotels, offices, retail as well? So the complexities around moving all of those people through one precinct is amazing. And I think we do that better than anyone in Hong Kong and particularly Tokyo. We really think in 3 dimensions, movement of people in 3 dimensions, connections to public transport, retail, those kinds of things. I think that this part of the world is really leading the way in that kind of thinking.
And just very briefly, when it comes to Kai Tak, I think one of the things that is best known about it is the exterior, Pearl of the Orient design. If you could talk briefly about that.
I think the beauty of Kai Tak is it's a very simple design, and not just the stadium, but the whole. If you were to draw a diagram of that precinct, it's very simple. There is a sports boulevard that connects the 2 train stations straight through the centre of the development. You always have an eye to the Pearl or to the stadium and to the water, and that is actually the key that we continue to work on when we do these precincts, is there's so much going on, and there's hundreds of thousands of people in this precinct. The diagram needs to work very easily, or people will get confused. We can't rely on signage or things like that to direct people. Simple, strong elements that go beyond language are important, and that was the key to the main stadium design. It's a very elegant kind of form. We spent a lot of time sculpting that form, but it is very simple, and it relies. I think it's the amazing part about that facade is that it changes throughout the day. Simple element, highly recognizable, and you couldn't get a better site in the world.
Yeah, it's very impressive. So just looking forward, I mean, you've talked about this fusing of entertainment and sport in these venues that are being constructed in Asia, particularly these multi-purpose ones like Kai Tak. How do you see that evolving, and do you see those sort of designs being adopted elsewhere in the world?
Yeah, I really love that what we're doing in Asia and this way of thinking is influencing what's going on in other countries. And this is an arena that we just finished in Macau. It is the Venetian Arena, and they hold pre-season NBA games here. They had the first one this year. Some of the smarts and some of the design and the high-end corporate hospitality and the experience that we designed in here is now finding its way back into American basketball arenas, which is really exciting for me. And that whole idea of merging entertainment, concerts, those kinds of things, and sport is finding its way back into the US and particularly the NBA. So that's exciting. I mean, the other one, you know, we have a very successful office in Milan at the moment, and we've got some amazing projects. This project, I've never seen a site like this. So Lake Como, where we're doing the new stadium. They're absolutely diehard fans of this team, but they were always one kind of particular fan. And I think what we've done here is bring some of that thinking that we've had in Asia into this stadium. So the alfresco dining that backs onto the waterfront, very similar to what we've done at Kai Tak Sports Park in the dining cove there. And then that kind of view shed looking out towards the water is something else that we've done. The other one is Roma, so AS Roma. This is a new 60,000 seat stadium that we're doing for them. The very elegant architecture that we've taken here, you know, has really been greatly influenced by what we're doing in this part of the world as well. So for me, it's very exciting to see those synergies. It's not one-way traffic. What we're doing here is also informing what we do in Europe as well.
It's been fascinating hearing your views and you talking about your experiences in this area. Just as we get towards the end, I just wanted to ask one last question, which has been, over the course of your career, what has been the most important design lesson that you've learned?
I think for me the most important design lesson is, you know, I like to concentrate on designing experiences. The architecture is a result of that experience, and I really see myself working, you know, in the service industry. In that, if it's a team like Venice here, they have a particular idea of how they want to express their brand, how they want to express their supporters, and it's about listening. And for me, you can never do that enough as an architect. We have too many architects that go off and do their own thing, but for us, it's about understanding the fan, and there are multiple fans, multiple different kinds of fans, and understanding how to increase their enjoyment in what they experience in the buildings that we design. So for me, it's about listening.
And when you look at how this design is going to evolve going forward, what do you think is going to be one of the most important elements?
I think the most important element for us is trying to really spend more time understanding the fan journey and designing, once again, designing many parts of that journey. So going to a football game like this is really only an hour and a half kind of experience, but that person's trip to that stadium, what they do before that stadium really influences how much they enjoy it as well. So how they get into the stadium, what they eat, those kinds of experiences is really important. And for us as designers, it's about providing a different array of experiences. So everyone feels comfortable, everyone can hit a certain kind of price point, and these buildings become more successful. And you know, we don't want these buildings, you know, being operated once every 2 weeks. We want these things happening 365 days a year. And once again, just back to Kai Tak, I think that's why it's so successful. It's designed for stuff to happen all the time. There's always something going on in Kai Tak.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
It's very interesting. Thank you.
Thank you, Brett and Richard, for the insightful conversation and highlighting the vital collaboration between design and engineering for shaping our urban landmarks. That was wonderful. Thank you. It's very important to understand the spectator's experience when we design things.
Now, before we break for lunch, we invite all our guests to share your feedback of the morning program by scanning the badge. By scanning the QR code behind your badge. We'd love to hear your feedback as it is invaluable for BODW in the future.
Our afternoon program will be starting at 2 p.m. Please continue joining us after lunch. And we'll be talking on the pillar of mobility revolution. Thank you all. See you soon.
The 14th Five-Year Plan enhances Hong Kong as a regional intellectual property trading hub. Hong Kong has a sound legal system, top professional services, and robust intellectual property protection, bringing business opportunities to all. The Intellectual Property Department offers upgraded training courses to establish the expertise of managers in enterprises and enhance competitiveness, while providing a free legal consultation service. For details, visit ip.gov.hk.
十四五規劃綱要支持香港建設區域知識產權貿易中心。香港有健全嘅法律制度、優越嘅專業服務同完善嘅知識產權保護，帶來無限商機。知識產權署提供升級版培訓課程，增加企業管理人員嘅專業知識，提升競爭力，仲有免費嘅法律諮詢服務。詳情請瀏覽 ip.gov.hk。
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to day one of BODW 2025. I am Veronica Xu. We hope that you have enjoyed lunch just now. And a kind reminder that we do have a new QR code, which is pasted at the back of the chairs, and it's also on display here on our backdrop. If you want a closer look, we also have the code at the booths. Now, this is for simultaneous translation and interpretation for 10 languages. So if you need to scan, do so if needed. Now we will begin this afternoon with a keynote that sits at the very heart of craftsmanship and its enduring power. Now this session will illuminate the vital connection between tradition and innovation, highlighting the skilled craftsmanship that can inspire sustainable solutions within a broader context of mobility revolution. Now let's quickly shift our focus from the scale of the metropolis to the sculpted form of the automobile. Please welcome Matteo Fioravanti, our Senior Vice President in Design in Pininfarina, Shanghai. Now, for over 9 decades, the name Pininfarina has been known with a specific kind of craftsmanship, a blend of elegance, aerodynamic purity, and timeless proportion that has defined the identity of countless automobile legends. Let's give a warm welcome to Matteo Fioravanti.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you to be here. I'm very pleased to attend this event, very important for the design community. I was very interested this morning to hear all the architects' colleagues from different countries. So, very nice meeting. So let's start about the topic of this event, that is curiosity. What means curiosity in design? Curiosity, for me, to understand curiosity, firstly, we have to check that it's not only about design, but is about human evolution. Just I come back on my career. I'm a car designer for 30 years. I graduated in architecture, so the reason why I was interested this morning. I joined Pininfarina 3 years ago. Later, maybe I will give you some highlights of my life experience because it's quite interesting about family-wise. These are some of the brands with which I collaborated in the past, and that gave me the confidence to suffer, to go ahead in this very interesting field that is design, not only car design. So, come back on what I was saying, that civilization, for me, is driven by curiosity, because without curiosity, there is never a step ahead. It's only this kind of attitude that gives us the strength to explore new direction, to explore solutions. So when there is a question, if you are curious, you already made half of the journey. And we can see from the millennial history who discovered the wheel. Of course, was everything moves from the wheel. So, but this, for sure, came from a spark of curiosity to solve a very strong problem of mobility of the past. We can have several samples, like Eratosthenes, that 240 before Christ discovered how to measure the Earth. Of later on, how Galileo, with the using of the lens, discovered that the planets, discovered that we are rotating around the sun and not the opposite. Any other example, like the Faraday, how to the magnet create the induction, and is the modern way to use our EV cars. Started everything from here. So every question, and also, last but not least, who discovered how to use for daily use the touch screen. And this is important, not only like a technological solution, but opened a giant door of what is inside the mobile. Because after this, the UX, UI started to be a real design element that before was not existing. So curiosity, solve problems, and open doors. This only due to the interest, not only about the designer, but also the entrepreneur, of technician, engineer, that they make question and they go ahead, try to solve and to find solutions. So, but this curiosity for sure arrive when you are a child, when you are a kid, and you start to make question and you start to find your way, how to, which job I have to do to solve and to reply to these questions. Like a very famous, in Italian of course, Leonardo, it was said that when he was a child, he was asking him a lot of questions, that after, when he started to design on his sketchbook, we saw how he thought about solving problems, about to create technological solutions, any kind of device for flying, and also he was very good in drawing, so he made also a very estimate painting. So, but everything starts from you when you are a child, from your DNA. So we can see that curiosity drives the scientific discovery, give the opportunity to have a human evolution, and give the opportunity to create a lot of new products that before were not existing. I want to make a sample on car design, just to come back on the car design suddenly. In this period, if we go to the 50s, we have two samples of two cars of the years of production of BMW and Benz in 55. So you see which kind of form and the technical solution we have in these cars, where the hood is very pronunciated, the fenders are detached from the hood, the forms are very separated, there is a kind of geometrical construction. In the same year, Citroën was studying a new car, and this new car was embedding a lot of technical solutions like hydropneumatic suspension, brakes, aerodynamic solution, also in the interior, the steering wheel with one spoke. So plenty of new technical ideation, but they needed a astonishing exterior. And so they involved Flaminio Bertoni, an Italian designer that was transferred to Paris, that at the beginning of his career, he was a sculptor. So at all not a technical guy. But after started to, because he was creating very nice sculpture, this is the scale model of the DS, and so he started to do car design. But why he understood the importance of the technical solution inside the DS, and he was able to realize this iconic, unique design, because he was curious. He started to be curious how to solve the aerodynamic solution, how to enhance the hydraulic suspension, and so on. And in the 55, so remember the car that I showed you before, in Paris Motor Show was showed the DS. In one day, in 55, they sold 20,000 cars in one day. And this is the car. Imagine the 55. Imagine the car that was at that period on the road. So it was a revolution. It was a red line from the past to the future of the car design. And of course, evolved also in other versions like this one, the Cabrio. Speaking about us means Pininfarina. We are a design company. We are told as the icon of the Italian design. So, but from where arrive our Italianity? Of course, arrive of something that is inside our DNA from when we born, that are according to the landscape, according to the beautiful historical cities, according to the beautiful architecture during the centuries, and till now, we saw also this morning, sculpture, painting, but what, for me, differentiate from the others is this one, is the passion. You cannot find in any other sports event, in any other F1 events, how the people, the Italian people, love and are committed on what they love. So this environment that is part of our DNA create our Italianity that we try to transfer to Pininfarina to keep Pininfarina as an Italian icon. So we have heritage and we have heart. Let's see what Pininfarina did in these 95 years, because this year we celebrated 95 years, with this short video of 1 minute.
Pininfarina, where family history becomes Italian style. Collaborations become a way to reach the sky. Visionary design becomes iconic elegance. Memories become living harmonies. Craftsmanship becomes a gem of artistry. Technology becomes moments of delight. Architecture becomes one with nature. A journey on water becomes a personal island. Aerodynamics become passion for performance. The measure of time becomes a style of life. Aspirations become the race for glory. Connections become timeless beauty. So, what do you want to dream today? Pininfarina, we move dreams.
Okay, so a brief history, because the time is very fast and I want to show you many things. So this was the first factory of Pininfarina that was born as a coach building. And during the years, you see, nothing to say, how is balanced, elegant, full of nice details. And it was just the beginning in the 36. And this is the Cisitalia, so famous. Look at the year, 47. I showed you before the 55 what's happening, and look at the 47 what we already did. In fact, this car is a permanent car, the only one in the MoMA Museum of New York. All the Alpha, the Giulietta that helped to became us as a coach builder to several thousand of cars every year, built by Pininfarina, or the 50s and 70s where we start the collaboration deeply with Ferrari, creating the most iconic cars like the SVB or the California. And later on in the 60s, the prototype of the Dino Berlinetta Speciale, the Duster, was modified, is in production with the 206, and after the 246, this is the prototype, and after the real car. And here we have Enzo Ferrari with his son to unveil the Dino in the 65. Why I show you this car, the previous one? Because we have a period where the design was made by curvy surface, waves, strong waves, and in the latest of 70s was shown this car, the Daytona, designed by Pininfarina, that started to introduce the edgy design, the shard, that we can see in our iconic modulo that is from 70, that still now is one of our flagship of design interpretation of the period. And this is the modulo. but was introduced as a design principle by the Daytona. After this kind of design came ahead, mixing shard with some curvy lines as before, with the 308, very famous. And later on, the first supercar that we can say is the GTO. The interesting thing is that this car is based on the 308, extending the wheelbase of 100 and something millimeters and rotating the engine from transversal to longitudinal adding to turbine and having a huge horsepower and creating the first sports car ever made that was made by Ferrari. And here I want to tell you this nice story about me and my family, because the Ferrari that you saw from the Dino till now and also later was designed by my father that was a designer of Pininfarina. I joined Pininfarina 20 years later, so there is nothing to share. But what I want to say, when I was a child, I was so curious of the job of my father. And there were no computer, no smartphone, so every night that he came at home with the big bag means inside there are drawings. And in the night, I was going in his studio, and I was opening all the drawings of the new Ferrari, because I knew that he, the day after, was going to Maranello. So I can say that for many of these models, I was the first one to see, before the customer, the new design. In that moment started the spark of my curiosity to be a car designer, firstly, and a designer more in general, like I am now. And there is a nice story, because this spark of curiosity was insisting, and so I said to my father, please, bring me with you once to Maranello to visit the factory. And so he bring me with him. And in that period, because the GTO, the previous car, has extremely successful, so Enzo Ferrari decided for the 40 years of the company to create the second supercar, the F40. This was the prototype of the F40, driven always by the mythic Dario Benuzzi, the driver of collaudator of Ferrari cars. And I was inside this car. I came in the factory that day, and they let me sit behind Dario Benuzzi and driving inside the Fiorano circuit. And I still remember the smell of the tire, of the brakes, of the clutch when we finished the laps. And this was the finish of my life. So I should do the designer, so no way. And moreover, the cherry on the cake, I knew personally Enzo Ferrari when he was saying to my father how to design the new F40. He said very, very few words. I was in the room when he was briefing my father, and he was saying, dear engineer, because he was an engineer, my father, please make me a race car that I can use on the road. Bye-bye. This was the briefing. And this was the car. Till now, fabulous. So this was the unveiling of the Ferrari, and this is Enzo Ferrari. The other one is my father. Of course, we didn't only made Ferrari sport car. Pininfarina always has the passion to make new cars, new solution, research. So this was designed for prototype for make economical cars. This to enhance the aerodynamic, both in sport car or passenger cars. This was a study of the 70s of the first small EV car, or how to improve the safeness of the passenger in a small vehicle. So we have several samples. And nowadays, we are more focused on the autonomous driving. This is a vehicle that next year will go in production. And also, we are studying how will be the mobility in the future. For us, the future of mobility will be clearly divided in two ways. One way is the mobility in town that will be sharing cars, autonomous, and the car must be think and study in a totally different way. We have to understand from the initial of the day to the end how the car is used, who are the user, which kind of goods they transport, and which are the needs for the user, the goods, and the city and the citizens. This is what we are studying, so we have different solutions of how to make the interior flexible, how to make the interior different depending of the hours of the day. This has impact, of course, mainly on the interior, but also on the exterior, how to use and enrich, for example, the delivery of small food. Why not use a small front hood to deliver, meanwhile you are make the transportation for the people. And this was one side. The second side is that anyway, car lovers want their own car, want to drive, want to change the gearbox, want to have the passion. And so due to this, we continue to design this kind of vehicle. This was unveiled this year, is the Morgad Midsummer, a special edition, designed and produced by us. So where we can find the other side of the car design for us in the future, and this is our Battista to celebrate the 95 years, both interior and exterior are special. And we also made an open version that we sold to Michael Jordan, are kind of one-off, this car. How to keep this level? As our chairman says, Pininfarina is a giant. We, designers inside Pininfarina, we are on the shoulder of this giant, so we have to have a very long vision if we want to stay alive, if we want to be here for the next 100 years and always being the Italian icon of design. So we started to spread our knowledge not only in car design but also in other things. The other things mainly start from strategy. Even if it's 23, anyway, this chart explains very well the status of the passenger cars. So you see how many brands we have, how many OEM we have, and how many brands each OEM has. So to make that this will work, that all this brand will succeed on the market, that everything is interconnected. If you don't have a strategy, you don't succeed. So we started to create in Pininfarina the strategy department to help ourselves and our customer to give a service before designing, because only before design we can create this definition that starts from the brand strategy, so who I am, the product definition, what product is needed on the market, and the third, the design strategy, which kind of design direction I have to follow to let that brand succeed and don't to fight with his brother or sister. So in the design field, I create this chart to let you understand that in the design process, there are phases, but to keep alive the DNA of a product, the DNA of a brand, you have to have each period this red dot. What's happening in this red dot? Happened that you create the strategy for the next period, because if you continue to follow the same, of course your design, you see the green line go down, because anyway people love novelty. We have always to give you something new, because after time you are bored. Other part is the timeless car, but these arrive later. To keep alive the OEM, you have to have a strategy and novelty every period. And so this red point is the strategy service that we are starting to give to our customer. But the strategy part was already done by us, because we are car lovers, we know the product, we know how to evolve it and how to make it something special for the new cars. For example, this Ferrari, the BB, reached the point, the upper point of the green light. So Ferrari had to do the new car. The new car, the engineer, they didn't want the chassis, they didn't want to change the engine position, especially the radiator position. But the designer, sorry to say, but this is my father again, had an idea as a car lover. And knowing that Enzo Ferrari is a car lover, was a car lover, he said, why not we move the radiator from the front to the rear on the side to make the new cars, all our new cars, like the F1. This was the magic word, and so was born the Testarossa. That now I have to speed up, but there should be a lot of story about this, but anyway, started the new design, so started the new red point that with the Testarossa firstly, and after with other, the 355, the 348, and others, create the period, the next period of that era. Pininfarina, so in the years, as I said, not only we had the strategy, but previously we made our own wind tunnel. We are the only company that owns the wind tunnel, and from the 70s, we made our R&D. We started to design boats. This is a Wally. We started to design furniture, transportation, and architecture. So we spread our competence in everything can be designed. Of course, strategy is a new part of this. And to celebrate our 95 years, this year we decided to enter again in the mobile market. And we started a new collaboration with a Chinese brand to establish our legacy of 95 years, to have this engagement with this new company, this company, to create together the expression both of Pininfarina and Infinix. The new mobile will be launched soon and will represent a kind of legacy between Pininfarina and mobile from Infinix. We don't only mobile, we do also, was given last Sunday for the Mille Miglia here in China, we designed the trophy. So we see that the future of OEM will be more articulated and complex, much more complex than now, because OEM, big OEM, will start not to sell any more product, but they will start to sell services. And we see that, like Honda, how many products they do. Porsche, also, with the Porsche design, they made a lot of products. Benz, they are starting from the trucks to the boats, to passenger cars, to luxury cars. So Ferrari is a typical racing-oriented company, but now is transforming like a luxury company, not anymore focus on race. In fact, they started to make the campaign of fashion. And for me, they hired Hamilton not for a driver, because he is a good driver. He could be better than now, but anyway, because he is a design icon, he's a fashion icon, a lot of followers. So this is the strategy of Ferrari. They changed completely the company. So for this reason, for me, OEM of the past, they were focused on the product. OEM of the future will be focused as a service provider, owner of the brand, but they will sell an experience. That experience is not to sell one product, but several products with the brand. So the brands takes more value and value, because now they occupy about mobility, all these kind of products. They are moving to living, they can move to lifestyle, till arriving to hospitality. For me, the big OEMs will have this kind of evolution. And now they are like this. OEM on the center, they have several brands. They can buy one, sell one, doesn't matter. In the future, the OEM is a system with his DNA very strong that you define with the strategy, and after you sell services, that is mobility, living, insurance, holidays, or under one umbrella of one brand. This is the reason why, without strategy in our company, we will not face this new challenge. If we want to keep our Italianity alive, we have to look very forward, and if we want to still have our footprint in the design world, we have to be ready to face the new challenge and prepare to design every kind of activity with our specialists. But our specialists are specialists of mobility, transportation, etc., driven by a curious and smart mind that can create this Pininfarina style that can be shared not only on cars, but on all the products. What is my way to let this happen is to create contamination with the designer, to let them move from one part to another one. So, like this, we think that we are ready for new challenges. But if we want to be always like this, we must have a curious designer. And this is what I see in the eyes of my guys when we make the briefing in the morning, during the day. I still see this spark that let them be restless, never satisfied, and go ahead to find a new solution. So, to close, the future for me belongs to curious. We are ready to design it. Thank you.
Very well said. Thank you, Matteo. That's right. We have to stay being curious and tackle design at 360. Thank you for the beautiful and insightful demonstration of how deep respect for legacy and boundless curiosity must dance together to design beautifully sustainable and meaningful automobiles and a brighter future. Now let's explore the vital role of curiosity and bravery in design with our speaker, David Imai, Chief Designer at ARC, a pioneering electric boat company in LA. With over 2 decades of global experience, David previously led design teams at Tesla for over 13 years, helping to oversee the company's entire vehicle lineup. David will discuss how a nurturing environment fosters bravery, allowing designers to take leaps of faith to lead to innovative solutions. Now let's uncover the actionable ideas to enhance our design practices within the realm of mobility. Let's welcome David Imai.
Thank you. All right. Matteo, grazie. Just a quick sidebar. The Testarossa was one of the reasons I became a designer, and Citroën DS is one of my favorite cars. So it's kind of interesting that at the Business of Design Week, we're all connected by some common thread, even though we come from different parts of the world. So good afternoon. My name is David Imai. I'd like to start off first by acknowledging the tragic events in Taipo and sending out my deepest condolences to those affected by the fires. Coming from California, my wife and I know all too well the devastation that can be caused by fires, and we are heartbroken by what has occurred here in Hong Kong. So we stand united with the people of Hong Kong and send our thanks to the first responders for their heroic actions. Okay. Next, I'd like to just quickly thank the Hong Kong Design Center for inviting me, for hosting this great event. And also, I know we have a lot of folks here from Italy, so buongiorno, ni hao. I'm afraid that's all the Chinese and Italian you're going to get out of me today, unless you buy me a drink later. My Chinese mother is actually in the audience with us today, and along with a couple of my Hong Kong-based family. So if you all are wondering why I don't speak Chinese, well, so are they. All right, so curiosity. When I found out the theme of the event was curiosity, I was reminded of a childhood tale. Do any of you know the story of Alice in Wonderland by Lewis Carroll? Are you familiar with some of the characters from that story? Anybody? Yeah, kind of. Don't worry, this is all going somewhere. So, for the uninitiated, Alice in Wonderland is a story essentially about curiosity. A young girl falls down a rabbit hole and enters a magical world called Wonderland. And as she journeys through this strange and mysterious world, she encounters eccentric characters who challenge her understanding of reality and identity. And two of those characters, to me, perfectly embody the opposing forces of creative life: the Mad Hatter and the White Rabbit. Now, before we get into those two, I want to quickly ask you all, what do you think that designers struggle with the most? Anybody, just shout out some ideas. Don't be shy. Inspiration, love it. Okay. What's that? Rejection. I relate to that. It's an interesting question, and I don't think there's any one single right answer, but I was having a chat with a mentor of mine, and she asked me about some of the challenges that I've faced as a designer and how I would characterize what that looks like internally. And I was immediately reminded of these two characters. So what do they represent? Well, to me, the Mad Hatter, he's the one with all the creativity, the one willing to entertain the impossible at the risk of sounding crazy. He loves challenging conventions and delights in the unexpected. Without him, there is no fun, beauty, or innovation in what we do. But if left to his own devices, what happens, right? Nothing. He'll waste time asking riddles without answers and hosting tea parties that never end. He's great at coming up with ideas, but bad at follow-through. The Mad Hatter needs something to counter him. And that's where the White Rabbit comes in. The White Rabbit is the project manager, the taskmaster, the one with his eye always on the clock. If we only had the White Rabbit, sure, things would get done, but would he be the one driving innovation or making creative breakthroughs? Probably not. In the business of design, you need urgency and execution balanced with visionary thinking in order to turn innovative ideas into reality. I'm going to repeat that. You need urgency and execution paired with visionary thinking in order to turn innovative ideas into reality. Bottom line, you need both the Mad Hatter and the White Rabbit. That said, I didn't always, the one from my experience that needs the most nurturing and care is the Mad Hatter. And that's what I want to talk to you about today. In order to achieve design innovation, we as design leaders must create a culture of curiosity so that the Mad Hatter in all of us can thrive. Now, I didn't always know that. In fact, you could say that at the beginning of my career, I was all White Rabbit, no Mad Hatter. After leaving university, I landed a dream job, aerospace engineer at Boeing. There was just one catch. It wasn't my dream job. I'd spent years chasing the goal of becoming an engineer without asking why I was doing it. And it led me to a place that wasn't right for me. And while that was happening, a growing voice inside me started urging me to do something more creative. Exactly what on the creative side? No idea. But when the company started going through layoffs, my curiosity spurred me to leave. The severance package didn't hurt either. Thanks, Boeing. From there, my curiosity led me down a rabbit hole on my own strange and wonderful journey. I tried journalism. I loved it for the adventure, meeting amazing people, and telling great stories. But I quickly realized I wanted to be the one doing the things that got written about, not the guy telling somebody else's story. I worked in the entertainment industry. But sadly, I was over a decade too early to audition for Crazy Rich Asians. Got to hold out hope for the TV show, though. I was even a sushi chef. Yep, That's me, 22 years old. And while food continues to be an immense source of inspiration to me, I underestimated the backbreaking labor and going home smelling like fish every night. So my curiosity had led me into, well, chaos. But while I was exploring all of these career paths, I was also doing something else, driving. A lot. And in one of the biggest car cities in the world, Los Angeles. And one day in traffic, it hit me. My dream job had been under my nose since I was a kid, designing cars. I love sketching cars, making models of them, and obsessing over the ones that I'd see on the street. I'd spend hours sitting in traffic because, of course, it's LA and it looks like that. Just looking at cars and wondering why they were designed the way they were. And I thought to myself, hey, I think I might have something to offer here. So I packed away my sushi knives and enrolled in weekend classes at the Art Center in Pasadena. And from there, went on to get a master's degree in transportation design from Coventry University. So while I jokingly refer to this time in my life as my quarter-life crisis, it was actually the most valuable time of exploration I've ever had in my life. The Mad Hatter in me needed to be heard and listened to and cared for. And I needed to provide the time, space, and resources for curiosity and to find my way to becoming a car designer. And the same things that enabled my Mad Hatter during that period in my life have enabled me and my teams throughout my professional life. Let's take my time at Tesla as an example. Now, there's a not always fair stereotype about certain traditional car companies. Filled with too many old school car guys, they're too bureaucratic. They rely too much on what already exists, and they lack a certain spirit of experimentation and daring. In other words, they're all white rabbit, no Mad Hatter. My time at Tesla couldn't have been more different. Oop, that's not what I wanted to do. I spent nearly 14 years at Tesla leading design across vehicle programs and other creative projects. And don't get me wrong, I wasn't always director of design there. I actually started as a senior designer and then worked my way up as the company grew. So I had the fortune of seeing the company go from a small, scrappy startup to what it is today. And it's a company that's powered by innovative thinking, bold risk-taking, and the hard work and tenacity of its people. They've forged an incredible culture that promotes curiosity. And while this is just one way and one type of culture, there are some things about it that I'd like to share with you. The biggest difference between Tesla and other places I've worked is that curiosity is an explicit cultural value that is promoted from top to bottom. It's a place that truly believes that great ideas can come from anywhere. Anyone, regardless if you're a senior manager or an intern, are not just welcome, but expected to be innovators and problem solvers. And when problems happen, because inevitably they do, employees are encouraged to flag them quickly and loudly because failure is understood to be a crucial part of experimentation. There are always bumps along the road of curiosity. What matters is how you deal with them. Now, this being a creative crowd, I know some of you probably are familiar with this experience, but when you introduce a brand new idea to somebody less creative, what you'll commonly hear is, no, that's impossible, can't be done. Let's just do things the way they've always been done, right? But at Tesla, we were always encouraged to keep an open mind and consider how even the wildest ideas could be made possible. And when an idea showed promise, the expectation was to prove it out or to make a prototype. That spirit, coupled with a design studio located hundreds of miles away from headquarters and accessible only to a select few, gave us the confidence and the ability to make any idea into reality. And being able to make a prototype like this robotaxi, this full self-driving robotaxi, gave us the confidence that anything could be possible. This is Wonderland made real. Beyond the values were the people adopting them. While at Tesla, I had the fortune of working with a diverse group of people coming from all industries, backgrounds, and countries who are all keen on rethinking how things should be designed. And what that means in practice is that you'd have broad cross-pollination between teams regularly working outside of their wheelhouse. Car designers creating robots, aerospace guys working on semi-trucks. And maybe the best recent example is the Tesla Diner. This futuristic charging, dining, and entertainment hub is the result of a collaboration between me, a transportation designer, entertainment artists from the world of video games, a talented team of architects, because of course it's a building, and UI/UX designers who created the digital experience. The result is something that feels more like science fiction than fast food. And contrary to what the haters say, the burgers are awesome. So, while these are just a few examples of the culture at Tesla, it illustrates that when curiosity is prioritized and nurtured, and you pair that spirit with the speed of execution of the White Rabbit, it leads to groundbreaking results. But after nearly 14 years, the Mad Hatter and me started to get curious about trying something new. This time, electric boats. Life on the water has always fascinated me, and I've yet to get stuck in traffic on a boat. I'm sure give it time and it may happen. At my current company, ARC, we're fostering curiosity in unique ways. The water fund that every employee has access to provides a certain amount of money every year for employees to spend on any water-based activities. Could be water skiing, going on a cruise, going sailing, you name it. In fact, I'm going to have to figure out how to use my water fund here in Hong Kong, too. This is actually a picture of me earlier this year in Miami, using the water fund and somehow, again, smelling like fish, but doing research on fishing vessels. And it's from this trip that I gained valuable insights into how to design our upcoming boat, the Arc Coast. And while I can't give everything away, I can give you a sneak peek. Have a look.
They don't want to let it go. I'm feeling low again. Ain't shit I owe to them. They don't wanna let it go. Give it every piece of my soul. You say you don't know. Hold you tripping, no. Give it every piece of my soul. You say you don't know. Hold you tripping, no.
Pretty sexy, right? If anybody wants to make a reservation, just come find me later. So while on the surface, all of this playing around seems like pure fun, it is in fact hugely beneficial to the people working in the marine space. The more you play in a space, the more questions and ideas you'll have that can lead to innovation. And it's this playing around that has allowed us to create some of the best waves in the wake sport industry on our current boat, the Arc Sport. Our teams routinely go out onto the water to test not only our boat, but the waves our boats create. Have a look. So the Mad Hatter in us needs cultures like this to thrive. Places where curiosity is allowed to roam free and creativity is allowed to take shape. When you pair that spirit with the urgency and momentum of the White Rabbit, you create a powerful engine for design innovation. And while we've talked about a few ways to forge that culture, the opportunity to go deeper and question even more remains wide open. In fact, I'd love to start the exchange of ideas right here. What I'd love is if you all thought about an idea from this talk, or even a thought you had while you were listening, and shared it with the person next to you. What is the Mad Hatter in you need to thrive. I'll give you a couple minutes. We have time, right? Yeah, give you a couple minutes, and we'll circle back and see if anybody has any cool ideas to share. I'll be over on the side if anybody wants to come and chat with me, so feel free. We'll start now. Let's talk. All right, let's reconvene. Does anybody have any cool ideas to share? Don't be shy. Want to see some hands up? Anybody? I will say shyness is a big barrier to curiosity, guys. Okay, well, did I see a hand? No. I will just say, in terms of like shyness, because that is a big problem in creative teams, and it is a barrier, like I said, to curiosity. It's important for design leaders to let the Mad Hatter in them come out so that, younger designers, junior designers can see that and have that behavior modeled for them. So let's think about that as we move forward. To close, I'd like to challenge all of you to think about the ideas that you can adopt or let go of to create cultures where curiosity doesn't just survive, but it flourishes. I'll be around over here on the side if anybody wants to talk further today, but whether we speak tonight, later this week, or even if you want to hit me up on LinkedIn, I look forward to meeting you and hearing what you have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, David, for that inspiring and heartfelt call to action. Remember, everyone, urgency and execution balanced with visionary thinking brings innovative ideas to reality. Now that you've reminded us that the most important design tool that we possess is a courageous and curious heart, we will welcome our next speaker. Our next speaker is Luca Centella, an Olympic sailor turned yacht designer and the driving force behind Blue Game. In this keynote, Design Without Boundaries, How Curiosity Shapes the Future of Sustainable Yachting at Blue Game, Luca will highlight how curiosity fuels innovation and transforms design into meaningful solutions. Now, without further ado, we would like to welcome Luca Centella.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for being here. Good afternoon. Thanks to BODW for inviting me, for letting me sharing my experiences in the sailing world and in the yachting business. Take off my glasses because I can see nothing with the lights. Okay, I shared my presentation in 4 different areas. A life shaped by the sea when I was a kid, the start of a new project, my company, Blue Game, sustainability with the HSV project, and from racing spirit to market vision. The journey always starts with curiosity. And I was born in a family of sailors. My dad was a sailor. My older brother was a sailor. My uncle was a sailor. His 2 kids, my cousins, were sailors. So I was the youngest of the family. And I jumped in the sailing activities when I was really a kid. Here is pictures of one of my first races, probably. I was 9 years old. Then I kept sailing more professionally. Then is 470 in 1983. Then the tornado, the catamaran, preparing the Olympics in the summer of '88. And then the Flying Dutchman in 1991, sailing in Genova. I like this picture. Everybody's smiling. We are winning the Italian championship, the Soling Italian championship. But I like this picture because it's a memory for me, because I started campaigning also for the Atlanta Olympics in '96, and practicing during that winter. One morning I woke up and put my feet on the floor and I said, no, that's it, basta. I was over. I was burned out of 2 Olympic campaigns in '88 and '92. My back was hurting too much, so I decided that I would stop the Olympic classes. But I kept sailing on bigger boats. Practically, I sailed 30 years of my life. And I sailed big events, against the best sailor in the world. But what it was more important for me, for my future, was I learned to face the elements, the wind and the sea. And this has proved to be something fundamental for my future. Here is a video, I will show you a video, where you'll see how we got involved with elements. It's some racing in San Francisco and in Santa Cruz. Yes, but my life was not only playing with sailing boats, traveling the world, practicing and racing. I was studying in university. I was studying architecture. And I think these 2 big experiences of my life, the sailing, the discipline, the Olympics, and my architecture studios, was fundamental for my future, for shaping my life and my career in my profession. Here is pictures of myself at the opening ceremony in Seoul. This is my PhD. And in between the Olympics, the PhD was something really tough to get, but I'm really proud of it. And here is the opening ceremony in Barcelona. Here is a big changing in my life. My sailing in bigger yachts made me encounter very interesting owners, smart people, rich people, very open-minded. And with some of them, I had the occasion. That was the occasion for me to start my real activity in designing yachts. The boat you see on the left is Luya. It was my first project. And I was sailing with this guy, and every time when we were waiting for the start of a race, waiting for the wind, he was telling me that he wanted a power boat this way, that way. So one day I presented myself to a regatta with my design in my suitcase. And he liked it. He was more crazy than I was. He liked it, and he said, let's go. So I had to start everything from scratch, you know. I had to find everything. It was a fantastic experience, 2 years of work. And in 2001, we came out with this boat, which was a revolution. Really something, I mean, it could be out in the market today. still being a fantastic boat to sell to market. And I was lucky enough that Boat International, one of the most important magazines in our business, took some shots of the boat, an article. And as you know, life is very often shaped by combinations and a little bit of luck. So this guy called me. It was September, the end of '93. He called me and he said, "Luca, I like that boat. Can we meet?" So I met with Mr. Bonomi, a very important entrepreneur, Italian entrepreneur. And we agreed about the boat, about putting a company together. And so beginning of 2024, I was in South Africa, starting this new company, Blue Game. And here the picture you have on the right is the first ride of Blue Game in Cape Town in 2005. These are the main drivers that characterized the Blue Game design, the models we did in the next life of Blue Game. The first sport utility boat. When I started designing, I had no influence from the standard world of the yachting. I came from a completely different area, so I was free to design what I really felt I would like to enjoy when I was on a boat, with my friends, with my family, with my kids. So the boat was really innovative, really different, and especially out of all the trends and stereotypes of the industry of that period. New way to cruise. This boat was not a fly bridge, was not an open boat, was not a fisherman, but it combined all the different types and characteristics of this kind of boats in one. We call it a SUB, sport utility boat. It was a new way to go out. You could have a perfect day outside. You can see it from the picture, the big aft platform, the big walk around, the central living area connected seamlessly with the water. Very unique and innovative design. This is something I'm really proud of, is the hulls of my boat. When you start a sailing project, the first name you look for is the best hull lines designer. In powerboating was not and is not like that. I did the sailing way. I went straight to Washington, D.C. I met Mr. Kodega. We agreed about designing the Blue Games, and every Blue Game so far has been designed by him. His boats are fantastic, you know, super nice ride, very smooth. And here on the bottom, you can see a nice picture. I took that picture from a 62-foot Blue Game. That one is a 42-foot Blue Game. We were sailing from Genova to Monaco. It was 4, 5, 6, and we didn't see any other powerboat going to Genova. I saw only a couple of kites sailing in front of Sanremo. So those days are the ones that make me really proud of the choice, you know, I had about, I wanted to Blue Game to sail. Fantastic ride and safe ride. Functionality and ergonomics. Those are at the core of every Blue Game. I never compromised in any areas, either it was the helm station, the mooring system, the walk around, the fly bridge, everything had to be ergonomically fine and safe. In 2015, I started my collaboration with San Lorenzo. At that time, the largest blue game was about 60 feet. But I knew that my concept could fit a larger dimension, larger yachts. I was lucky enough to meet Mr. Perotti, chairman of San Lorenzo. I could show him my drawings. He liked them. And he decided that we could go for it. And we started really represented a radical shift for the brand. It was a combination between the typical elegance and classic look of a San Lorenzo, together with the functionality and seamless connection to the water of Blue Game. It was like Porsche from the 911 moving to the Cayenne, that kind of big radical change. Now is natural to see this kind of picture of a San Lorenzo. The toys behind, the big aft platform, the front lounge, walk around. But at the time, in 2015, it was a tough time to bring these concepts ahead. It was almost a sacrilege. And I was lucky I had Mr. Perotti, who, besides being a fantastic entrepreneur, is a man of product. He knows very well the product. So he helped me. He gave me strength to keep going with this project. And I can say ours was more than a collaboration, where two different worlds met. But we really put a benchmark in yachting design with the SAX model. In 2018, Blue Game became part of San Lorenzo. It was a fundamental turning point for Blue Game. New capital got into the company. We could look forward and design new models. I just finished to work on SAX 88, so I could not copy the SAX, make it a Blue Game. So I had to really focus and try something new, something more different. So I'm really proud. I took the SAX concept to a further level. And the result was BGX 70, a real revolution in yacht design. I can say a layout never seen before. I reorganized the levels inside the boat, and you can see it from the next slide very easily what I mean. If you can imagine the two windows on the side open, you have 180 degrees open to the water. Either you are sitting, either you are cooking, either you're just relaxing on board. And then the connection to the beach area and the water. So you can find this kind of solution only on 50 meters or bigger boats. No other of our competitors can offer this solution. In 2023, we got in the multi-hull market with the BGM project. Why multi-hull? Multi-hull because of space, because a multi-hull architecture gives you a larger beam, is a bigger boat. Because of efficiency. The naval architecture of a catamaran is more efficient than a monohull. And sustainability. The boat is more sustainable because, being more efficient, you use smaller engines. And you get in a few words, what you have in a 100-foot boat, you can take it down to 70-foot boat with all the process, less expenses and less headaches you have on a smaller boat. Furthermore, our cat was born as a power multi-hull. It's not a sailing multi-hull converted in power, which meant that it was born not so wide, like 50%, 20 meters by 10, is 20 meters by 8. So this helped also finally to have a nice-looking multi-hull, a multi-hull that can proudly stand into the San Lorenzo family. And you can see what I mean when I say a large beam. This is the main deck saloon. And on the multi-hull, you finally have the sensation to have to be in a normal house where you have a square proportion, not longitudinal, like normally happens on a yacht. And this happens also in the lower deck with the owner cabin and on the fly bridge. So very many good reasons to have, to get this fantastic yacht out on the market. Here is how the family grew in the meanwhile. We have the BGF, we are going to talk in a few seconds. We have the BGX, which we talked a few minutes ago, with a smaller one, 63. This one is a 73, and the 83 will be shown in the next Düsseldorf Boat Show in Germany next January. Then we have the BG line, the original one, with the BG42, BG54, BG74, and we will have the 64 next Cannes Boat Show in September. And last is the BGM, which just talked about a few minutes ago, and we are working on a smaller model of that Model 2. Here it's a fundamental chapter for San Lorenzo, for Blue Game, the HSV project. Let's see the video first. As I said, I was sailing in the most sailing events in the world. I sailed the Olympics, I sailed the Worlds, Europeans, Nationals, Admiral's Cup. I never sailed the America's Cup. It was my decision, but I didn't sail that event ever. So when I heard and I read that the protocol of a 2024 Cup required the teams to have a foiling hydrogen vessel, I said, we got to go there. Blue Game has to be there. So I convinced Mr. Perotti, Ms. De Maria for the project. And so I never sailed the America's Cup, but finally 2 Blue Games could be in that fantastic event. For me, it was a very nice moment. Beside all the rest, technically behind the project, but personally it was also this a very great moment for me. You have here just a picture of the mold, 100% in recycled carbon. We have on board we had 2 hydrogen fuel cells, 80 kilowatt each, super huge. We had practically to tailor the design of the boat around these 2 big volumes. And I have a picture of refilling, a silly picture, but everything in this project was complicated. Even the refill was a headache because we had to deal with hydrogen, which is the most explosive gas on Earth. Only the 4% in the air, it's just a spark and it explodes. There are no rules, there are no procedures. Fire department, Port Authority, Coast Guard, everybody had his own ideas. It was really a headache. At the end, we did it the Italian way, compromise. We were filling at night. So when workers were out of the yard, we would refill. So after a day of work, we had also to work at night to do this job. HSV is, for San Lorenzo, for Blue Game, the symbol of the road to 2030, our commitment to sustainability and to innovation. When you see this boat flying like this, you just think that from the exhaust of that boat, you have only few drops of water coming out. It's 100% green sailing. And this, I can say, is not only fantastic for Blue Game or San Lorenzo, but it's fantastic for the yachting industry, the whole yachting industry. But let's go a little bit underneath the surface of this boat. The composite, pre-preg, like Formula One. The foils and the rudder. Foils are like wings for an airplane. So we had really to work carefully on this. And we did this work with America's Cup specialists, the same designers who designed the foils of American Magic. It took a lot of time to shape the foils, but you see what were inside those foils. So we had to give space to transmission, to cooling water, to shaft to move the flaps. And on the right side, you see the rudder. Normal rudder moves pivots on itself. This one had also to pivot longitudinally because the big foils take the boat up, but the rudder makes the boat running like an airplane. Transmission, 100% done internally by us. We could have bought Mercury, could have bought Yamaha. We decided to do it ourselves because otherwise the diameter of the torpedo was too big and we wouldn't reach the 50 knots. Flight control. As I was telling you, the boat was like an airplane. The big difference is that the foils were in the water, and water is 800 times denser than air. So every movement of the flaps had to be really fast and small. So only a software could handle this. And when I was steering the boat, I could only decide the direction, the speed, and the height from the water. But taking off, flying, and landing was completely software controlled. And I must say that this part of developing the software for me was the most exciting. And I really enjoyed making this boat, from scratch, from zero to fly. It's like a baby. First he crawls, then he walks and falls, then he walks, then he runs, and then he runs the Olympics in 9.9. This is what happened with... This is very important, from racing to market. BGF is... we capitalized all the investment done with HSV. We took the foil technology from experimentation to application to market. And we can see this boat, more advanced in hydrodynamics, fantastic layout, great performance, and overall nice riding. And I will show you why. This is what we have below this. Foils fixed foils, not moving like HSV. And the graph you see on the right is waves and pivot, how much the boat is moving. So the yellow line is the BGF, and the blue line is a normal monohull. About 40% less pitching, and about 30% less fuel consumption. Let's see this video, which shows the beauty of this boat. I stop it because we have no more time. So facing forward, curiosity never stops. And I can say daring never stops. Curiosity and daring have been in the Blue Game DNA since the first day. BGF 55 will be our next project. We will work on the more sophisticated foil system. BGM 65 will be the evolution of the 75 with wide HH, because we are working together with Volvo with an hybrid powertrain, and instead of generators to have fuel cells, so to have hydrogen on board. Here is facing forward innovation. It's 1 year now that San Lorenzo purchased Nautor Swan, the #1 brand in the world, and I started to work on sailing boats. First time that I was not sitting on a sailing boat, but I was on the drawing board. And I'm really getting back to the world that shaped myself. I could blend my experience in sailing, my experience in design, and my pursuit for innovation. And correctly, we can say it's not just a new chapter, but it's a the reconnection with the roots of my journey. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Luca, for sharing your profound insights bridging between exploration and luxury, discussing about how challenging traditional yacht design principles can foster sustainability and performance, as exemplified by projects like hydrogen-powered BGHHSV. Now, a kind reminder that you can scan our QR code, which is already on the screen right now. This is for simultaneous interpretation with the Kudo AI. Now, we have 10 languages available, so please scan right away. You can also find the code at our booth or in front of you behind the seats. Very shortly, we will continue to explore how to drive the future of mobility with curiosity. We are very thrilled to welcome leading creative minds from across the field to share how they can envision the next era of mobility on land and at sea. Now, everyone, please have a look at your badge behind there. There's a Q&A QR code. If you do, while they have panel discussion, have some questions, you can scan the QR code and ask the questions there. Now, on the stage, we have the timeless, breathtaking beauty of Pininfarina with Matteo Fioravanti, the bravery and boldness of Arc and Tesla with David Imai, and the versatile luxury of Blue Game with Luca Centella. Moderating this exceptional conversation is John Law. is John Wall, Managing Editor of Prestige Hong Kong, who will guide us through this unique opportunity to explore the mobility revolution. Please join me in welcoming our speakers.
Thank you. And thank you for all your presentations. I'm not going to introduce you again. Everybody knows who you are. I'm going to start off, though, by asking each one of you a question, and then after that, we'll go into our conversation. So first, Matteo, I mentioned to you earlier, in what people call the golden age of Italian automotive design in the 50s to the 70s, companies like yours, like Pininfarina, like Bertone, like Zagato, operated as almost as couturiers for the motor industry, not just in Italy, but in Europe and around the world. I'm wondering if that model still applies to what you do today and how you serve your clients using that model, assuming, of course, that that's what you do.
Yes, for sure, there was a golden age. But why was existing this golden age? Because there was a strong connection to who was the designer and the entrepreneur, the final customer.
Right.
The customer of Pininfarina or Bertone or Zagato or Giugiaro, Ital Design. So there were no filter in the middle. In the latest years, these filters were added. So from here to here, before there was nothing. Now there is a lot inside. From my thinking, the design is more difficult because you have to convince not one, you have to convince many layers before arriving to the final choice. So the difficulty for Pininfarina, because we want to be Pininfarina, we want that our product still have the Pininfarina DNA inside and is not just a service to a company. We have to have a very strong ideas, a very strong concept to defend our proposal that can arrive till the end. And after, at the end, can be liked or not, but at least your idea arrived till the end. So the main difference for me now is the filter that there wasn't and now there are, that are marketing, advertising, sales, blah, 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 and so on.
Yeah, okay. And David, I'm sure everyone is interested in your jump from designing cars to boats. Can you just tell us what you would say are the differences in design culture and cadence between the two?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think to answer that, I want to touch also on the overlap, because I think that's very important, and that's one of the reasons I made the jump. When I started reading about ARC at the beginning of 2024, I was reading that they're a fast, scrappy team, quickly producing production vessels, a lot of employees coming from places like SpaceX or from Rivian or from Tesla. So I knew they had a very hungry culture where they wanted to move fast and create new and innovative products. So to me, everything I was reading sounded a lot like early days Tesla. And 2011, I joined Tesla, and it was before Model S, and it was a time when the team and the company was going fast, and well, they're still going fast, but they were a much smaller team. So I saw a lot of that spirit in ARC, and so that combined with my passion for the water made it a great fit.
Right, thank you. And Luca, the design genius behind Blue Game, you've spoken in your presentation about various of the aspects of the company DNA and your own design practice. What would you say is the one element in any boat that you design and create that, that you would never compromise on?
Well, I think there are many. It's not only one, honestly, because boat is a very complex subject. There is a hull, so hull shape and hull behavior. Then there is architecture, there is design. It's a combination. Engineering is, I think, our business is quite complex, and but if I have to choose, I would, and I said it probably in the presentation, I would never compromise on seakeeping ability of the boat, and safety and ergonomics. I mean, those are, you can find them in all of our models, and I think that would be my answer.
Right, thank you. And now let's just go into a more wide-ranging conversation. I'm going to start by asking Matteo and Luca, though I'm sure David has some ideas on that as well, about the Italian soul. We are partnering with Italy then and now. What defines the Italian soul as far as you're concerned, if you indeed believe that there is such a thing? Is it proportion, line, restraint, audacity? I mean, how do you keep it alive as regulations and consumer tastes evolve? I don't know who would like to go first with that.
We're starting.
Yeah, well, who wants to take that?
Well, I think is the Italian way, and I'm talking about yachting. I think we are very much at the top. The last years, really, Italy remained one of the few countries where we have this big production and big innovations. I think the approach is always that, is capacity to dare, teamwork. In our case, we have still, we are a big but small company because there is still the entrepreneur as chief of the company, and he's involved in the product. So this continuity gives continuity to the product, gives that there is a line, there is a common denominator to all of our boating production. So I think that's the Italian approach, our approach.
Would you agree with that?
I discovered when I came in China what means Italian, especially Italian creativity. A Chinese guy, experienced, that was used to live in Italy before, was saying, you Italian are the master of instant creativity. And I guess that is really the right word that defines us. Because historically, Italy is also a quite young country. So we were invaded by Spanish, French, Austrian, German, Arabs, so many. So we always historically try to find a solution to survive, find a solution to create something new. And this approach was also, we can find also in our architectural town, because many of these style that represent our Italianity in many places, in many squares, we see many different epoch of design for Romantic, Baroque, or others, but all survive together, because always there is something new, immediate, that we give as an instant creativity to create something new. I guess this is a real particularity of Italians.
I think it's interesting that sort of Modena, the heart of Italy's Motor Valley, is this actually beautiful old medieval city. I mean, you can't imagine anywhere else in Europe or even in America where a motor industry would be located in such a beautiful old town.
Yes.
Do you have any ideas about Italianness in design as a non-Italian?
Yeah, I mean, just from an outside perspective, there's just an outrageous dedication to craft and beauty and performance that just is backed by a cachet of heritage and tradition and the amazing people who are performing the craft. So yeah, there's a lot in that recipe.
Right. Another question concerns Italy's automotive legacy, and it's not just about sports cars, supercars, but it's about small cars, like Topolino and the Cinquecento and the Auto Bianchi, these tiny little cars that seem these days to have fallen out of favor completely. Do you think there's a role? I mean, you also were a car designer. Is there a role, again, for small cars? A city like Hong Kong needs them badly, and yet everybody drives around in cars that are the size of small houses.
For sure, where there is a need, arrive the solution. So small cars were born in Italy because there was the need to move people in small objects. Of course, cities as Hong Kong needs also this kind of solution. I don't see too much of these cars, but I think with the sharing mobility will come up again.
Right.
Because anyway, buying a car is an investment, big or small, but it's an investment of money. Not everybody can invest thousands of dollars and so if they have to buy, they buy something that can fit different solution. But if I have to rent just for 1 hour or 1 day, I can take one small car. I absolutely choose one small car if I'm alone.
Yeah, totally agree with that. With the advent of autonomy and micro-mobility, I think you will see a resurgence in Cinquecento-style cars. You look at Ubers, I believe that the number is 1.4 is the average occupancy of any Uber. Yeah. And they need 2 seats.
Yeah.
So you think about that, yes, absolutely, you can bring back an icon like the 500.
And the average household in Hong Kong is smaller than 3 people, so makes you wonder why we need to drive around in these enormous boxes. Let's move on to the subject of electrification, which creates constraints and opportunities in the design of EVs and electric boats. Perhaps David, Matteo, could you outline how it affects both form and the user experience of the machines that you design?
How to spread the design?
How electrification affects form.
The electrification.
Yeah, and the user experience of the machines that you design.
So electrification, of course, have a different and much smaller powertrain, but on the other side, there is the battery that needs a lot of space. Yeah. A different kind of space, because it can be much more squarish and flat, usually for technical reason are in the middle of the wheelbase, in the lowest part. So this means that the EV cars can have different proportion on the side view, but will be taller if you want to guarantee the correct ergonomics and not to have the knees on your body. So this is the main effect of the EV solutions. If the EV want to have the similar proportion of ICE cars, for sure there is a compromise of ergonomics. Or if they want to really use the advantages of EV powertrain, we will have longer wheelbase, shorter overhang, and higher cabin, higher the yellow. Always, anyway, for us, the first constraint is the security. Anyway, there will be always a distance between the crash box and the firewall to guarantee the security in case of accident.
I mean, I think we can talk about both cars and boats here.
Yeah.
Cars, yes. Getting rid of the engine in the front allows for different architectures in terms of where the occupants are sitting, so you can push the occupants a little further forward, or they can even sit over the front wheels. You also don't have a transmission tunnel, so you can create more of a flat floor experience. But there's an impact, like Matteo said, to sort of the ergonomics and where the H-point or the driver's hip is located. So that there's a little bit of a trade-off there. I think for marine vessels, this is actually something that's really cool to talk about, because if you take a look at, for instance, the ARC sport boat that my company is currently creating, when you're on a boat, the last thing you want to do is hear a loud engine or be water skiing behind a boat and just be breathing in fumes. That's the last thing you want. Yeah. So with EV boats, you get a much quieter experience. You get to talk to the people next to you, and you get really amazing torque in terms of performance as well.
Right. Luca, you spoke about your hydrogen hydrofoil. How far away is that from reality?
Yes, we are far away from the hydrogen because of the network, because as I was telling you, it was an incredible headache to refill the boat for us, which at the end is very simple because it's like refilling a gas GPL car, nothing big. I mean, everything is more dangerous because of hydrogen. The problem is there is no network. So I think this possibility is still far away. For what concerns electric power on our boats, unfortunately, resistance in the water is much higher. And so the power needed is very much. And we could have those incredible results with the HSV beside the hydrogen, because we sailed a lot also before we could use the hydrogen. We sailed with only batteries. But it was the foil. The foil would reduce so much the drag, so the boat starts to be more, you could start to think about electricity. And that's what we are thinking about of reusing HSV, the molds, and the architecture on a flying boat, but only electric batteries. So we could have about 60, 80 miles of autonomy, which is a lot. Just think that HSV had 200 miles of range. That was because of the hydrogen. So I think the foil could be the way that we start to open our mind to the electric power, electric supply.
May I make a question to Luca?
Yeah, of course you may.
Foiling, do you think will be something that will be easy to use also for normal cruising, or is more for professional?
It has to be for normal use. The HSV was done in a rush because we had the target of the America's Cup. Everything was running behind. But at the end, the boat was very reliable because I stopped to steer the boat. There was a guy that was using the boat, and as I was saying, all the various, taking off, flying, landing was all automatic. So I think there must be still more work to make everything more reliable. For example, BGF, it's much simpler because the foils are fixed. They are not. They do not have flaps, and you just drive the boat and accelerate, and she gets to the target because we did a lot of work of CFD before. So that's the way, and we are ready for that. But I think we can get to the flying boat in a very reliable way very soon. Oh. It's a question of time and investments. But the technology is there.
Wow, that sounds really exciting. We've got some questions actually from the floor, so I would like to. This is one actually that I was going to ask myself, funnily enough. As streets get more crowded and traffic jams worsen across urban areas, what role will design and curiosity play in changing mobility? I guess that's probably one for you.
May I read again the question?
That's the first one there, yeah.
I think in terms of decongesting urban areas, you're just going to see different types of mobility arise. not just cars, not just buses.
Boats?
Boats, absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah, and a place like Hong Kong.
You see the ferries going across the harbor
yeah.
all the time, EV tolls, and then underground tunnels as well. So I think just more variety and more different ways to get around.
Right.
Yeah, well, I personally see really silly. We come, as you were saying, our cities are medieval, so we have big problems. We have a lot of mountains, so our geography didn't help. But when I go to Florida and I see they are packed in the highways, I say, you guys are really, I don't say the word, because they have plenty of room and they just use cars. Yeah. So I think that's the way to have, different ways to move. Transportation, public transportation, any kind.
Yeah, we're talking about mobility after all,
Yes,
not just cars.
anyway, I think that the young generation care less about having their own car.
Yeah.
And so they are more open to use sharing mobility systems, starting from the rent bike to the small cars or bigger cars, eVTOL. So I guess the new generation will help to solve this problem that is.
I have another question as well from the floor, so I'm going to ask that. Any thoughts on on AI affecting the design industry? I mean, that's a huge question, but
if we say that we don't use AI, we are not honest. Of course, AI is used, must be used in the correct way. We have to think that, as I said at the beginning, if we want to pass the filter, we must have a strong idea. Because if we only make makeup, we never pass the first filter. Makeup with AI, you can do in 3 minutes, 100 of renderings. But if you don't have the principle, the technology knowledge, the concept ideation, you go nowhere. AI is helping us to make this process faster and to let the user, the customer, to understand better our idea with video, with realistic render, etc., etc. But at the back, we are doing a project with a top-level Chinese OEM. In the contract, anyway, is written, we cannot use AI.
Right.
So it's already passed. In the contract is written.
And how do you balance it with in the luxury sector, you need, heritage, craft, those are important too.
Just to touch on the first point, because I want to come back to that. The age of autonomy is here. Yeah. It just hasn't been democratized yet. You can get in a self-driving car, and you can get things like Grok in your car. And so the Knight Rider experience is out there. But once it starts becoming available to everybody, then I think it'll be fully realized. And I don't think that it'll limit opportunities for the expression of heritage. I think it'll just expand the opportunities for what that looks like. Because once you start to realize that the interior of a vehicle is more than what a car has been, that it's a program space for either work or rest or play or entertainment, you can start to express that brand heritage in different ways.
Can we discuss Luca, I think, and David? I think we've probably got time for about 2 more questions before our time is up. The practical potential of marine mobility beyond luxury. I mean, people are talking about drones and eVTOL flying machines, but can boats fulfill a similar role?
I have a nice sample. When they saw our project, the HSV, the flying boat, the community in Venice, Venice has the highest mortality in for people going from the incident to the hospital because they have to be taken by boat. And the boat cannot go fast because it's bouncing. So they immediately asked us if we could think and organize a special on the HSU architecture, a boat that could help. So when they were flying the guy to the hospital, they could do all the living activities there to do that cannot do normally when the boat is bouncing. So that was a nice, and now I was thinking of your question, I got it back. So there is plenty of possibility.
I mean, at this point, I wouldn't even call it possibility. The work is happening. There are companies making, developing electric shipping boats. ARC is already working on an electric tugboat. I look outside of my window of my hotel room, and going across the harbor, it's just ferries and tugboats, 24/7. So I think it's going to be have a huge impact on the commercial sector.
Time for one last question, a minute answer each. What breakthroughs and trends do you foresee for your brands and for mobility in general in the next 3 to 5 years?
As I said in my speech, we have to be ready to design not a single product, but a range of products under an umbrella of the same brand. So our designer must be ready to not focus only on one specialty, but to be more open-minded. And this is the reason why I say the contamination is so important. Because if you are a creative, a curious creative, and you have on the side of your desk a guy that is doing product design, you are doing transportation, and on the other side there is a mobility designer, these three different competencies, if are talking each other, understanding each other, learning each other, can help us to give to our customer this range of design correct and not only focus on one product.
David?
So, I mean, in the marine space, I think EVs are still in their infancy, so it's going to be exciting to see that technology applied to different boat categories. And then beyond that, I'm very bullish on AI and autonomy, and I think that's going to lead to great things in terms of safety and the user experience on both the recreational and the commercial side.
Thank you. And Luca?
I do believe very much in developing the foiling, either monohull or multi-hull. That's, I think, something that will really open new way towards a more sustainable way to go out at sea.
Great. I think we've pretty much run out of time, but thank you all very much. And thank you to the audience for your questions. It's been very enjoyable and instructive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
A tremendous thank you to Matteo, David, Luca, and John for that captivating and insightful discussion on the future of mobility. Now, our global conversation shifts to the dynamic realm of EV innovation in Chinese mainland. We're privileged to welcome a panel of experts who are leading this charge in this EV disruption. As our next panel discussion will be conducted in Mandarin, we highly recommend everyone to scan this QR code that's on stage. This is our Kudo AI QR code, and it is for the AI-powered interpretation in 10 languages. This specific code you can also find behind the chairs. You will need earphones to listen to the translation, but otherwise you can also look at the content on the screen as well. Additionally, we have another QR code for Q&A. Everyone can have a look at the back of their badge. There is a Q&A specific QR code. That is for the questions to be asked to the panel discussion. Now, once again, this panel will be conducted in Putonghua and will provide invaluable insights into how mainland companies are reshaping the automotive landscape through rapid innovation and integrated ecosystems. Our panelists will discuss the key advantages such as the smart manufacturing and software-defined vehicles, as well as how they balance rapid iteration with safety and regulatory compliance. Joining us are Tony Ip, partner of 6Eco Technology, who co-creates personalized automotive experiences. Ben Chen, a vice chairman of BTH New Energy Vehicle Development Promotion Association. And Double Du, a renowned Chinese automotive designer. And this conversation will be moderated by renowned branding expert and vice chairman of the Hong Kong Design Center, Professor Viveka Chan. Together, we will outline a powerful vision for the future by reshaping mobility through rapid innovation, bold design, and integrated ecosystems. Please join me in welcoming our moderator, Professor Viveka Chan, and our distinguished panel.
Welcome, all of you, to our session today. I'm going to just start with a little bit of English. The reason is, why are we here today? I think today you've heard a lot from all our famous designers, architects, interior. You heard a lot about car design. But one thing we want to take out from this session is after this session, I hope we will have Hong Kong car designers, which so far there is none. And through this session, what we want to take out is the opportunity has arrived. For the last, I don't know how many years, 100 years, it will be very difficult because Hong Kong have no car industry. But with China now growing, there is this opportunity. And so today is to take you all through the evolution of this EV revolution and how we can help contribute to the Hong Kong economy by starting a car design industry in Hong Kong. 好，今天呢，我就先介绍一下我们3位嘉宾。第一位 Tony， 我就一个一个介绍，然后他们会讲。Tony 呢，我认识20多年了，因为我们都是同事。他是一个传统的 4A 这个国际 4A 公司，然后他是真正一个的跨界的创业者。因为当时我们也做很多汽车的品牌啊，做营销啊 ，social media 啊 ，CRM， 我们可以说是当时上海大众 CRM 是我们一起创造出来的，是一个 Harvard case study。但是从这里呢，他已经更厉害了，他更创新，他去参加一个车联网，对不对？车联网对。英文是怎么说？车联网是 digital connected。Internet of Vehicle。Internet of Vehicles， 因为你就要用互联网来连接的。然后这个公司已经在成功上市了。那他现在呢也在另外一家公司其中一个创始人，那就专是做一些很特别的定制的EV。那今天Tony会跟我们分享呢什么呢？就是整个这个在过去10年内。为什么中国的这个 EV 车会发展的那么厉害？甚至我们本来汽车行业是落后的嘛，1度超车，现在可以赚到全球的number 1。所以这个呢，就是 Tony 会分享的。那我之后再一个一个介绍。我们的陈总是供应链的专家，然后呢，杜总是个设计的专家。所以我就先 Tony 你去分享一下，好，就给大家一个 overview，看到中国的过去10年。的快速发展啊，我们在这个 EV 行业内。
好，谢谢陈教授给了一个很有挑战性但又很有价值的那个命题，是香港能不能在debut 一个汽车工业，在新时代一个汽车工业，不是老时代的汽车工业。那我是香港人，但是呢，我今年我常住在上海，所以我的普通话可能不太好啊，所以大家听得懂可以，听不懂可以问我问题，等一下啊。但是我今年来香港的时候，发现一个很特别的现象。我发现香港多了很多 MPV 跟 Taxi， 都是中国本土的品牌。比如说品牌不能说啊，就是那个，但是我觉得越来越流行。 那这个是不是只是补贴呢？我觉得陈总给我一个说法，其实香港很有一个误解，是不是补贴出海？其实中国其实补贴只是很早期的一个策略，去酝酿这个土壤去发展 EV car。但是现在出海的汽车，中国汽车的品质、产品力为王，才是能到香港的那个喜爱。那今天我很快讲讲中国新能源汽车发展的整个很浓缩的那个历史。其实现在看起来好像已经是很成功，但是其实早于33年前的一个钱学森先生很伟大，他当时就提出来，其实如果要按照西方的机械 ICE 的引擎的发展汽车呢，它已经发展了100年了，所以中国很难追的。所以当时钱学森先生发现，其实新能源是一个弯道超车的可能性，应该从这里发展我们的汽车工业。从这一开始，中国汽车就走上那个快车道。但是第一步是做了一个3横3纵的那个电网，因为大家知道，其实我有一个朋友是德国朋友，保总也是很多德国朋友啊。我问他为什么德国汽车工业这么发达，为什么电动车没有太普及？他说你不明白，没有充电桩啊。充电桩不是说我随便可以铺一个充电桩，你必须要电网，还要是高压的电网。中国是做了10至20年这个基建，把3横3纵，大家可以看看左手边那个，就是全国的高压电网，这个铺垫是很花时间的。没有这个高压电网，就算你产品怎么好，它用户不方便，那他不会去买这个车。不会买这个车，中国的产能跟那个销量不上去，我们的汽车品牌也不能很快拿到用户的数据改善这个汽车，所以量是非常重要的。要解决这个量，必须要有很好的基建。现在我们可以看到数据，现在已经有1800万个充电桩，在2027年会有2800万的充电桩，这个解决了里程焦虑。这个是非常大的贡献，也是中国汽车新能源汽车跑出第一步的一个重要的那个部署。然后呢，第二个呢，其实刚才有特斯拉的朋友在讲，其实非常重要。特斯拉在中国推动新能源汽车非常重要。如果大家有留意的话，魏小李当中的创始人有2个都是第一批特斯拉车主，买来研究他的特斯拉到底怎么做的。然后呢，小米雷军也是那个特斯拉的第一个车主，所以这个是非常重要，是特斯拉起到一个鲶鱼的那个效应。然后最后一个呢是政策，当时有一个补贴给的主机厂呢，你做那个汽油汽车可以，如果你也发展新能源汽车呢，我给你是积分抵扣你的那个碳排放，所以这个是政策。引导了很多主机厂都觉得，哎，这个他可能开始的时候不是想做新能源汽车，他只是想拿这个积分去做更多的汽油汽车。但是经过一段时间以后，他发现，咦，其实新能源汽车也是一个真实的市场，有真实的需要，我们也发展得不错，所以这个是一个大的趋势。所以现在我们可以看到，今年10月份有一个拐点，新能源汽车在中国已经有50%的渗透率，就是每2个生产的汽车有1个就是新能源，1个就是那个汽油汽车。所以基于这个，我们说从基建到智能化，基建到能源化到智能化，这个已经跑得很激烈，也胜负已经分别出来了。下一个是什么呢？我们下一个应该做什么呢？我们觉得应该是一个情绪化的工程的开始。不单单是比拼新能源、能源、基建，当然智驾也是一个很大的战场。现在，特斯拉 FSD 很快会 release， 然后小鹏、华为、Momenta 也是一个非常大的竞争力。所以在这方面，中国的布局非常强。但是下一个，我们觉得情绪化的工程就是一个最大的一个分别点。那为什么会这样子呢？我们所有的工作都要从用户角度去发展。现在这里有没有00后的？应该可能没有啊。但是95后、00后的呢，已经是主力消费群。 他们的习惯、他们的那个产品的选择非常不一样。第一，他们需要科技平权；第二，他们觉得个性化、细分市场是非常重要的一个满足我个人需要。因为刚才也提到，未来的发展可能是 robot taxi 就解决你 mass transportation 的工作，但是后续你个性化的变成是一个大的玩具。那时候我看见，其实我们做了很多产品，已经是从玩具的属性去开始发展这个汽车，而不是工具了。那第二，社交也是一个未来一个很大的一个场景，因为在车当中，如何车跟车交流，车主跟车主利用到互联网，在车当中有一个组队啊、玩法啊，其实这个社交，汽车会变成未来最重要的流量的入口。这个我就过掉。然后未来的发展趋势，我可以给大家看一下一个 video。这是玩具变成真实的汽车，在汽车当中，虚拟的形象可以交互，也可以实时硬件、软件去 update。你去到沙漠的时候呢，你的悬挂避震会自动调节。你去到周边玩的时候呢，也会有不同的 BOI， 这是那个兴趣点，你可以点击拿它的 offer。然后车机当中的虚拟现实会变成是无缝连接。这个车我们已经量产了，已经在国内有的卖了，对。然后呢，可以实时升级不同的配置装备。最后，其实往后国内的发展不单是汽车，其实那个飞行器当中，你戴上一个 VR 眼镜，已经可以打游戏，也可以作战，也可以作为一个陆上工具的整合的其中一部分。就是你的车后边就是一个飞行器，你要飞起来，你就可以去玩了。所以这个是一个也不是一个只是幻想，已经是一个已经是现实。所以呢，陈总说到那个以后香港的角色，我觉得第一，在 Web3 的时代，香港的 IP 作为一个引子，利用 Web3 的环境去创造更多的价值。第二，利用到香港这个平台能做全球共创，利用造车的平台做全球共创的平台，这个也是有可能的。然后第三，基于共创当中产出来的价值，我觉得可以加速那个实体经济的那个发展。最后，以香港的国际设计的未来，加顶级的 IP 资源，再加上虚拟结合的那个资产政策，我觉得香港是一个高地。我的分享就这里。
好，谢谢 Tony。Tony 还没有说一个我觉得很有趣的，他另外一个 partner 不是本来不是做汽车，你知道他是做什么的？游戏开发的，他是帮腾讯开发游戏的。所以你看现在的汽车已经不是汽车，好像玩游戏一样了。好，那我们另外一个就是保总了，陈保总呢，他是一个供应链的专家，他可以说是中国这个汽车行业那么很快速发展的一个见证人，因为他看到很多年了。然后在供应链方面呢，他这个有一个当时做了一个中央的资料库，然后呢，他也是在这方面的一个超级联系人。那在90年代呢，陈总已经开始进入这个汽车行业，包括我们都一起做过的不同的企业，包括大众汽车 Volkswagen。And then 再去大众的一个合资公司 FAWVW， 然后还有呢，就是也去了北京 Mercedes， 那北京 Mercedes 呢之后有个合资，对吗？那就是叫北汽。那他在北汽当时呢，在13年的时候，他是帮他们负责这个零部件的一个的采购的总裁。所以在这方面，他当时已经联系了50多家不同的公司，所以在他们怎么配对，他是非常熟悉的。所以林总呢有很多实战的眼光，那他可以也给我们看一下过去的发展，还有展望未来的发展。陈总，
谢谢这个香港的设计中心啊，邀请来参加这个活动。 那么非常高兴。那么刚才托尼也讲了，刚才前面的那个意大利的同事也讲到了。那么中国的 EV 的发展确实到了今天，已经实现了这个全球领先的地步。但实际上，中国汽车工业的发展呢，还是经过漫长的一个过程。那么我就简单的把中国汽车历史也简单介绍一下。那么中国的第一台小轿车呢，实际在1958年，这已经有70多年的历史了啊。那么刚才提到，那么中国呢，实际现代化的这个汽车工业呢，是在1985年上海大众合资公司成立，开始了中国汽车工业的现代化的进程，特别是对中国的汽车零部件，因为上海大众是从 SKD 就是散件装配开始，所有的零部件从欧洲运过来，在上海装。但因为我们当地呢，中国呢还没有现代化的零部件可以来满足欧洲的这个标准，大众的标准。那么到了2000年，也就是中国进入 WTO 之后，实际对中国不仅仅对整个经济，特别对中国的汽车工业的发展也非常重要。那么中国的终于出现了70万辆轿车，这个数字实际上那时候的轿车还都是公用的，就是我们公共企业单位用的，还没有进入到家轿。实际后面到了2006年，过了1000万以后，也就超过了美国。这也是由于2008年这个金融危机带来的问题。但更重要的问题就是中国的轿车、中国的乘用车终于进到了私人的每个家庭，这样就进入了爆发式的增长。那么到了13年到19年，那么中国实现了2000万到3000万这个规模，那这个距离和美国最大的大国这个距离越拉越大。所以中国进入到全球第一的这个汽车的这个数量，就是从此以后就永远是第一了，基本上啊。那么到了2023年的时候，实际突破了3000万，也就是前面说了，中国专家一直在预测说我们什么时候能突破3000万，我记得很清楚。实际上经过10多年的发展都没有突破3000万，但是2023年突破了3000万，实际其中最主要的问题就是最主要带来的动力就是实现了出口500多万的出口。那么这个国内的市场实际看来就是3000万左右，如果突破3000万就要出现出口，所以呢23年之后突破了500万，那么今年呢可能会突破600多万。那么这里边带来主要的增量实际就是 EV 电动汽车带来的增量。那么刚才这个今年专家预测可能会突破3400万辆，出口呢到650万辆。刚才托尼也提到了，到10月份，那么 EV 和传统车的比例已经达到了50对50，实际上最准确的数字 ，EV 已经达到了51.6%，已经多于这个传统车的这个数量，所以这个对 EV 后面今年和明年可能还会有更大的一些影响。那么这也提到，就是中国的第一辆实际是卡车，因为中国在改革开放之前，所有的车都是用来作为工具、交通工具来生产、来给生产使用的，而不是作为家庭使用的。所以当时在56年，也就是在当时的苏联的帮助下，生产出来了第一辆卡车。那么刚才提到第一辆轿车就是叫红旗的高级轿车，那么它也是在58年，也是在长春，因为长春叫第一汽车制造厂，也就是中国第一家的国有的造车企业。那么它既创造了这个卡车，也创造了第一辆的这个乘用车。这个当时都是实际上这个轿车完全是用手工打出来的啊，完全是手工，没有任何的这个模具。那么刚才提到上海大众第一辆车1985年下线了，这也开始了中国现代化的这个汽车的这个生产。但是第一辆车大家都知道，桑塔纳，我们也在国内叫神车，实际生产了20年不衰，累计可能超过了，我估计将近1500万台吧。但是桑塔纳车的零部件的国产化用了长达10年以上的时间。那么当时上海市政府专门为上海大众的国产化成立了一支基金，来支持零部件的实现国产化。那么这也标志着实际中国汽车零部件的发展经过了很漫长的一个过程。那么刚才托尼也提到，实际特斯拉2019年1月在上海建厂，然后用了10个月的时间，这是中国建筑的这个 speed 的这个快速嘛，实现了量产。那么特斯拉同时呢，12月 Model 3下线，那么21年 Model Y 下线，这2个产品经过了2年的发展，到23年实现了将近100万台的生产。实际特斯拉在中国的这个 EV 生产的成功，一方面 拯救了特斯拉，但是更重要的实际是推动了中国整个新能源的企业的发展。魏小李都是在特斯拉进来之后，魏小李也实现了快速的发展，同时中国的其他的 OEM 也快速了发展了 EV 产品，这样就带动了整个中国汽车零部件的 EV 的核心零部件的发展变化。实际说，那么特斯拉呢，在国产化的时候，从Model 3的下线，它的国产化率就超过了90%。那么特斯拉用的80%以上都是中国本土的零部件企业，所以中国的汽车零部件经过这几十年的发展，带来的巨大的这个发展的这个动力。那么简单来算，那么国产化零部件的国产化或产业链的国产化，从85年到2000年是基本上实现了零部件自主的这个国产化的进程。那么到了2000年到进入 WTO 之后，到了2010年，特别是金融危机之后，那么中国的汽车零部件基本上建立了一个完整的研发到制造的整个的体系。那么到了这个2010年到2000年，就是金融危机之后，中国汽车零部件进入了全球的国产化的这个进程。那么举2个例子，一个君盛电子，大家都很知道。那么它从一个很小的出风口的企业，变成了今天已经生产了500多亿的一个产值的企业。那么还有一个是岩峰，一个国有企业，从一个合资变成了反购收向江森，实现全球化的发展。那么岩峰国际呢，在全球的 Top 100的零部件企业里面站位已经达到了第15名，是中国最强大的内饰的企业。那么零部件发展的进度呢，或者有几个路径，一个是独立发展，像比较大家知道的福耀玻璃，它很有名，戴卡做轮毂也很有名。那么还有一些呢，就靠整车的母公司整车的零部件发展，比如说华域，比如说海纳川，比如一汽下面的富维。那么还有的是通过兼并重组，刚刚提到了君盛啊，还有这个宁波季风啊，还有其他企业。还有的就是从母公司里剥离出来，比如说最近做的很厉害的就是汇川，是深圳的很厉害的一个企业。那么它的联合动力就是做3电控制，应该说在全球出货量可能都是第1了，已经是哎。那么还有就是通过合资合作，那最成功的就是联合电子。那么在上海的联合电子，这是跟博世合资的，那么非常成功。那么中国新能源的快速发展我就不多讲了，因为刚才这个托尼已经讲了很多。但有一点，那么中国新能源之所以快速发展，最重要的就是电池行业。那么中国的电池从全球老大 CATL 到2级、3级的一些零部件企业、电池制造企业。那么在2024年，我们看到，那么中国的电池的出货量已经达到全球的67%。那么剩下的就是韩国的和日本的企业，那么他们加在一起呢，只有22到25左右吧。那么这个差距是很大了。同时呢，中国的电池由于中国整车的EV 的发展的迅速，那么电池的迭代还是非常快的，非常快。所以呢，未来的电池的从半固态到固态电池，大概率的还是中国的这些企业会走到前面去。2到3年，基本上能够实现初步的固态电池的小批量，最多5年，那么固态电池就会成为下一个新能源的一个量产的一个推动力。那么除了电池之外，那么就是3电，就是电机、电控整个的系统。那么原来我们叫3电，就是3合1，但是实际中国呢，经过4到5年，我们已经实现了8合1，甚至9合1，还有最高的到10合1。那么这些这些部件的集成，大大的优化了成本，降低了整车的质量，同时提高了效率。所以这也是中国后面在整个这个新能源发展中非常重要的一个动力。所以现在未来的这些整车的这个推动力，在电机、电控这个几合1上，那么特别是比亚迪带头的做的这些东西，那么确实在全球基本上很难跟它有竞争，很难实现竞争。那么我们还有一点，实际电动化汽车是跟智能网联汽车结合在一起的，我们叫双轮驱动。那么这个电子化的这个控制系统，从原来的机械式的到分布式的，下面到集成到预控，那么智能化实际是未来中国新能源汽车更强的一个推动力。那么在目前来的特斯拉带来的集中控制，但中国这些企业呢，用3到4年的时间，基本上都实现了预控到集中控制这么一个跨度。 所以魏小李和华为和后续的高端产品，基本上都是新能源加自动化。那么其中呢，刚才也提到，那么刚才那个讨论里也提到，那么像香港啊，像一些其他地方，区域这个道路啊很狭窄的地方，那么中国实际还有一条技术路线，就萝卜 taxi。比如说我们北京的企业叫这个萝卜快跑，实际是百度投的。那么萝卜快跑在北京的亦庄开发区已经几年前实现了大规模的这个试运行。那么在今年的去年年底之前，也拿到了香港给的这个牌照。那么它已经在香港很多地方进行测试。因为萝卜的 taxi 的很多技术团队原来都是我的同事，所以对他们的进展也很关注。他们已经开始进入到欧洲，特别是在这个全球吧，会有很快的这个发展。那么也提到香港，我觉得就是香港和大湾区的这个技术的平台的对接，我觉得是非常重要的一个对香港进入汽车产业链的一个非常重要的一点。那么第二呢，香港更有优势的是资本的力量，因为香港是这么多企业最近在香港上市，对吧？都是内地的，特别是做智能化的企业、做电池的企业，包括 CATL 了 A 加 H， 对吧？那么所以我觉得香港应该利用资金的优势。那么从技术创新到资金的支持，到产业发展，到香港上市，形成一条龙的服务，我觉得这对创新是非常有诱惑力的一条路线。那么再一点就是香港过去我们在80年代改革开放初期，香港作为桥头堡，帮助大陆引进了很多外国的企业技术。那么今天中国企业在出海，我觉得香港应该把这个桥头堡反过来，帮助内地企业走向世界各地。因为香港有资源，有非常好的渠道，我觉得这是很好的一个窗口。那么我简单介绍一下我们这个京津冀汽车发展协会4个任务：招商引资，因为围绕京津冀将来会有100万以上的新能源汽车，所以我们也鼓励很多零部件企业到京津冀去落户。那么第二呢，我们也成立了创新的平台，如果香港需要，我们也可以成立一个共同的平台，来做很多创新的落地的事情。因为北京有强大的创新能力，因为北京有将近50多所北大、清华这些大学的创新能力非常强。那么原来他们的落地都到外地，到深圳呐、到南京啊、到杭州。那么最近北京我们建一个平台，把他们要在北京来进行落地。那么同时北京也是全中国甚至全球 AI 最强大的地方。那么所以北京的 AI 的能力是非常强大的。所以这点 AI 加创新结合在一起，也是我们未来一个重要的一个方向。那么再一个就是我们也给我们的会员，我们现在有100多家会员，我们未来可能要到200家、300家，都是非常顶级的整车企业和零部件企业，我们给会员提供更好的对接的这种渠道。那么谢谢大家。
好，谢谢陈总。那我觉得陈总的刚才的演讲呢，就我们体验到，其实要中国汽车成功，不只是一个汽车的制造，而是很多零部件。
对的。
人的零部件可以本土化，这个很重要。如果不是，你还是不会竞争力的。那我们现在就想听杜总了。那杜总呢，他是一个汽车设计师，他是开始的时候呢，他是 Motorola 的一个当时他就 CXD Consumer Experience Design 的设计师。之后的 Motorola 呢，他也开始进去汽车行业，就帮上海 General Motors 也做过他们的汽车设计，也做过这个法国的 Citroën 的汽车。那但是呢，在你应该是2014年成立了自己的公司，当时呢也做这个一个汽车品牌，那就推出这个的起点汽车的品牌。然后这个品牌呢也是想实现他们的中国 Tesla 的一个梦想嘛。那但是呢，大家都听到很多成功案例了。我想杜总分享呢，这个是个不成功案例，因为不是所有设计师去创业都成功的啊，都不一定成功的。所以这个痛苦的经验也要分享一下哦。人呢，从这个痛苦的经验，他现在也是继续会有很多新的想法、新的研发。他是很相信啊，未来的汽车是应该就有这种智能的汽车，然后怎么去帮他，我们再推进去。好，杜总。
非常感谢有这个机会跟大家分享一下我的故事啊，就是刚才也讲了，就是说成功的案例大家看到了，但是其实你们不了解新能源就是造车新势力整个这个过程中失败，为什么失败？ 不是说失败了就一无是处了，其实还是有很多可取之处的。刚才呢，就是几位嘉宾都讲了一下中国汽车的这个发展的过程，我从我的这个视角讲一下。我是设计师背景，所以然后又从设计师的背景参与到那个创业企业作为联合创始人，然后并经历了整个这个企业从最开始没人管，没人认为那个新能源车是将来的方向，到后续融资最高我们融了170个亿，虽然最后没成，我估计再有30个亿就能成了，是吧？所以我有机会能跟大家分享这样一个故事，我觉得将来如果你们还是认为中国市场是非常有机会的，可以参考一下啊。我快速过一下，虽然我列出了很多这些节点和我过去的工作经验，但是我并不是来找工作的啊。有一点讲，就是说今天我们都讲我们中国电动车从2014年开始，就是开始做吧，到今天刚才已经讲了，我们电动车已经超过了汽车年销售量的50%，电动汽车中国的整个占全球的市场超过了68%，就是电动车、新能源车基本就靠中国了，全世界都是这样，所有供应链都在我们手里啊。那这个事情为什么能这么早成功呢？其实并不是说只从2014年开始。我1996年毕业于那个中央工艺美术学院，就现在叫清华大学美术学院。毕业之后呢，就去这个中国汽车技术研究中心。然后97年开始，我参与的第一个项目就是95计划的中国电动汽车计划。所以从97年开始，中国政府已经在规划这件事情了，并且提出了弯道超车。那个弯道超车就是我们那个项目组提出来的，啊。然后这个事情跟意大利，我觉得这个特别好。我们这个项目组做的第一个项目，然后也当时全中国没有汽车造型设计能力的，当时只有3个单位有，第一汽车制造厂、第二汽车制造厂加我们的国家汽车研究中心，只有3个单位，加起来凑不足20个设计师。然后这个项目最后只能我们去意大利去找Torino 的那个 IDEA， 就是 IDEA， 可能这公司现在好像已经重组了或者不在了。所以我觉得我第一次出国就是去意大利，所以对意大利我还是非常有很好的一个印象。那么当时即便我们做完这个国家项目回来之后，因为全中国的重点是推房地产，没有把工业重点放到这个工业设计跟汽车设计上面，所以我被迫转去做手机。刚好那会儿手机在中国是非常赚钱的，是吧？然后所以去了摩托拉，还看到那个第一代的那个翻盖手写的那个摩托拉手机，那个大概是2001年、02年左右吧。那个其实是全球首款。这个是那一个系列的第3款，然后就因为这一款手机的创建，所以摩托拉的最高端品牌的那个设计，从那个 Libreville 的那个就是芝加哥的那个研发中心就转到了中国，后来反正辗转去泛亚，辗转又回到酷派，在深圳，所以这个经历告诉我，就是说我作为一个喜欢做汽车，然后又做过手机，了解这移动交通这怎么说呢？我们叫手机叫 mobile phone 嘛，所以我一直想有一个机会能把这2个事情整合到一起。那么正好到14年的时候，我们有机会造车了。在这个机会里面呢，我觉得，我终于有机会把这个移动交通工具整合到一起了，移动智能终端。所以我们切反了。所以我们基点汽车最开始我们提出的一个概念是，做移动的智能终端。我们当时14年造车的时候，没有今天的未来跟我们同期，没有小鹏，没有理想，
太多了。
就是我们是最早一批那个造车的，当然只有游侠。但是他们做的车的理念都是，是互联网造车，还是车加互联网？当时一直在争嘛。在14年那个阶段，中国这个造车叫互联网造车，就是传统汽车根本看不起新能源造车这些。然后直到后来大概18年左右的时候，这个词变了，变成造车新势力，就是说他们已经开始切实的感到有压力了，对他们来讲。就是这些人不是只是拿着一些互联网的概念，互联网很有钱，然后来完全堆叠一些概念去造车，确确实实的是从根本上变化了。我们提出的是软件决定硬件，基本上从15年开始就是这样的啊。给我快速过一下，这个是当年我们做的车对开门，然后当年的那个目标也是做中国的特斯拉。因为特斯拉是全中国所有造车新势力的一个最早的一个怎么讲激发点，大家都想做这样的，非常感谢特斯拉开放专利，让中国这些造车企业有机会。那么造型风格呢，其实早期我们用的是屏幕，就是前面是屏幕的，但后来呢，很多家觉得屏幕贵，然后他们就不用屏幕了，就用灯。所以从小鹏 P7 开始用灯之后，所有的都用灯，到今天你看到所有电动车前面基本就是一条灯啊，这个也很有意思啊。然后刚才提到的是 MPV， 香港以前街头肯定，包括这次我来看到也是很多都是阿尔法，但是其实在这些年电动的那个 MPV 出现之后，包括我觉得香港街头应该也有其他2辆的车，是吧？但是我觉得取代这个呢，并不只是说造型设计，更重要的是智能。智能系统决定了，包括在国内现在很多，奔驰、宝马还有那个就是奥迪，以前都是高端车的代表，卖得很好，现在都卖得不好的原因，并不是因为他们造型设计的不好，并不是因为他们的工艺变差了，依然都很好，就是智能系统不行了，它跟不上，所以说它就相当于你习惯了用一个苹果的手机，你再回去用诺基亚那种 smartphone 你是完全不习惯的，是回不去的，是吧？所以相当于我们包括现在的车的这个内饰系统，比如说零重力座椅啊，包括女王的副驾驶啊，这些其实在国内的现在只要是电动车里面已经非常普及了啊，这点可能在跟欧美的车企现在的贯穿的用的东西是不一样的啊。那么我从我的这个行业直觉来讲啊，刚才少讲了一个。我们从造车到失败，我觉得相当于花了10年时间，就是最开始，7年的前瞻性概念，加上3年的市场实践，最后我觉得验证一下，就是我们现在有一个好观点，那可能在中国帮你落地是非常有机会的，但是你太超前，可能要有10年的机会。那我认为下一个风口。就是我那个上一个创业已经失败了，我觉得下一个风口，我觉得是改装定制的黄金时代，因为中国已经不是像以前，就是现在叫消费升级嘛。为什么要消费升级？以前我们是买物美价廉的产品，现在其实老百姓是有一些钱的，他可以去买一些奢侈品，买一些自己喜欢的，做一些自己喜欢的事情，是吧？所以高端定制，甚至不一定是高端，只要是定制，就是能够满足他们的需求，这是下一个风口。那么这个风口呢，有几个方面能证明：一是刚才讲了，就是个性消费；二是政府放开了对改装后装市场的一个，因为后装市场其实非常大，就是说车卖出去以后，以前主机厂做的都是车卖出去以前的生意，车卖出去以后这个钱谁也没有赚到。互联网造车呢，就是我们造车新势力，其实说我们挣的是以卖出去以后也要全流程，这个都产生消费的，是吧？但是也没有包括说，后期的改装部分。所以我觉得这是剩下的一块，难以被发现的蛋糕，大家可以考虑一下，如果关注的话，那么，这个是一些目前国内的一些，包括一些相对的改装的一些 APP 啊，包括这些改装的那个实际的案例，包括这个黄的车，其实就是这几年比较流行，他们改装完定制一些非常有意思的套件 我觉得香港是一个工业设计非常发达的地方，有很多好的小的那个产品的设计师。其实你如果不能有机会做整车，你完全有机会做非常好的小件，一样可以放到车上去参与到汽车设计里面。
陆总啊，我们时间的关系，
好，
你总结一下。
我总结一下，我觉得对我来讲，这个我希望香港能有机会发挥更好的作用，然后融入到这个汽车创新的里面。加上这个 AI， 它现在这个很多工具，包括刚才展示的 AR 这个方式，都能加快和缩短一些开发流程。也就是说，让大家都有机会能够参与到这个设计里面去，是吧？然后香港国际化和金融的这个能力一直是不可低估的一个能力。那个造车新势力之所以成功，其实是因为我有好想法，你有钱投给我，我帮你快速的去实现和验证。这个重新验证了一个新的商业模式，就是说我们在座的设计师，其实你不用等着讨好甲方，是吧？你如果好点子，你可以找投资人把这个事情。
就是说，其实
实现了，
对吧？我们现在最大的机会就是以前你要去造车，那就一个很大的工程，对吧？香港没可能做工厂，但是因为是智能了，所以现在是用智能化。那智能化就是靠软件，这个就给到我们非常大的机会，是不是这个说法？但是我想你们两位再补充一下啊。第一就是Tony， 我知道刚才陆总说有很多定制的汽车的嘛。
对，
你可以补充一下，究竟我知道你做很多，比如说定制汽车，给到我们什么机会？你做过什么定制的汽车呢？比如香港有什么机会呢？
对，我觉得在个性化汽车当中呢，香港有几个很大的机会，因为其实我们那个定制化是一个基于一个共创的平台，这个造车的平台可以让很多设计师参与到一个全球产品的一个定制的过程。在国内呢，可能这个NFT 共创平台可能不能太开放。那在香港的话呢，可以作为一个全球的共创的平台，去把香港这个品牌跟那个 IP 融入在这个共创平台当中，可以影响得更大。我觉得这个是一个很好的一个机会。基于国内的供应链，香港的那个共创平台。到香港的 IP 跟设计，那这个整合起来，可能是一个香港汽车工业的一个组合吧，有可能是一个组合。
就是比如说我们看到有很多香港品牌都可以变成汽车了，
都可以变成，
都理论上是可以的。
理论是可以的，没问题的，因为现在我们那个共创平台当中，已经很多主机厂的底盘打通，那我们只要选中不同的底盘，比如说 McDonald 喜欢 Mini， 那 McDonald 能不能做一个 Mini？定制的汽车，从座舱到外饰到内饰，可以全部都可以定制，是可以的，能做到。
陈总，我们知道这个中国有个问题，就什么都卷嘛。
对。
那我们供应链也本土化了，那这不还是受到这个卷的问题呢？这会不会影响到整个汽车行业的质量的问题吗？
这倒没有。现在确实有一点，就是企业要持续发展，那么它需要盈利。所以呢，现在企业一方面我们提到了把规模已经做得很大了，那么它也看到国际市场，因为现在特别是在新能源相关联的很多零部件，国内的市场已经做得差不多了。所以呢，现在不管是欧洲还是北美，都邀请很多中国的企业出去，把同样的产品、同样的质量，能够做成全球化的企业。所以从这个角度来说呢，那么很多企业，所以现在刚才我是提到了，从2010年开始走向国际化，当然这一轮走向国际化，完全是带着创新的产品走向了国际化。原来只是个规模化，现在是带着创新走向了国际化。所以我觉得这一轮确实不太一样。
那现在我们主要的创新是在这个软件方面啊，这个 UI 方面。那你看下一步，中国的汽车创新会在哪里呢？你们三位都可以随便去回答。
这种，
你说。
我觉得可能，智能系统这方面就是还会继续强化，然后呢，能源形式可能也会变化，因为现在还是常规的这种液态的电池嘛，那后续可能固态的电池，让续航能力更强了之后还有机会，也许是还有氢燃料的这种方式是吧？ 能源的形势变化，我估计还会让这个行业再往前走。
那么中国的这个，因为刚才提到智能制造，实际这是中国下一轮创新很强大的地方。原来我们这个智能制造，我们的量很大了已经啊，但是呢，智能化、智能制造就是把产品能做得更好、更有竞争力、质量更平稳，这需要智能制造。那么我觉得下一轮中国企业随着走向国际化，因为海外的人工成本会比较高，所以这也倒逼企业把智能制造提升起来。那么这是下一轮，刚才您提到那个卷也是相关联的。那么它会把智能制造，把中国的我们叫黑灯工厂，我们都不需要人的工厂，那我放到哪儿都无所谓了。这也放在欧洲或者放在北美，甚至放在成本很高的地方都无所谓，因为它不需要人了。我们叫黑灯工厂，所以这也是中国企业创新的下一步很重要的一个支撑点。
另外，我觉得还有一个说，可能刚才讲到，从用户角度出发，他可能觉得应该是需要更个性化的玩具，而不是 mass transportation。
对，
我觉得这个领域当中是一个很大创新的空间，而那个玩具当中呢，如何虚拟结合，去玩出更多场景的玩法，跟他们去在社交变成是一个社交货币。我觉得这个领域当中也是给予香港很多设计师创新的那个空间的。
就是说，其实已经汽车不是汽车，
对，
汽车不是把你从 A 到 B，
对，
也不是一个赛车的一个玩具，
对，
但是可能是一个生活的你的第三空间，
对。
所以从这里的角度，在这里的思维方式，中国是比较超前，因为他就一直都不当这个是汽车，你3位应该都做汽车的时候都不是当这个是汽车来去做，对吧？
你说得很对，因为中国有一个优势，就香港也是一个优势，说中国的digitalization 的程度是确实比西方国家要高的，尤其在应用层面。
那
就玩的方法会很多。
我知道你们3位都不是工程师、汽车工程师出身的，
对，
但是你们都在这个行业都是很超前。就是我们有一个总结可以说，其实一个行业的领导者，很多时候是给一个非这个行业的人去 disrupt。
对
啊，比如说这个苹果，它不是做手机的吗？本来它不是，但是它可以做。现在非常好，等等啊。那如果从这个角度，就是香港为什么有机会呢？你不一定已经在行业，你可以 disrupt。但是我想问，如果这些年轻人要进入真正做到汽车设计，他不一定有汽车的经验。我们很快要只有几分钟，你们说总结1分钟来说完，他要具备什么的条件？这些人。因为我知道你们可以一起帮他开拓，也可以给他机会去招纳他们来去做。但是你觉得他有具备什么条件可以有机会呢？
对，我可以先说一下。其实我觉得就是那个大会的命题，就 curiosity， 就是他们跨界的好奇心，能为一个行业带来很多颠覆性的想法。因为好像我们公司力管工业其实是做游戏的。我们从来没做过汽车，但是我们服务过汽车很多客户，所以我们是利用游戏的概念融入在汽车的创造过程当中的一些创新。那无论是用户体验也好，造型也好，那传统主机厂就会觉得，咦，你们为什么会这样想呢？挺特别的。
对。
然后我们就能满足了一个小的圈层的需求了，是这样，所以这个是跨界的创新是有机会的。
是的，我也接着这个托尼话，就是跨界。实际中国的汽车里面，这几年发展这么快，这么成功，实际恰恰是跨界带来的变化。
对，
比如说我们这个原来汽车里的冰箱，假设啊，冰箱这个东西只有高端车才会有，
对，
或者是后装市场。但是现在我们在中国的高端车里边，大的 SUV、MPV 里边，已经把它作为家庭工具，生活的场景。那么我需要带着孩子出行，我需要饮料。我的小的 baby 需要把牛奶要保护好，所以这样把这个冰箱的概念已经作为高端车的必备了。对，比如最近我们北京的这个促进会，我们在做一个项目，就是香氛也是香氛的汽车里的香氛，原来大家没有把它作为一个 汽车产品里边，但是现在高端车里边香氛已经成为必备的一个东西。那么现在我们把香氛和车里边内饰的灯光的结合，因为这也是跨境的一种结合，就是你蓝色的灯光下可能出现哪种香氛结合在一起更好，或者人疲劳驾驶之后，我用哪个声音和颜色搭配让你兴奋起来。就是这些跨界的融合呢，会带来很多新的应用场景。实际对年轻人来说，这是非常好的一种新的设计，对。
杜总呢？
我觉得那个 AI 啊，因为刚才上一组嘉宾也聊到 AI 这个话题，我觉得其实 AI，我谈我个人观点啊，我觉得其实还是蛮重要的。我们之前好多开发的车确实都是用 AI 来做的，非常快。然后那个关键是你节省了大量的创意的时间，然后你有经验的设计师就是负责筛选和整合就好了。这其实也符合一个设计总监的一个工作任务，对吧？这个包括刚才结合您说香港将来融入到汽车行业这个里面，我觉得香港在这方面国际化程度，包括这方面的这个能力，应该 AI 时代就直接缩短了，并且能发挥很强的作用。然后依靠内地供应链这个事儿能做得非常不一样。
所以我觉得我们这个主题是非常符合 curiosity。就是现在，其实你不一定有这个经验，只要你有 curiosity， 懂得跨界，然后你懂得去创新，勇敢去创新，失败也不怕，也继续来，对不对？那就可以成功了。好，谢谢你们三位啊！
谢谢。
非常感谢各位带来如此深刻和
来合个影
好吗？
对，
在这里。
来，
好，我们一起拍一张。
那托你
可以看我们面前的摄影师。
谢谢。
好，谢谢啊。
好，谢谢，非常感谢各位带来如此深刻和宝贵的见解。Thank you all for the valuable perspectives, and thank you, Professor Viveka Chan. Now, as we conclude day one, we invite you to take a moment to scan one more QR code that is at the back of your badge. It says survey right here. Your feedback is invaluable to help us shape a better future and for future events. We would like to express our deepest gratitude for you coming today, to all of our visionary speakers, our introspective and insightful moderators, and our wonderful audiences. Your energy and engagement has definitely shaped a powerful tone for the coming week. Now, on our way through the event hall, you will see on the very left, there is a Future Lab interactive workshop where you can talk to our speakers today. We hope that you will take this opportunity to speak to them if you wish. Once again, my name is Veronica Xu. Thank you for joining us today, and we hope to see you in day 2 of BODW 2025. Have a pleasant journey home, and we will see you again. Thank you.